That's just to give you an idea.
You are looking live at the mighty Mississippi as she bends into that distinctive crescent curving through the heart of New Orleans. You know, this historic Delta port is the home of the picturesque French Quarter, and nearby, another landmark of American architecture, the Louisiana Superdome. As we zero in on the arena in downtown New Orleans. And outside, 77,000 football fans who paid $125 a ticket are beginning to converge upon the largest indoor stadium in the world to witness the San Francisco 49ers take on the Denver Broncos in a modern-day Battle of New Orleans, also known as Super Bowl 24. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Brent Musburger, and welcome to our coverage of Super Bowl 24. This is the Vince Lombardi Trophy, the ultimate prize in professional football, and the trophy is named for the late Green Bay Packer coach who won Super Bowls 1 and 2. And today, the San Francisco 49ers are seeking to retain possession of the championship trophy, which they won for the third time a year ago. Now, on the other side of the ledger, the Denver Broncos are also making their fourth Super Bowl appearance, but to date, they've had to return to the Rockies empty-handed. Now, a short time ago, the teams arrived here at the Louisiana Superdome. The first team coming in, the 49ers. Jerry Rice, their splendid wide receiver on the left, and there is their special good luck charm, 18-year-old Alette Cobble, who for the last 10 years has been greeting 49er players as they arrive at the stadium in San Francisco prior to their game. And then it was the Denver Broncos and their quarterback, John Elway, arriving here at the Superdome. They remain one of the biggest underdogs in the history of Super Bowl competition. Well, our NFL Today regulars have been strategically deployed around the Superdome to cover breaking stories. And right now, we want to go down to the San Francisco 49er sideline and check in with our Will McDonough, who has the owner of the 49ers, Eddie DeBartolo, with him. Will?
Thanks, Brent. This is Eddie DeBartolo, and now all his friends will tell you he gets a little bit nervous before games, okay? I remember, Brent, at first Super Bowl, he was in at Detroit. He watched very little of the game, didn't you?
Very little.
About 10 minutes worth. What did you do during the game?
Oh, I paced around a little bit. The first one was really difficult. I mean, we walked around the Silver Dome. I ended up in the press box, and I'm not exactly 6'2", and I got behind people, and I couldn't even see over their heads. So I was looking at the monitor. I watched most of the end of the game on monitor.
Okay, you told me while we were waiting you really didn't get much sleep last night.
I got up pretty early. I went to bed about 11:45, and I got up about 20 to 3.
What'd you do the rest of the night?
Walked around the city. We made sure everything was okay. It was dark, and it was sort of barren.
Yeah. Eddie, thanks very much for taking the time. Now let's go over to Irv Cross.
Thanks, Will. You know, over on the Denver Broncos sideline, their major concern right now are two key injuries, two outstanding offensive players. Rookie sensation Bobby Humphrey, who rushed for over 1,100 yards this year, even though he's had 2 weeks to mend, comes into the game with 2 cracked ribs. He'll be playing with a flak jacket with special padding, which should protect that rib area pretty well. I saw him earlier today, and he told me he hadn't had any problem at all running with the flak jacket, and he feels pretty good about it. As a matter of fact, earlier this week in practice, he took a couple of hits to the rib cage. Didn't bother him at all. But the injury they're most concerned about is the starting tight end, Clarence Kay. He's a great pass blocker, and run blocker, rather, and without him in the lineup, it's going to really affect the overall ability to run the ball today. Clarence Kay is an outstanding run blocker. He has a deep muscle pull in his side right now, and it affects his ability to push off. So the Broncos find themselves coming into this game today facing the defending world champions with 2 of their key players on offense, particularly in the running game, on the mend. Let's go to Dick Butkus.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Irv. I'm out here in the stadium here outside. We got a little look of New Orleans people right here. We've got some twins back there. We got Gypsy Boots here from San Francisco. Hey, looks like we got the Denver Sheriff back here. We've also had some real fans here with the beer and hot dogs. And clear over there is the white tent with the corporate executives having their oysters, Rockefeller, and things like that. I met a guy, Barry Ross. He came all the way from Australia. Another fella came from Scotland. And Two people from Cleveland spent $1,350 for their tickets. About the only thing that's free, Brent, is this. I hope I can get back in the stadium.
Dick, I'll try to send your credentials down. And right now, let me take a moment now to preview this afternoon's TV lineup for you. Kickoff time is scheduled for just a little over 2 hours from now, and in the interim, we're going to be setting the stage for Super Bowl 24. We've structured the pregame program around 4 major themes, and here are some of the folks you're going to be hearing from as the Super Bowl today unfolds.
I'm Terry Bradshaw, and I'll tell you what I really think about John Elway, and along with my friends Kenny Stabler, Dan Phelps, we'll take a special look back at football in the 80s.
Hi, I'm John Madden. Pat Summerall and I have been with both the teams all week. And later on, we're going to talk about some injuries to key players and the effect that will have on the game plan. We know that players and the game plan, that's not the only preparation going on for Super Bowl.
I'm Pat O'Brien in Monongahela, Pennsylvania, and we'll show you how they're enjoying Super Bowl 24 in the cradle of quarterbacks, the hometown of Joe Montana. And Brent, we will join you live with that story in our final segment called The Game.
All right, Pat, and when we come back now, we're going to introduce our first theme, the season, with a look at the brightest and the best in the NFL when the Super Bowl today continues live from New Orleans here on CBS.
The Super Bowl today, live from New Orleans, is sponsored by AT&T, the right choice. Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when. And by Delta Airlines. We love to fly, and it shows.
It weighs 1/1,000,000th of an ounce, yet it can take a 2,000-pound car and blow it right off the road. That's why you should drive the new four-wheel drive Subaru Legacy. Think of it as a 5-passenger snowmobile.
The best laid plans of beagles and men often go astray. Check with your Met Life Rep to make sure you have the right kind of insurance. Get Met. It pays.
This is really weird. I have to shampoo a lot. And every time I do, my hair gets wet, but my scalp gets dry. Tight and itchy. The more I shampoo, the drier it can get. Now I can't stop shampooing, but I can use this. New dry scalp shampoo from Head & Shoulders. Made a different way, so it doesn't dry out your scalp like those other guys can. Try Head & Shoulders new dry scalp shampoo and help wipe out dry scalp.
Imagine you were building a town. One company to supply you with almost any kind of truck, to do almost any kind of job. That company is Ryder. We're more than yellow trucks. We help build towns, business by business, family by family, dream by dream. Ryder, we're there at every turn.
Oh, welcome back to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. You know, this is the 7th time that the Super Bowl has been in this city, and the AFC and the NFC have split the first 6, 3 victories apiece. Now, for the San Francisco 49ers and the Denver Broncos, being here today is the reward for months of hard work and preparation. To begin our special retrospective of the season, let's roll back the clock to a not-so-distant time when the hopes of every football fan and player were fresh and shiny. September. And in the golden light of autumn, 28 teams embarked upon a 5-month journey. Destination, New Orleans, the Super Bowl.
When you climb a mountain, you take one step at a time. Don't go looking at the top. You end up slipping on your...
So what, they've been in the Super Bowl? So what Redskins? It's time to go out and kick some... I want to see what they got up front. I want to block. I want to handle it. All we need is a win. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, sir.
Weeks of regular season action, rising to a frenzied crescendo. the brutal intensity of combat, punctuated by precious moments of comic relief. Some stories were sad and personal. Others were tragic and communal, involving the massive trauma of an entire region. And for Green Bay's long-suffering fans, some magical relief.
Bukowski with the snap, looking, now stepping up, on the run. He's going to have to throw in the end zone. Throw it on, and touchdown! Sterling Sharp, and what a throw by Bukowski!
The Kansas City Chiefs saw Christian Okoye develop into a Nigerian nightmare for opposing defenders.
He's going to wear you out! He's going to wear you out, baby! He's going to wear you out! Chiefs hand off Okoye up the middle to the 5. Touchdown, Okoye! Oh, mercy! Boy, he is too big and too fast to be playing running back in the NFL.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
100%?
Yeah.
Good.
Elsewhere, head coaches felt the pressure cooker reach the boiling point. For some, the frustration simply simmered over.
And am I aggravated? Yes, I'm aggravated, because I don't remember feeling this bad in 1982, when I knew we couldn't play football. Now, I don't know if we're capable of winning another football game. I don't think we are at this point. This football team is in disarray, and we are not very good.
And I'm promising you right now that you don't know when it's good or bad. You really don't know, because you don't know what we're trying to do. You guys don't look at the films. You don't know what happened. You really don't know. You think you know, but you don't know, and you never will.
We get down there, and it was a dumb play by Anderson. I love Anderson, but it was a dumb play when his foot was, shoe was coming off, up the line string. We were hollering, take time out. We had a trap play called, and his shoe comes off.
Art Shell became the NFL's first black head coach of the modern era, and he watched as Bo did it.
Trying to sweep the left side, turns it up to the 10, 15, up the left side to 20. He's at the 30. Maybe nobody will get him. 50.
Detroit's Barry Sanders was a runaway Rookie of the Year. While in Chicago, the Butler did it.
Kevin Butler has set the NFL record for consecutive field goals, his 24th in a row.
And last but not least, Steve Largent bid farewell, but not before catching a spot in pro football's Hall of Fame.
Little pump fake now, looks close to the end zone. There it is. Touchdown Seahawks, number 100.
And even for those teams who ultimately fell by the wayside, oh, what a journey it was. And what a journey for that man. Vance Johnson, the leading wide receiver of the Denver Broncos, out here about 2 hours prior to kickoff, along with teammate Mark Jackson. And these are two of the wideouts who figure to be extremely active for John Elway here this afternoon. And we'll continue live with our countdown to Super Bowl 24 on CBS in just a moment.
Oh, the phone cords that bind, that hold your small business back. Now AT&T can set you free with the first cordless phone specifically designed for business, the multi-line Merlin cordless. It works with AT&T small business phone systems, so you don't have to lose any quality to gain your freedom. Set your business free. Call 1-800-MERLIN-ATT for the new Merlin cordless.
How fast does Dristan nasal spray start to work?
Faster than Dolly can pick up a $5 tip.
Dristan spray pump works fast to relieve congestion, even sinus pressure. For relief,
Faster than tumbleweed in a tornado.
Dristan nasal spray. It's faster than...
When does a good quarterback make a great receiver? When someone who's been drinking passes him their car keys. Nice pass. If you've been drinking, pass your car keys to someone who hasn't.
Know when to say when. A reminder from Budweiser.
Sometimes I dream I'm in Italy, driving this incredible sports car. And my boss is there. He says,
"We need a ride to the shareholders meeting."
Now, here's where it gets weird. The sports car has 4 doors. I mean, there's no such thing as a 4-door sports car. It's just a dream, right?
There's no better example of people helping people, what I call a point of light, than NFL Charities and the man who started it all, former Commissioner Pete Rozelle. Pete, to you, for your 29 years of service, and to NFL Charities for your fight against drugs, and for the millions you've raised for groups like the United Way, please accept this special commendation.
Thank you, Mr. President. For me and for NFL, I'm deeply honored.
It was truly a great honor to be chosen as the most valuable player in Super Bowl 23. But I have come to know that there are a lot of people who are the most valuable players in their community. Here in San Francisco, there's a critical need for professional daycare services. And for all of you who give to the United Way, you are the MVPs, the most valuable people in San Francisco. The United Way, it brings out the best in all of us.
This message furnished by the National Football League.
Well, there is a mecca for jazz enthusiasts around the world. So many of them have made pilgrimages, Preservation Hall, to listen to that old, authentic Dixieland jazz. It takes a special chemistry to make music like this on the football field. And as Dick Butker shows us, in football, you also need to find just the right formula if you want to reach the playoffs.
47!
Many experts thought that powerful defenses would carry the Bills and the Vikings to the Super Bowl. The talented Vikings won the NFC Central, but a chaotic coaching situation under Jerry Burns often led to inconsistency.
Where the hell's the ball? On the floor. Okay, shut the up a minute.
While Viking coaches fought with their players, Bills coaches fought among themselves, and dissension eventually followed. Buffalo won its division, but the Bills never achieved the kind of team spirit that Bill Parcells instilled in his Giants.
Hey, fellas, this is what you work all season for. This is why you lift all them weights. This is why you do all that.
Parcells blended age with youth, but it was defense that took a team in transition to the top of the NFC East.
Watch the crowd be quiet. He's having trouble having his men hear his signals. 4th down at the goal line. About a foot to go. Elway. Hands off. They dive. Stop! The Giants go through. Gary Reason. Great play by Gary Reason.
Patience marked the coaching of Chuck Noll, who was able to laugh off an opening day 51-0 loss and lead his Cinderella Steelers to a wild card berth. Adjustments by John Robinson turned the once run-happy Rams into an explosive aerial machine.
Everett looking to pass. Throws into the end zone. It is complete. He's in. Touchdown.
Denver's Dan Reeves changed his defensive thinking, bringing in Wade Phillips to transform the Broncos from small and smart to big, mean, and intimidating. Bud Carson, a longtime NFL defensive coordinator known for his aggressive ways, took over a good Browns team and made it better with bold and daring moves.
Snaps clean. The kick is no. Hagel throws to Waiters for a touchdown. They fake the field goal. The Browns win it in overtime.
Then there was George Seifert. Bill Walsh's successor faithfully adhered to the system he inherited. His quarterback, Joe Montana, had the greatest season of his career as San Francisco racked up an NFL high 14 victories. In the divisional playoffs, the 49ers kept right on rolling, easily eliminating the confused and frustrated Minnesota Vikings.
Drops back to throw. Goes across the middle. It is complete to Rice. Rice to the 45. He's to the 50. He breaks through. He's down to the 30. He's down to the 20. He's to the 5. Touchdown 49ers.
He peeled out and he came up the field, man, and he sealed me right in, man. I never even saw him. I never even saw the guy.
We got some big coming back to do, guys. Let's do it.
Against Cleveland, the Bills put aside their season-long personal disputes. But in the game's final desperate seconds, their lack of teamwork came back to haunt them.
Kelly waiting. Standing at the 15-yard line. Wideouts left and right. Dropping back. In the pocket. Looking. Throws. Touchdown. End zone. No! Oh, it was dropped. It was dropped in the end zone.
For the Steelers, midnight struck early.
Calling up the Cinderella team, we still got our glass slippers intact.
Third and goal at the 1. No motion. Handoff. Brett. Dive. Scores.
Against the Giants, John Robinson's aggressive offensive philosophy paid off in overtime.
Howard wide left, Flipper wide right. First and 15 at the Giants 30. Back to throw. Everett sets, fires up the right side for Flipper Anderson. Caught for the touchdown, and the Rams win.
From 28 teams, 4 survivors, each with a winning chemistry.
Well, go to you. Good luck,
All right, the rest of the way through. Good luck.
Right ahead. Straight up, DC? Right. Oh, I guess I'll take you for one more week.
One more, baby.
On earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses. And we give us our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever and ever.
Well, some very moving scenes from inside the locker room to some of the most successful NFL teams of this season. And you are looking at an overhead view of the Louisiana Superdome and now outside the Denver Broncos Hotel, where their fans, of course, will begin flocking over to the Dome here. We expect a crowd in excess of 77,000. Some of the early arrivees here today, getting ready to enjoy Super Bowl 24 between their beloved Broncos or 49ers. And we'll continue live from New Orleans in just a moment.
There is no sound so unique as the human voice. Soon, it will bring you voice-activated calling on the all-fiber optic network of U.S. Sprint.
Chris Stanford.
A system that recognizes your voice and dials numbers just by asking. Such is the power of the human voice. The new voice-activated calling card, only from U.S. Sprint.
Every evening, we pack 700,000 passengers onto our planes. No drinks are served, no meals are prepared. Yet our customers love our service, like our UPS Next Day Air letter. Guaranteed overnight delivery to any address coast to coast. And at prices far less than other companies charge. No one seems to mind that there's no in-flight movie.
If your feathers have been ruffled by downdrafts in the market, get on board something big, safe, and secure. GetNet. It pays.
I've tried it. Now I believe it. Denerex Tingle tells me it's doing more. Head and Shoulders, no tingle.
Both have dandruff medicine, but Denerex adds both an extra anti-itch medicine and conditioner, too.
Goodbye, Head and Shoulders. Hello, Denerex.
She loved her husband and her country.
Spy for the Russians.
Which one would she choose? Family of Spies, beginning next Sunday.
Well, outside the Louisiana Superdome, look, you can see the reflection of the helicopter there on the top of the dome. So the folks beginning to come in, and because we play this game under a roof, obviously, that's an artificial carpet down there. And the San Francisco 49ers have been tremendous on this surface over the last 2 years. They are 8-0, including a record of 5-0 this year. And Joe Montana has had 4 passes this season alone, scoring passes in excess of 50 yards, as Vance Johnson and the rest of the Broncos continue getting ready. Well, what is it about the Niners and the Broncos that has brought them and not other teams here to the Super Bowl? To be sure, an abundance of talent, but there is much more to the makings of these champions.
All right, now. Everybody knows what's in front of us. Sure, you've been here. One more, we got to remember our motto. The race is not to the swift, not a battle to the strong, but he that endures to the end.
And if you've ever visited an NFL training camp during those dog days of July and August, you certainly appreciate even more that grueling mental and physical regimen the players subject themselves to. All to the service of really one overriding goal, which has brought us together here, and that's the Super Bowl. And we come back now, we're going to hear from today's head coaches, George Seifert of the 49ers and Dan Reeves of the Broncos, both of whom are seeking their first Super Bowl victories at the helm. And we'll continue live in just a moment.
American Express brings a world of unsurpassed service to all our card members. The power to spend with no preset limits. Protection for the things you buy. Access to cash when you're far from home. Around the corner or around the world, American Express is always there to give every card member our best personal service. Membership has its privileges.
It's powerful. A new kind of protection. Speed Stick Deodorant Sport Talc. Made just for a man. New Speed Stick Sport Talc. Powerful all-day protection.
The four-wheel drive Subaru has always gotten the U.S. ski team to their events early. Yet at the '89 World Championships, the other countries got there first. How'd they do it? We lent them each a Subaru.
Oh, the phone cords that bind, that hold your small business back.
Now AT&T can set you free with the first cordless phone specifically designed for business, the multi-line Merlin Cordless. It works with AT&T small business phone systems, so you don't have to lose any quality to gain your freedom. Set your business free. Call 1-800-MERLIN-ATT for the new Merlin Cordless.
Your putt, Snoopy. Good grief.
Next weekend on CBS Sports.
Well, looking down on New Orleans from the MetLife blimp, hovering at 1,000 feet overhead. And yeah, you know, here in the home of the Mardi Gras, folks do indeed love a parade. And down there in the midst of all of that marching is the Denver Dixie Parade. And let's go down live to our Leslie Visser. Leslie?
Brad, New Orleans has always had a tradition of parades. You mentioned that monument to merriment to Mardi Gras. Well, this is something different. More than 1,000 Bronco fans are here marching down to the Superdome. I'm here with Andre Smith, wife of All-Pro safety Dennis Smith. Andre, the Broncos have a lot of supporters here, but not many around the country.
I feel we're going to win this time. God gave us a fourth time to get in the Super Bowl, and I just feel this time we're going to take it.
Andre, your husband, of course, roomed with Ronnie Lott at USC in college, and they've remained close friends. Did they get together this week?
Actually, they did an interview together by satellite, but they didn't actually hang out together. I think Dennis called his hotel room when he wasn't there, and just left a message that he cared and hope he had a good game, but I don't think they really want to hang out together too much.
Well, we'll see what they both have in store. Back to you, Brent.
All right, Leslie. You know, nobody has more Super Bowl experience than Dan Reeves, who has played or coached in 8 Super Bowls, and he has the evidence to prove it. And just a short while ago, the NFL's Lord of the Rings arrived here at the Superdome, and Irv spoke with him.
I'm in front of the Denver Broncos locker room with head coach Dan Reeves. Dan, I know you as a tremendous competitor. You just kind of burn inside, and I know you've heard many, many times, you know, the 3rd Super Bowl for Dan Reeves. If he should lose it, you know, it'll be the 4th loss to the Broncos. Do you feel pressure coming in because of that?
Well, I think there's pressure every time you tee it up. You know, when you walk on the field, there's pressure. This football team has played extremely well all year. We realize that there's pressure. We're one step away from being world champions. Not many people have that opportunity. And so there's pressure, regardless of what people say. Well, we're the underdogs and there's no pressure. There's pressure there. We realize that. But also there's a tremendous challenge in front of us. And that challenge, I think, is something that all of us are looking forward to.
Dan, 2 key injuries I know you're concerned about. Your running back, Bobby Humphrey, and Clarence Kay, your tight end. Well, how are they going to be today?
Well, we really won't know until the game starts. There's no way we could simulate how Ronnie Lott's going to hit Bobby Humphrey in practice until he takes a shot and see how he reacts once he gets hit, falls on the ground in a pile-up because your ribs get compressed during that time. We really won't know. Clarence Kay's the same way. We'll look at him in pregame warm-up, see how he does, because we had to make a decision an hour and 45 minutes before the game as to who we would have activated. Clarence Kay will be activated, and how much he plays is going to be determined by how well he warms up.
A true Southern gentleman, Dan Reeves. And you know, in a rite of passage that coincided with Super Bowl week, George Seifert, in one sense, left the ranks of the 49ers. He turned 50. And Will McDonough, who visited with San Francisco's rookie head coach at his hotel yesterday, asked him about how difficult it was to deal with the distractions of Super Bowl week.
It's been a little more distracting, naturally, than a normal situation, or last year when I was a defensive coordinator. But I believe that I'm used to that from the standpoint of what's taken place throughout the entire season. The staff, we're used to working with one another, and each coach knows his responsibility, each of the players do. So I feel comfortable with the way it's gone.
With the way your team has been built up the last couple of weeks, are you worried at all about them being overconfident?
The only time it's really talked about is when we're visiting with the media. Within the team itself, it's not talked about. And all we have to do is look at the film of the defense that we're going to be facing, of the offense that we're going to be facing, of the different personnel. And that tends for our team to focus. That causes our team to focus. Plus the fact that we really concentrate on ourselves as much as any one thing. And maybe even in many respects more than the other team. We concentrate on what we do. And that in itself doesn't allow you to think about too many other things or what the point spread might be.
The last chance you have to talk to the players, what are you going to talk to them about?
Well, there's some, I guess I would say they're personal things and personal things to this club. It's a family, and there are traditional things that we talk about and just, talk about the oneness of the club generally.
And he's done a great job of replacing Bill Walsh. And you can see outside fans beginning to flock toward the Superdome. One of the nice aspects of having a Superdome here in New Orleans is how close the hotels and everything is really to the Louisiana Superdome. You can just put on your Mardi Gras costume and kind of march on over for a football game. Still ahead of us, we're going to be hearing from 3 of the greatest quarterbacks to play in the National Football League. There they are, Terry Bradshaw, Kenny Stabler, and Dan Fouts. And we'll continue live in just a moment.
Who's got the marketing plan? I do. Sales forecast.
Right here.
Presentation board?
Murphy's something.
Where's Murphy?
The final boarding call for Delta Flight 6.
Maddie Klein knows careers are right on Delta Flight.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes. Better go.
Nobody told me how to cash.
Nobody knows.
Maybe that's why more business people fly Delta than ever before.
Mr. Murphy, you have a nice trip.
Thanks. Already had one.
The Volvo 240 has built a reputation for surviving accidents, and we at Subaru have always been impressed by that. So we gave the new Subaru Legacy wagon unibody construction, like the Volvo 240. But unlike the 240, the Subaru Legacy is available with full-time four-wheel drive and anti-lock brakes. Because the best way to survive an accident
is not to get into one.
Gillette announces a razor that can sense the individual needs of your face. Introducing the extraordinary Gillette Sensor Shaving System. Sensor blades are mounted on responsive springs to continuously sense and adjust to your face for the best shave a man can get. Closer, smoother, safer. New Gillette Sensor.
You never know where history will unfold, but you always know where to turn. The CBS Evening News with Dan Rather. You always know when it's CBS News.
Well, looking at the 80s, it certainly was a decade dominated by quarterbacks.
Deep for Stallworth. Touchdown for the Steelers.
And of course, for the upstart 49ers, they're 6 yards away from Pontiac. 3rd and 3.
We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
I'm the punky QB known as McMahon. When I hit the turf, I've got no plan. I just throw my body all over the field. I can't dance, but I can throw the field.
Perry in motion to the near side. McMahon fakes the hand. Open! Fires the right side. Oh, there he goes!
And Elway wants to throw. Fires over the middle. Rolling catch for a touchdown by Jackson.
Back to throw Montana. Steps up, throws. Touchdown, 49ers! The 49ers have scored!
Some great moments authored by quarterbacks, and with us, 3 of the finest to play the game. Terry Bradshaw, to my right, Kenny Stabler, Dan Fouts. Gentlemen, why were the 80s so dominated by you quarterbacks?
I think, Brett, probably one of the real keys that really turned the 80s into such an exciting decade for the quarterbacks was something that happened late in the 70s, 78, somewhere along in there, where they changed the rules for jamming the receivers, which at the time we were playing a lot of bump and run, where the corners would come up and jam a receiver and ride him down, and the quarterback would set up, wait, get sacked, wait, and finally get rid of the ball. And then all of a sudden they said, well, we're going to open up passing, and the way to do that was take away the jam after 5 yards, no touching. You know, you couldn't put your hands on him. And the receivers are running free through the secondary. In the 80s, when that really caught off with all these quarterbacks, man, you saw the passing game just where you were throwing 150 yards a game. What, 250, 280? Man, if you didn't throw for 280 yards, you had a bad day.
I think liberalizing the blocking rules for the offensive lineman has given the quarterback much more time. I think the quarterbacks are seeing more man-to-man coverage than they ever have. The pressure from the outside linebackers, bringing everybody after the quarterback, dictates playing a man-to-man type coverage, and as a result, you're going to see the quarterbacks throwing for higher percentages.
And we're seeing a lot better coaching of quarterbacks. And when I was playing with Don Coryell, the biggest thing he wanted to say is that, listen, why run the ball for 3 yards in a cloud of dust when we could throw it for 6 or 10 on every down? And so the big thing that he stressed, and I think a lot of coaches have carried on, is that you can be successful throwing the ball.
You know, gentlemen, so much has been made of how cool and how loose Joe Montana is on the field. There's a reason. And this week, Irv picked up on a whole new angle on Joe.
Okay, look down a little, Joe, too.
Other side? What has this done for you, do you think?
Well, I think the best thing does is your bones from the game are always, you know,
On your back.
it's a contact game, and you know you're going to get out of alignment all the time. And I think it not only helps you feel better, but it helps the healing process.
Joe, how does this make you feel?
You have a better feeling throughout your whole body, but also it helps you get rid of your injuries quicker, and so you feel better when you go on the field from 2 different points of view.
What's helped you with his headaches? You have headaches?
Oh, yeah. I get tension headaches that are unbelievable, and he really...
relieves all the stress and pressure off the nerves.
Wait a minute.
Cool Joe Montana has tension headaches?
It's the kids. It's the kids.
Chiropractor's coming right up here to deal with us. But, Dan, what about Joe Montana? Could you guys have fit into this 49ers system? Could you have been successful in it?
Well, the system that I played in is very similar. It's a rhythm type of thing. You get back, you get rid of the ball, you have a progression of reads. The thing that I admire so much about Montana is his composure in the pocket and his courage, and as you've seen, his cool. He just is one guy that doesn't get flustered by interceptions or sacks.
His decision-making process is the thing that I like. When Joe gets back there, gets set, the ball is gone very quickly, doesn't give anybody a chance to get to him, and the decision that he makes seems to always be the right one.
I don't know. I know for a fact that I could have never played in his system because I was a guy that had such a strong arm that I had a tendency and felt safer if I could see the receiver come open. I could beat the defense, with the strong arm. So I don't think that I could have played in Montana's system. But the one thing I marvel about Montana is pretty much all of the combination, but the fact that when the game is on the line, the bigger the game, he raises his level of excellence to a level that no one, I think, can approach in today's football.
Dan, you said cool. You guys ever get scared when you're on a field? The big guy coming in.
You really don't have time to get scared because so many things are happening. You're scared right now before the game, all the things that you're going to have to worry about. And then once in a while, you look at yourself in the mirror and you go, at least I did. I'm the skinniest, scrawniest, weakest guy in the entire football field, and I got to stand out there in the middle of that hurricane.
Your concentration level is someplace else. It's down the field. It's thinking about what you've done in the past, what you're going to do the next series, and you're not thinking in terms of being scared.
He has so much speed, Terry. Now, you had great speed with Swan and Stallworth. When you take a look at what Joe has done on artificial turf, they're 5-0, and he's got 4 touchdowns in excess of 50 yards. Will that speed be a huge factor for him here?
A lot of people say no, but I really believe it's kind of like the theory of working out on the beach or putting on the lead boots and running, and then all of a sudden you take those boots off and you go out, and all of a sudden you really are faster. And I think with the 4 quick receivers that the 49ers use, and the quick offense. This is a very 1, 2, 3, get the ball away, 5 steps, get the ball away. And now you get on this turf, which is a fast track. I think that really is an asset, a benefit, a plus for the 49ers.
No advantage, no disadvantage. It'll help both teams with their speed.
All right, next up, we're going to focus our attention on Montana's counterpart, John Elway, when the Super Bowl today continues live from New Orleans after this word from your local stations.
It's Valerie Harper. She's the talk of the town on Monday night.
Ken, you incredible hunk, I want you naked on the desk.
Sitting Premiers Monday after Major Dad.
This is CBS.
It's the biggest Ford sale in Arizona history, with cash back on nearly every new Ford truck. Get a Ford F-150 equipped. Save $2,400 on options, plus get $750 cash back. Total savings almost $3,200. Get $1,000 cash back on Ranger, plus save $1,500 on options for total savings of $2,500. The biggest Ford sale in history ends soon. Hurry to your Arizona Ford dealer.
Sun Valley Waterbeds went to great lengths to fill its stores with the best selection of waterbeds, inner springs, bedroom furniture, and accessories. Now, it's going even further to empty them. Presenting the huge annual clearance sale at Sun Valley Waterbeds and More. You'll save 15 to 50% on everything, including beautiful black lacquer, wall units, solid oak, day beds, Sealy and Spring Air. Plus, put no money down, make no payments, and pay no interest until spring. They filled the stores, but they're emptying fast during the annual clearance sale at Sun Valley Waterbeds and More.
Every day through these stores, people are greeted with the friendliest, most helpful sales staff you'll find anywhere. Showcase Honda Hospitality, where every aspect of shopping for a car is fun. Showcase Honda is the fun place to buy because we have the largest selection of Hondas in the Southwest, like this Honda Civic for less than $7,000. And that includes a mobile car phone at no extra cost. We're friendly and we're fun, but we're serious about making you our customer. Showcase Honda, the fun place to buy.
City Line. Watch for details on Channel 10.
The street artists at work here. Over in the French Quarter in New Orleans, Wait a minute there. I'm sure those will go for a premium price, right, folks? Well, you know, if Joe Montana is the man to beat today, then certainly John Elway is the man with most to prove. He's lost in 2 Super Bowls already in the 80s, and his Broncos have been installed as heavy underdogs here today. Dan Fouts asked him about that.
Everybody's excited about the chance, and I think that everyone's feeling like we're not getting much respect, and the 49ers are getting all the respect. So I think that it adds a little bit of fuel to the fire.
What type of matchups are you looking for in this game?
They do some different things in the secondary. They don't do a lot of different things, but some things we're not used to, and we're going to try to put the tight end in the backfield and move him around and try to get the coverage that we want. We can do that by movement, and because they go to the same adjustment every time we move the tight end. So we're going to go to that and try to get singled up outside and really throw off the strong safety.
John, 21 years ago, Joe Namath predicted a victory. Will you?
I really feel good about our chances because I think that we feel we're a pretty good football team, and I think that defensively we match up well with their offense, and I think offensively we can move the football on them. So I definitely feel like not a lot of other people in that. Yeah, we can beat these guys. If we go out and play our type of football, there's no question in my mind we can beat them.
Kenny, your feeling about Elway as a quarterback?
I think there's a great deal of pressure on him, Brent, to get the monkey off his back, so to speak. And certainly you don't label him as a loser because he loses this game 3 times by any means. You don't get there as a loser. But before he'll be recognized as one of the great ones, along with Terry and all the people that have been involved in the Super Bowl, he's going to have to win one.
Yeah, the thing, Brent, is that having never played in the Super Bowl, I think John Elway has accomplished a great deal to get here 3 times. And for him to get tagged as a loser isn't fair because it's a team sport, and he has had an outstanding career.
And I have deliberately saved Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, I kind of felt you had.
Yeah, a couple of words came up this week, one inconsistent, the other coddled by the coaching staff. Now, Dan had an opportunity to ask John Elway exactly what he felt about your comments.
Well, you know, and Terry's been a guy that's kind of been on my back since I've been in the league, and he's always had these different things to say, and, you know, here's a guy that talks out of school as far as I'm concerned. He doesn't know what the situation is dealing with me, and a guy that pops his mouth off. So, you know, I'm not one of those guys that likes to cause controversy, and he is, and for that, I have no respect for him.
That's fine. I would expect those type of remarks from someone that, in a game like this, when someone would say or challenge you a little bit, maybe challenge your manhood, or maybe attack the very principles of what you try to accomplish. And in a lot of cases, John is right. But on the other side of that, you have to understand that when I came in here and the media, when they got to me, the questions were asked of me, is he a great quarterback? In 1989, I said, there's only one. Then the other questions about the cuddling, said, sure. But the thing I was saying, you've got to become emotionally and mentally stronger. You can't let anyone know that you have a kink in your armor. These weren't criticisms of John. These were questions placed at me, and they got turned around the other way, which is fine. I'll stand by it. I don't have any problem with that at all. I think it's kind of good.
You know, Terry's always had great mobility, hasn't he?
He danced pretty good, didn't he, Kenny?
His reply was, stick it in your ear, was it?
Well, I wish I had a stick it in my ear, but I think that's, you know, it's unfortunate that it got like it did, but what am I going to apologize? I'm not going to do that because I would be like admitting I was wrong. I was just answering the question honestly. It's just unfortunate that I didn't think that possibly he was a great quarterback.
Gentlemen, no discussion really about the NFL in the 80s is complete without touching on the decade's most controversial innovation, instant replay. Now, the ongoing uproar got our Curry Kirkpatrick thinking, and from his daydreaming, he emerged with a satirical journey through the looking glass.
With all the controversy over instant replay, wouldn't it be great if life's everyday disputes could be settled the same way they are in pro football? Oh, I'm late. I got to get to the game. Hey, I was here first. Hey, pal, it's my cab. What are you going to do about it? Here's what I'm going to do about it. We're going to go to the instant replay.
This view from the blimp clearly shows I was way ahead of this guy. But now let's check the reverse angle. See? Right there. Conclusive evidence. A flagrant injustice.
Adios, buddy. Hey, it's obvious I beat that clown. It's situations like this that make people wonder, what is that guy doing up there in the replay booth?
Montana deep, Jerry Rice wide open. Say good night
It's a touchdown.
Come on, Rusty, drop the ball. You're killing us. Go back to your other job. You shut up. That's why we have instant replay. And now we're going to my guy up in the booth. Pee-wee, my man. Pee-wee's playoffs. Lay it on me, Pee-wee. Oh, no, not now. This is my favorite part. Oh. Hello, hello. Yeah, what about it? Does Rice score? What? Rice? Don't give me Rice. I ordered pizza. Come on and kick it, Gopher, before they figure out what's going on. Come on, give me a break. What are you doing up there?
Oh, I can't really tell here. Like a virgin. Oh, I feel strongly both ways.
Will this ever be resolved? Let's go to the French Quarter. Well, we're still down here waiting for the call. Can you believe it's taken this long? Oh, good, finally. Oh no. Yeah?
What bill? I thought you were going to pay the light bill.
After further review, the play stands as called. Touchdown, 49ers. No, wait, that's a pathetic call.
As you can plainly see, the life of a replay official is no day at the beach. Hey, I'll take that last one.
Hey, forget this guy. I was here first. Get out of the way.
Oh, come on. Wasn't I here first again? Let's go to the tape.
Upon further review, I'm still Curry Kirkpatrick, CBS Sports.
Well, we can assure you that things are going to be a lot more professional in the replay. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Enjoy the game. Coming up next now, a man with a very special interest in today's game, the owner of the Denver Broncos, Pat Bowlen, and we continue live on CBS.
It's simple. The bottom line is when you drink, don't just use your mouth, use your whole head. No joke. Be a responsible drinker. Please, know when to say when.
A reminder from Budweiser.
It's powerful. A new kind of protection. Speed Stick Deodorant Sport Talc. Made just for a man. New Speed Stick Sport Talc. Powerful all-day protection.
In Paris, they lined up in the streets. In Rome, it was standing room only. In L.A. and New York, his concert sold out in an hour. So if you want to see Paul McCartney and his new band, get in line early and get out your Visa card. Because a concert like this doesn't take place every day, and it doesn't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Toyota's 1990 4x4. Park it anywhere.
In their new CBS series, Grand Slam, John Schneider and Paul Rodriguez get along great.
Great! One of us has to go. You. We're men of the 90s. Now, give them the special without, the special part.
Very sensitive to women's issues.
Hey, you a cook?
No, I own the place.
We're animal lovers, too. Is this dog stuffed?
We're not for heat.
But we do like it hot.
Stick around for Grand Slam tonight.
Right, that was my last pepper.
Too bad.
And welcome back to the 7th Super Bowl to visit the city of New Orleans. Projected total expenditures by visitors for this game, $60 to $65 million. That's why these cities thirst after a Super Bowl. The only problem with the build-up for this game, of course, was the fact that hotel rooms were not available, that a lot of scalpers had gotten their hands on them. And if the Super Bowl, and when the Super Bowl returns to this city, they hope to have that corrected. The crowd now beginning to file in. We'll have a throng in excess of 77,000 here today, each ticket scaled at $125. So welcome back to the Superdome. And just a short time ago, several members of the San Francisco 49ers stepped out of their locker room onto the artificial surface here, including Joe Montana, number 16. Joe Montana, as a starting quarterback in the city of New Orleans, is 6-0. He was not the quarterback for the 49ers when they visited the Dome this year. In fact, he was out because of an injured elbow, and Steve Young was the quarterback of the 49ers. Now, let's go downstairs to Irv Frost, who's standing by with the owner of the Denver Broncos. Irv?
Thanks, Brent. You know, Pat, you've gotten an awful lot of notoriety in the last few weeks with some controversial statements you've made about New Orleans and San Francisco. How were you received here in New Orleans?
Well, we've had a wonderful week here in New Orleans. And you know, the statement about New Orleans was really taken out of context. What I said was that the Super Bowl is no place for children, and because there aren't anything for children to do. And somehow that got turned around that I said New Orleans is no place for children, which is, you know, I didn't say that.
Yeah. Well, Pat, I saw the players out there yesterday, and you were with them on the field as they were inspecting the field, and Dan Reese pointed up to the banners around the stadium and reacted. What was all that about?
Well, you know, one of the banners, or the last one, is for this year's Super Bowl, and it has the 49ers helmet on the left and the Broncos on the right. And all the rest of them, the Broncos, or the losers, rather, helmet is on the right. And so they've already sort of projected us as the loser as far as we see it.
Well, Pat, you're sort of an on-hands owner. You're with the team practically every day. Have you talked to this club about the game and what it means to you personally?
We're very up for this game. How could you not be? I mean, we can create history here. I mean, the media and the whole country has really made us a decided underdog. We can go the way that the Jets did in '69 or the Kansas City did in 1970, and there are not very many opportunities that you come along like that. And so we're real excited. You know, I said earlier that we're going to win this game. I believe we're going to win this game. If I didn't believe we were going to win this game, I wouldn't be here.
Well,
so I do think it's going to be an upset if we lose.
Pat, thanks for being with us. And who else would expect the Broncos to win? They kept the horn of the Broncos. Thanks for being with us, Pat. Let's go to Will McDonough.
Thanks very much, Irv. You know, late in the season, Joe Montana went into Anaheim to play a big game against the Rams. When he was on the field warming up, he heard the theme song from Monday Night Football, started to sing along with it, and liked it. He had a great game that night. He threw 2 touchdown passes over 90 yards to John Taylor and decided maybe it was good luck. So he asked his friend Jim Warren to make a recording of it and put it in this cassette right here. Joe's carried around with him all week for inspiration. He figures it's good luck. When he's introduced here today to a run out in the field, get the game ball, come right behind me, and as soon as he starts to warm up, Jim Warren, his friend, will turn on the music loud so he can beat these speakers. And Joe certainly hopes that all his rowdy friends in the Niners show up here to play football today. Let's go back to Brent.
All right, well, somehow I can't envision the cool, calm Joe Montana screaming, "Are you ready for the football?" You know, the Denver Broncos have a great record against the 49ers in the 80s. They are 3-0. But keep in mind one thing about those 3 victories. On each occasion, the Broncos in the 80s have had to come from behind to beat them. All right, still ahead of us now on the Super Bowl today, we're going to take a video odyssey with Mark Jackson, the Bronco wide receiver, who will give us a rare off-the-field glimpse of his teammates as they get ready for today's Super Bowl. And the last time a Super Bowl was played here in the Superdome, Chicago Bear coach Mike Ditka rode off a winner. Iron Mike is going to join us as our special guest analyst. And coming up next, we'll take you into television's inner sanctum, the trucks, where they decide what you see on your screen. Stay tuned.
Let's do this, and then
Yesterday, the defense really made me look bad. So now, no uniform, just my favorite Hanes sweat.
After a day of eating mud, nothing feels better than the comfort of Hanes. They let me look sharp, even in the face of my toughest competitors.
Now you're wearing what you like. Nothing else feels so right.
You know the sinking feeling of a dead battery.
Just stay in the car.
Now there's the revolutionary Die-Hard Dual Start. It's 2 Die-Hard batteries in one. A simple twist taps its built-in spare Die-Hard, so you're not left stranded.
Mom, you fixed it.
It's cutting-edge technology, and it's Die-Hard. Die-Hard Dual Start. More power when you need it most.
There is no sound so unique as the human voice. Soon, it will bring you voice-activated calling on the all-fiber optic network of U.S. Sprint.
Chris Stanford.
A system that recognizes your voice and dials numbers just by asking. Such is the power of the human voice. The new voice-activated calling card, only from U.S. Sprint.
Welcome back to New Orleans. Bourbon Street and the Big Easy may be the place to be for fans and for those players who earlier in the week succumbed to its temptation. But to the coaches, it's just one of the many distractions that seem to interfere with the preparations for the Super Bowl. There is the unaccustomed extra week that throws off the normal rhythm. And there's also the microscopic scrutiny of 2,400 members of the media representing 18 different countries who have turned the press box into a journalistic United Nations. Now, by far, the biggest distraction this week was a story that broke on a Washington TV station this week alleging a cover-up on the part of the NFL with regard to its already controversial drug testing program. So players on the two teams suddenly found themselves answering questions. NFL Commissioner Paul Tagliabue, while vehemently denying the story, did, however, say there were some aspects of the league's drug testing policy that needed to be reviewed, and the commissioner said that banning steroids will be a major priority. Now, speaking of preparations, we at CBS have been getting ready to telecast Super Bowl 24 for over a year. And as the crew goes through its final technical checks, Dick Butkus is down inside the control room. Dick?
Well, Brent, this is not the inside of a spaceship. This is the control room where these guys bring you the broadcast. Now, there's over 40 miles of cable, 15 cameras for the game. There's 10 videotape machines. There's 2 super slow-mos. There's the guys up here make all the controls to the one camera in the helicopter. There's also a camera in a blimp. Now, I hope them guys up there in the blimp know that we're playing the game in a dome. And to run all this is over 100 technicians. Now, since I'm down here in the control room, why don't I send you to Pat and John?
That was a good switch from Dick Butkus. Actually, John and I have been here for 10 days, but the integral part of our preparation, I think, is that we try to stay so close to the teams. We've seen them both practice. And, John, in the case of the Broncos, I think their main concern would be Bobby Humphrey.
Well, you know, we were at the Bronco practice on Wednesday, and Bobby Humphrey really looked good. I mean, he was moving well. He was starting. He was taking most of the reps with the offense. But as Dan Reeves said, and Bobby Humphrey said, too, that I can do all these things. I can run. He had a little trouble getting his hands up to catch a ball. But as I say, what's going to happen the first time Ronnie Lott hits him?
Well, and the other concern, I suppose, would have to be the condition of their tight end, Clarence Kay.
Yeah, and he didn't look very good. He just couldn't get that leg loosened up. He couldn't do it on Wednesday. We watched him out here yesterday, and he still didn't look like he had confidence that he could play. And Dan Reeves said it's getting to be a mental thing because with a leg, you have to be ready to go. If he can't play, that's going to affect the Bronco running game.
Certainly will indeed. As far as the 49ers are concerned, the flu bug bit Roger Craig. It also got Guy McIntyre. They both missed a day of practice. But their main concern, I think, has to be Ronnie Lott.
Well, of course, they're concerned a little with Roger Craig, too, because in that thing, he weighed 214 pounds. He went down. Yesterday we talked to him. He weighed 205 pounds, so he's lost 9 pounds. And as he said, he feels good, he feels quick, but you wonder if he's going to be strong in that second half. And then, as far as Ronnie Lott, he injured his leg in the championship game, and he really hasn't run since. We were out at practice, and he would stand out there, and he didn't even try and run. We were out at practice yesterday. He didn't try and run. He said the first time he's going to try will be in the game today.
Well, one thing I can tell you, we're ready. Let's go back to Brent.
All right, Pat, thank you. And so are they ready over here in the Nippon television booth going back to Tokyo? Yeah. This is the Pat Summerall of Japanese television. Tako Masuda.
I lay the play-by-play.
Now, is American football big now in Tokyo, growing?
Yes, very famous, very popular sport in Japan. Okay, I heard you can understand Japanese. May I speak Japanese?
Sure, I'll try.
Okay. アメリカンボールでは5万枚のチケットがわずか3時間で売り切れました。
Oh, that many people showed up. Now, listen, we've got a play from a San Francisco 49er game, a touchdown pass. Let's listen first as our colleague Pat Summerall described what happened.
Okay. I decide.
First down. 19-18. Montana. For the bundle. To Taylor. Touchdown.
All right, Taco, now, how would that touchdown have sounded in Tokyo?
Touchdown is a touchdown. ボールオン18ヤード。ロジャー・クレイムインモーション。モンタナ、ドロップバック。オーバーザミドル。エンドゾーンに投げた。タッチダウン。タッチダウンパスキャッチ。ジョン・テイラー。
That is very good, huh? You got a standing ovation in the broadcast.
Touchdown.
We're going to continue live from the Superdome in just a moment.
The Super Bowl today, live from New Orleans, is sponsored by Clear Light Diet Sprite with a great taste of lemon when you want a change. The Die Hard battery, now with more power when you need it most. And by Chrysler Corporation, the car company with a guaranteed rebate on most new 1990 cars and trucks.
Isn't this great?
I changed my mind.
What? Changed your mind?
Changed your mind.
When you want to change, there's only one diet solution with the great taste of lemon.
About me? Change your mind about me. How could I be so blind?
Oh, you changed your mind about your hair.
Clear Light Diet Sprite. When you want to change.
I like it. It's different, but I like it.
Here at the Firehouse, we always try to sit down and eat a good square meal. But to be honest, we just can't always do it. Sure, we know we still need to get stuff like vitamins, minerals, and nutrients. And we do, at breakfast, in Product 19.
No one food has everything you need, but every Product 19 breakfast has 19 vitamins, minerals, and other essential nutrients. So if you can't always count on eating right,
Lunch? Yeah, maybe tomorrow.
count on 19. Product 19.
500 miles of the hottest wheels on earth. Fasten your seatbelts when CBS Sports puts you behind the wheel in the Daytona 500.
You can just imagine now some of the thoughts that John Elway is experiencing at this moment. He's an hour away from kickoff, and Elway and Dan Reeves, his coach, so badly want to win their first Super Bowl championship. Reeves, in fact, has really run a very tight ship this week in New Orleans, and he is hopeful that his rookie running back sensation, Bobby Humphrey, will be able to bear up. Those two cracked ribs are very high on the right side. A special pad, but you know, when he carries the ball with that padding, as Hank Stram was telling us, that ball is apt to be outside, and perhaps the 49ers will be trying to jar it loose. as the players are now out on the field for their final preparations here leading up to Super Bowl 24. And there is Jerry Rice, the man who can turn a 5-yard pass into a 90-yard touchdown. And Joe Montana, who leads him just perfectly. When you think about it, remember how catchable Montana's passes are. Well, in practice right now, he has been taught to throw the football right between the receiver's eyes. That's what Coach Bill Walsh wanted him to do, get him used to it. And now it is George Seifert who has replaced Walsh as the head coach. He's trying to become only the second rookie head coach to win a Super Bowl championship. The other was Don McCafferty, the late Don McCafferty of the Baltimore Colts. And now George Seifert obviously expressing and telling his assistants exactly how he wants to handle the situation. The big task of his defense will be keeping John Elway contained, not letting him get outside, scramble for big gains. He uses the shotgun formation probably more than any quarterback in the game today. And meanwhile, Roger Craig and Jerry Rice and the rest of the 49ers will try to put as many points as they can up on the board here this afternoon and give the Broncos something to shoot at. And the crowd continuing to file on into the Superdome, the world's largest indoor arena. You could take the Houston Astrodome and you could put it inside the Louisiana Superdome. That's how vast this building is, and a beautiful overall look at it now. And the players and the coaches are not the only ones who've been busy preparing for today's Super Bowl. Bernard Goldberg, chief correspondent for CBS News 48 Hours, has been following a pair of behind-the-scenes stories about other preparations.
The party animals are everywhere. The fact is, there are few things that cast a spell over America the way a Super Bowl does.
Hey, mama, don't treat me wrong. Call me love daddy all night long. Hey.
And here in New Orleans, there are few things that cast a spell over a Super Bowl the way that Kenneth does.
Onituni baba wa yami. Onituni baba wa yami.
Kenneth is the Reverend Kenneth, voodoo practitioner, who says
someone essentially is, in a spiritual sense, trying to throw the game. A powerful negative energy force had been directed against the San Francisco team.
So the Reverend Kenneth is preparing a talisman, a good luck charm, a football in this case, to ward off the evil hex placed on Joe Montana and the 49ers by someone in the Colorado area.
It's called Wanga Wanga. It's a very, very powerful root that has been ground up.
So this is the old Wanga Wanga root going into the back.
That's correct. Ite que pasa, ma veri punchango. Ite que pasa, ma veri punchango.
Has anyone ever called you Goofy?
Talk about goofy. John and Terry are Denver fans who've come to the Super Bowl because they love their Broncos without reservation. In fact, they have no reservation.
You got a hotel, a great hotel, I guess, right?
We have no hotel.
No hotel.
We have no tickets.
No room, no tickets, no way, Jose, you might be thinking.
I can't wait to find out how this turns out.
Neither could I. Where are we going?
First stop, the French Quarter, to search for an old friend.
Pam. Gotta see Pam. See if Pam's around.
Who just may know somebody who just may have a room. Cheap.
Anybody got tickets? This is Tropical Isle. We're asking for Pam?
Yeah.
Let's find the manager. This is a nice place.
We're going on anyway.
What the hell we find a place to stay? Deja vu.
Is Pam here? The caterer? Ah, this must be the place.
Good.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so they found Pam.
There she is!
But what about the room?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Marie, we ask you, sweet mother, to bless this
And the Reverend Kenneth has also made a contact.
The spell which has been placed against this team unjustly.
Because this is a super hex, he wants to consult with New Orleans' #1 voodoo queen, Marie Laveau. Did I mention she's been dead for 93 years?
We refresh this talisman with rum.
I'm moved, Reverend Ken, by the solemnity of the religious experience, especially when you spit the Bacardi out on the football.
That's my favorite part, too. You gonna put us up?
We can put you up. Spring stays on the floor.
This is perfect.
Where's the bed?
Yeah. You'll look at that. It's the blue bed, with the one with the blue sheet. Yeah. Oh, you gotta stand in one place when you shower, though. Look at this. What are you talking about? In a whole roll of toilet paper, we're golden. We have room. We've achieved roomage.
The Reverend Kenneth, meanwhile, is on his way to the Superdome.
Well, now we'll take it and we'll present it to the gentleman for whom it is intended, the owner of the 49ers.
Yes, I'm Reverend Kenneth from Marie Laveau's House of Voodoo, and I need to present this to Mr. DeBartolo.
You'll have to check with the dad. Move that to the side, the NFL desk. Maybe he'll be able to take it.
Thank you.
Day 2 of our 48 hours, 3 in the afternoon. A major breakthrough.
Oh, Terry.
John thinks he may have found tickets.
It's ticket time.
Terry is underwhelmed.
You look like you've been up all night. Dude, I can get the tickets for us? You don't mind where they're at? Can I have your money? What did it cost? You.
125. That's the face value. Where are they? I can probably get a lot more, but if you're friends with Dennis, you can have them from. Section 609 is nosebleed. I don't know. Yeah, but it's, you know, getting into the game that counts.
So now I got to ask you the TV question. How do you feel?
Great. We got rooms, we got an airfare home, I got money left, and I'm going to the game.
Meanwhile, the Reverend Kenneth, who had no trouble talking to a dead woman, can't figure out how to get the football across town to the 49ers.
Bendiciono ya.
So he decides to leave it on his voodoo altar. The hex against Joe Montana and the 49ers, he says, has been removed.
Oh, Terry! We made it! Super Bowl? Sunday? You be awake by then? Yep. Sweet dreams, buddy. Pick you up for dinner? Bye, dear.
It's magic, isn't it?
I'm going to Super Bowl.
At last check, our two fans had traded up to Section 339, but they are still working on deals outside the Superdome. As for Joe Montana, he's extremely happy to learn that that hex has been removed.
What hex? Says John Elway.
And meanwhile, Joe Montana will try to win his 4th Super Bowl, and a man who won his first right here just a couple of years ago. The Iron Man himself, Mike Ditka, will be with us live when we continue in just a moment.
You know, today car prices are like a yo-yo. Up one day, down the next. And maybe it's our fault. Chrysler invented the rebate, and the car business hasn't been the same since. Even I'm a little confused. That's why we introduced a guaranteed rebate. If our rebate goes up during this model year, we'll pay you the difference. And you must like it. Chrysler's having the biggest January in its history. So, we're extending the guaranteed rebate until February 28th on every car, pickup, and Jeep we build. And on top of that, we'll pay you $50 to test drive our products against anybody else's. Whether you buy ours or theirs, you win either way. But you know, rebates, guarantees, test drives aside, maybe the best thing I've ever done for you is put a driver's side airbag in every car we build in the U.S. Now, that's a difference you can live with, and so can I.
no ordinary cat food. It's the cat food cats find irresistible. Whether it's meaty or crunchy, it's got the fresh meat taste cats just adore. As you see, cats know what's good. That's why more and more cat owners tell us their cats prefer Whiskas.
3 years ago at this time, I introduced you to the tragic story of Mike Helms. He was a collegiate star with plenty of promise.
And Helms is a great shooter.
But his career path was blocked by drugs. Today, Mike Helms is finished serving his time. 5 years behind bars at this correctional facility. Now, with the support of his family, he is quietly making the difficult transition back into society.
Staying clean is the toughest thing I've ever done, but I'm going to make it. And I'm going to try to reach out to young people and help them avoid the same pitfalls that I have. Hard-headedness costs men bars his life. Costs death to manly.
Given another shot, Mike Helms is staging one of the greatest comebacks the game has ever seen.
Where there's help, there's hope.
Well, the Dixieland beat continues from Preservation Hall as we close in on Super Bowl 24 between the 49ers and the Broncos. And we welcome a coach who won that trophy here in New Orleans just a few years ago, Mike Ditka. Mike, what's the feeling now that's going through the minds and stomachs of the coaches and the players?
I think the main feeling right now is anticipation. There's no fear, and the other feelings really don't matter. It's you can't wait to get going. And that's what's going through everybody down on that field. And coaches, they can't wait to get going. They want to see if all the strategies, all the things they've worked on through the whole season and through the last couple of weeks are ready to work.
Were you confident on that day against New England?
Never had a doubt in my mind that the Bears would win. And then I think that was the one thing with our whole football team, even though there were some distractions that week, we never had a question in our mind. And I think the reason for that, Brent, not to be egotistical or the fact that we thought we were a better team, is that our defense had played so well in the playoffs with 2 shutouts, and that's why we were so confident going in.
Mike, did you care who the referee or know who he was before the game started?
Well, I knew who he was, but did I care? No, they're all good. I never met a bad one.
You know what's interesting about this game, Mike, is that the league made the referee available for an interview prior to the game for the first time. And Will McDonough spoke to Dick Jorgensen yesterday.
Dick, has it gotten to you yet that maybe the fear, the anticipation of refereeing your first Super Bowl game?
No, sir, not really any fear. Certainly worked a lot of games in the National Football League, so thrilled to be here, but there's no fear at all.
Listen, what is it like for this game? Is it any different in terms of preparation for you and your crew?
No, we prepare for this game just like we prepare for a preseason game or a regular season game. We have a little bit more time since we're in a couple days early, and we go over every detail, but we look at the mechanics and how we're going to cover the field and the cooperation and communication among the crew. So, in essence, the preparation is the same, except it's a little bit longer.
Now, this is an all-star crew. I think people should know that really the best in the NFL is here today. You're graded during the year, but perhaps you haven't worked with some of these guys before. How do you work that out so you can get along together?
We spend a lot of time in pregame conferences talking about the mechanics of coverage and how each of us will react to different situations. That's how we prepare. Our mechanics are the same all year among all the different crews, and we go over and over and over those, so after the first couple of plays, we'll be right in sync with each other.
7 officials, and 2 of them, the head linesman, Ernie France, and the line judge, Ron Bloom, did work together on the same crew during the regular season. So a lot of pressure on the officials in a game such as this one. They go over the last-minute preparations down there. And, you know, Mike, one of the great matchups of this game really will be the Broncos' safeties and the 2 gentlemen who will have to take on the 49er wide receivers. And Dennis Smith had this conversation today with Irv Cross.
Dennis, throughout the playoffs, the 49ers have been red hot. Nobody's been able to stop their offense. How are you guys going to do it?
Well, I don't think anybody can just absolutely stop the offense when they're rolling, but we got to do our best to contain them and not and try our best to keep them out of the end zone. I think that's the key. If we can hold them to a few points under their average, they've been averaging like 30 points a game, and if we can stay in this game to the fourth quarter, we'll find a way to win it.
How do you prevent those short, quick passes, those 5, 6, 7, 8-yard passes, from turning into 92-yard touchdowns?
Well, I think you can't overly give them too much respect. You got to challenge them a little bit more, and when they catch the ball, make sure you're close enough to them that you can make the tackle before they have the time to put a move on you. Hopefully, if we can do that, get some hits on them, we'll cause some turnovers, and that's what we like to do. Cause turnovers, make things happen. That's what we expect to happen.
Dennis, I hope you can put your finger on this one for me, but the Broncos have had an awful lot of success against the 49ers under Dan Reeves. He's never lost to them in the regular season. Why is that, you know?
Well, even in those games, like I said, they've had success moving the ball, but they haven't been able to score very many points on us, and I expect that to happen today. I expect them, they're going to have some success. We can't get out our game plan, just keep our composure, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing. If we keep them out of the end zone, you'll see the same type of game.
All right, Dennis and Ronnie Lott were very close friends at USC. Lott has won some championships, and now Dennis says it's his turn. Well, the section of the country that has produced some of the greatest football players ever, including Joe Montana and Mike Ditka, is Pennsylvania. Monongahela, and we're going to check in live in Joe Montana's country in just a moment.
It was one of the boldest assassination plots in history.
Hitler must be killed.
Now the truth can be told. Brad Davis, Madeline Smith, The Plot to Kill Hitler, Tuesday.
This is CBS.
It was just one of those things. Just one.
Now, when you write a Valley Bank check for practically anything, your purchases are covered against damage, loss, or theft, and the warranty is automatically extended. Introducing checking accounts with Shopper's Assurance, only from Valley National Bank. The perfect solution for an imperfect world.
At America West, our employees are owners, and no one takes care of business better than the people who own it.
Why Sun Lakes?
I like the idea of it being a young adult community.
At Sun Lakes, you can enjoy 54 holes of golf, tennis, swimming, fitness, racquetball, biking, and fresh, clean air. Come view Sun Lake's 9 beautiful new models priced from the 90s, south on I-10 to Riggs Road. Sun Lakes, it's a great life for active adults.
The best thing we've ever done in our whole life was to move here.
Channel 10, sharing the vision of our future.
A glimpse at the Crescent City scene from the MetLife blimp, and that's one of the world's largest airships, measuring 194 feet long and giving you that spectacular view of the skyline of New Orleans. And inside, the San Francisco 49ers, concluding their pregame warm-ups, will now go back inside their locker room. Those final tense moments prior to the start of a Super Bowl, as they try to become the first team to back up Super Bowl championships since the great Pittsburgh Steelers team. Hoping that when this game concludes, they'll be filing back in there to again receive the Vince Lombardi Trophy. The Denver Broncos staying on the field. One of the plays you will not see down there by the goal line, according to Coach Reeves, is the option play with Dan Reeves, saying that Elway really is not an option quarterback. You folks might remember in the Cleveland game when he tried the option and it wound up being a fumble recovered by the Browns. Said, I never should have called that play down there. Mike, Monongahela,
How far did you grow up from there? Where was your hometown?
Not very far. Monongahela is in western Pennsylvania also, but it's a little bit out of Pittsburgh, the other direction than Aliquippa is. So we're not very far away, but I'm very accustomed to that area. When I was a youngster, very youngster, we played a little baseball against Monongahela. At that time, they were I think they won one of the first Little League World Series games. I know Freddie Cox, the great kicker with Minnesota for years, and he went to Pitt with me. He was from Monongahela, so they had a lot of good athletes out of that area.
Would it shock you if I told you that it was snowing in that part of the world today?
Nothing shocks me about Monongahela or Chicago.
Well, let's check it. Where is Pat O'Brien? Pat, where are you?
Brent, we are doing what millions of Americans are doing. We're driving to a Super Bowl party. About that snow, Brent and Mike, they say out here in western Pennsylvania that when it snows on game day, Joe Montana wins. So they're looking for that. 49er fans should be happy about that. We're not cheap. We're bringing our own pizzas to the party. This, as you said, Brent, is the home area of Joe Montana. A lot of memories. All everywhere you look here, they say Montana did this, Montana did that. In fact, right over there in that field is where Joe Montana used to play baseball. Of course, little Joey, as they called him, ended up a football player. And we spent the week kind of driving around the town. I'm going to show you some of the places that Joe remembers.
There are places I remember all my life, though some have changed, some forever, not for better. Some have gone, and some remain. All these places at the moment.
Right here, a landmark. The greenhouse is where Joe Montana grew up. And right across the street is the field where he used to throw footballs through a tire for accuracy. And this is where it all began. The football field where at the age of 9 years old, Joe Montana learned to roll to his left and throw to his right.
I love you more.
Well, if you think we made Joe Montana look like an angel up there, what do you see what the people in here think of him? These are all cousins. Hello, ladies, gentlemen. All right, how's it going? Brought the pizzas. Inside the house here in Monongahela, this is cousin Mayor. This is the mayor of Monongahela. We're pronouncing it right? As we drive around the city, Mayor, how come there's no street named after Joe Montana?
Well, one time we thought about it, but you know, there is a state called Montana.
You're not going to tell me that, huh?
Oh, sure I am.
Mayor, thanks for that. Take the pizzas, pass them around. How you doing, folks? They're eating sausage. Mike Ditko will look at this and pray for some of this sausage out here. Patty is our hostess, who didn't know that she'd be hosting the country here. Patty, how many cousins does Joe have?
Oh, there's well over 100.
100? Some people don't know 100 people.
I know. We have a big family.
What kind of a kid was Joe Montana growing up?
Joe was, and he was like a good kid, but him and my brother always found some trouble to get into.
Nothing controversial that we should know about?
No, I don't think so.
Nothing on game day. Patty, thanks. Enjoy it. See you, folks. Back in here, we got folks. You think it's going to be a close game today, folks?
It's going to be a blowout.
Yeah, they know. Anyway, here's the cake that our crew has tried to eat, but we saved it this long, and we're going to they want to celebrate after the game. They've been celebrating Montana Mania around here for decades, 2 decades, and Montana, of course, Joe became a star football player in Midget League, and this is his Midget League coach, Carl Crawley. And Carl, what did you recognize in Joe at the age of 9 or 10?
Oh, he had the ability to run to his left and throw the ball with authority, and really pinpoint the pass at a very early age of 10 years old.
You take credit for that running to the left, throwing to the right stuff?
No, I just take credit for utilizing it. I'm just like everybody else, you know, along the line. The kid had the ability. All we did was utilize it.
You always trusted him, great leadership qualities, even at that age, at 9 years old? Or is this just hindsight, you thought?
No, at that early age, he was able to call the play. He knew how the play worked, and he was able to tell his other ball players what they had to do on the play. This was the heady ball player he was.
Coach, enjoy the game. You know, I'm not going to forget about the tree, okay? Because they still have their Christmas tree up here, and it's loaded with Joe Montana memorabilia, and I don't even think they know this, though. Patty, did you know this? This baseball card right here, this football card, is his rookie card, 1981, which is worth $200. No, I wouldn't like to buy it. And they have 2 of them on there. course, they have kids sitting around here, they've been around here watching television all day. Cody, do your kids at school believe you when you tell them that you're Joe Montana's cousin?
Yes.
Yeah? Who do you like in the game today?
Joe.
You like Joe in the game, okay. So that's it from Monongahela. We've been having a great time here. Coach, get him quiet. Hey, Brent, and Mike, watch this. Hey, folks, if Joe Montana wasn't playing, who here's a Steeler fan? Don't tell Joe. Back to you guys.
We promised that to Pat. Thank you very much. Mike, what is it that makes Joe so effective in the National Football League? You've tried to defend him.
Well, I think what you got to understand is what all the quarterbacks said earlier today, Brent. And there's a lot of qualities, intelligence, athletic ability. But I tell you what, he's in the best offense for Joe Montana. Montana. It's a rhythm offense. He gets rid of the ball in 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no mess around. He knows what to do in every situation. I think if you look at the way he runs with the football, he knows when to run, how far to run, when to get on the ground, when to get out of bounds, when to throw the ball away. He's a heady quarterback. He doesn't make too many mistakes. And people who have tried to blitz him have really had no success.
You know, Wade Phillips, the defensive coordinator for the Broncos, who's done such a good job, he was telling some reporters earlier in the week, Mike, that he's going to try to force Joe back to the left. Perhaps easier said than done. Did you try that against him?
Well, you don't want him to go to his right. That's the main thing. That's where he's really good. Now, if you make him go to his left, not that he can't do it, but it's very hard for a quarterback to do that. I think what they're going to do, they're going to play some soft double zone. They're going to play some soft double zone, but not soft enough that they're not close to the receivers, so that if they do catch the ball, they got to be in a position to tackle them, because a lot of the big plays that the 49ers make, they make because they make people miss tackles, and with Taylor and Rice, they just run away from people.
Okay, I want to talk about the Denver Broncos with you when we come back, but just a moment ago, the Broncos leaving the field here in New Orleans and filing back inside their locker room, and of course they will be out here for their third Super Bowl of the decade. And when we come back, you will see the video prepared by Mark Jackson. He'll take you behind the scenes with the Broncos in this week of their preparation when we continue.
Dry was hot. Dry is Michelob Dry. Bold taste with absolutely no aftertaste. So it refreshes completely. One taste, and you'll drink it dry.
My dream car would be a truck, a Nissan hardbody. I'd race in Baja. Whoop, wait a minute, time out. Make that the mountains. With nobody around except my girlfriend. And a pizza. And my boss. Somebody's got to wash the truck.
In Paris, they lined up in the streets. In Rome, it was standing room only. In L.A. and New York, his concerts sold out in an hour. So if you want to see Paul McCartney and his new band, get in line early and get out your Visa card. Because a concert like this doesn't take place every day, and it doesn't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. Well, the riverboat Natchez tying up, and just prior to the Superdome here in New Orleans, just been handed a fact that nachos, 7,232 will be sold here today, and popcorn, 16,157 boxes. Got some hungry folks. And if Mark Jackson of the Broncos ever wants out of football, he ought to consider a career in cinematography. Mark spent the week working with us, keeping a video diary that turned out very uplifting, if nothing else.
Hi, I'm Mark Jackson of the Denver Broncos. And in just a while, right below my feet, my football career will reach its ultimate peak. Super Bowl 24, but that's down there on the field. You may be asking yourself, why am I on top of the Superdome? Well, for the past 2 weeks, I've been sky high.
Open the door, baby. I'm going to New Orleans for the Super Bowl. My boys come out in style. Little rats cooling in the limo.
Yeah, that's the baby that's going to take us there. Look at this.
How you doing?
How festive. Hey, Coop, you really did have a hard night.
Yeah, boy.
The Broncos have landed. I knew I should have paid those traffic tickets.
Super Bowl 20.
Just looking at your body, I was thinking maybe you have taken the last couple weeks off.
I ain't saying nothing, man. My actions. You know what that shit is. Hey, man, I ain't forget you more. We're going to zoom in on that. Is that a... No, that is not a bicep, bro. 25 inch. That is a peanut.
Yo, Bobby, you've been there 10 minutes. Is it soup yet? Get it right, baby. This is a Super Bowl. What are they doing to our quarterback? Putting wires and stuff on him. None of these guys got a podium. They're hating it. They're all jealous. The man, the myth, the legend, Dennis Winder. Why don't you have a podium? That's what I want to know.
This is a podium.
Dennis Smith, he's being interviewed by a Mexican station. He doesn't know any Mexican. But I do. I know what he's saying. He said Dennis Smith, the biggest hot dog of the Super Bowl. I'm Mark Jackson of the Denver Broncos. Nice to meet you. Oh, he's got the ladies back there.
Hi, back there.
How you doing? There's the boss. I'm just an impersonator. John, what do you think about the game? What I want to know is why didn't I make all batting team?
If I can get open, they're going to throw me the ball more. I don't know why I don't have more catches.
What do you think, Moose? Is it good? Good stuff? Don't talk with your mouth open. Nah, we'll pass on that one. Hey, watch those guys. They might be putting something in their pockets over there. That's why I've got the camera.
Do it, man.
Hello?
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. This is your wake-up call. It's Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, I don't imagine they're that loose inside that locker room right now, Mike.
Like I said, it's anticipation. I don't think they're that tight. It's going to go away in a hurry because I think they've been looking forward. The long wait is something, and they just want to get out there and get it. The juices are flowing.
All right, and everybody's juices are starting to flow here in the Superdome. And prior to the start of this game, well, they've got a show that reminds you of the Mardi Gras. In fact, that's the theme here in the pregame show. Cast of 1,000. Saints quarterback Archie Manning, a former star here, the king of Mardi Gras, one of the leaders down there on the field. And we'll continue live from New Orleans in just a moment.
This is what Mother Nature left us.
Plastic.
I'll bet Mother Nature didn't leave this. You're right, but plastic can be recycled into things like that bench or even fiberfill for vests like yours.
So, plastics can be recycled.
Smart companies are working on lots of ways to make good use of stuff like this. Yeah, like too.
When you've got your power stroke going, nothing's gonna beat you. Introducing Power Stick Antiperspirant. 24-hour protection in just one wide stroke. New Power Stick from Fabergé.
It's a change in the air. The chills, they don't stop. Feeling the cold of the temperature drop.
Diet 7-Up with NutraSweet. Even more 7-Up taste in an icy new can.
The new taste, the cold go on, break the ice.
It's Valerie Harper, back where she belongs on Monday night. She's a big city executive caught between dwindling dollars,
Someone will die.
full-headed bureaucrat,
As deputy mayor, I am in charge. No, you're not. What's it to you?
and a less than helpful staff.
Ken, I want you naked on the desk.
Valerie Harper in City, premiering Monday after Major Dad.
Someone's waiting just for you. Spinning wheel, spinning true. Drop all your troubles by the riverside. Get your painted pony on the spinning wheel ride.
Well, David Clayton Thomas, a singer with the group Blood, Sweat, and Tears, entertaining the crowd here, leading up to the introduction of the players, and finally Super Bowl 24 between the 49ers and the Broncos. Well, Mike, who do you like to win this game?
Well, I think the rest of the country has already made their choice. I'm going to go with the Broncos, and I can go for a lot of reasons. Most people say it's sentimentality. It's my friend Dan Reeves. I got the greatest of respect for the 49ers, their organization, and their players. In one game, anybody can win. I'm picking the upset.
Now, why would you do that? I mean, what convinces you that the Broncos are going to... No one else that I've talked to.
You know why I can do that? I can do that because automatically I'm an expert. Now, I'm part of the media, and that gives me expert credentials. I'm no longer a coach. I don't know anything. I'm just a member of the media. Therefore, I become an expert instantaneously.
Low scoring or high scoring, Mike?
I don't know. I think the game's going to fall somewhere in the area. One team's going to be in the 20s, the other one's in the teens. That's my feeling.
So you think John Elway's going to have a big game here this afternoon?
I said that they're going to win the game. I didn't say it was Elway's job to win the game. They got to win the game as a team. They got to play defense. They got to run the football.
I'm going to find a 49er fan. I'm going to find out where Dick Butkus is. And we'll do that, and we'll come back in just a moment.
Bo knows football. Bo knows baseball. Bo knows basketball, too.
Bo knows tennis?
No. Bo knows weight.
Bo, you don't know diddly.
Put a luggage cart in a suitcase, and what do you get? Samsonite's piggyback. It's particularly handy on long trips like the one from your car to the ticket counter.
The cold of an icicle feels so nice as it tickles your tongue with a taste to entice.
Now Diet 7-Up with NutraSweet's got more 7-Up taste in an icy new can.
The new taste of cold. Go on, break the ice.
Well, we've got an opportunity to check in around the stadium, and Will McDonough has been with the San Francisco 49ers all week. Will, what's new?
Well, Brent, I tell you, down here in the field, it's chaos right now, but what the Niners were talking about all during the pregame period is what will Denver do the first time they have the ball. The owner, Eddie DeBartolo, speculated shotgun with John Elway. The players were all talking about watch for the run and shoot. The big theme for the defense of the 49ers, Ronnie Lott was telling the players all through the workout, we got to be ready for everything. Now let's go upstairs and see if Pat and John are ready for the game. Pat?
All right, before we do that, Will, hold on, because we want to check in with Irv Cross, because he's got something on the Broncos before we go upstairs. Irv?
Brent, just a couple of personnel notes. First of all, Dan Reeves just told us that tight end Clarence Kay will not start but will play. Instead, Orson Mobley gets the starting call. When you talk about attitude and feeling down here about overall player thoughts, the best way to put things is that most of the Broncos players have said, hey, look, we've been quiet all week. People have been putting us down, but now we have the chance to prove what we're made of. Brent?
All right, so even without Clarence Kay, and you're okay, Mike? You're going to go with the Broncos?
Well, you know, there are teams in the league that don't even carry tight ends on their roster. I mean, Clarence Kay's a pretty good one.
Dick, can you believe what he's doing?
I almost stumbled coming in here when he said he's going to pick the Denver Broncos. I mean, I wonder if it could be that 2 playoff games he happened to lose to the 49ers. I wonder if there's a little something there.
Well, there could be, but then again, there might not be.
We'll see you at halftime. We're going to send you to Pat and John when we continue live from New Orleans.
The Super Bowl today, live from New Orleans, has been sponsored by Nike, who reminds you to just do it. Diet 7-Up, now more taste in an icy new can. Go on, break the ice. And by the American Express card. Membership has its privileges. You can tell a good bounty hunter by the size of his tool.
I brought a key.
That's not a key. This is the key.
Grand Slam after the Super Bowl. This is CBS.
Here we go. It had to be a cut above. Cold filtered, not heat pasteurized. A less filling beer that tastes like it came straight from the keg. Light, genuine draft. The rich draft taste. Go on. Crack the keg.
Recently, Security Pacific Bank made a discovery about modern living. It's complicated. Perhaps a bit too complicated. That's why we're introducing Security Pacific Simplified Checking. No per-check charges, no ready-teller ATM charges, just a simple fee of $5 each month. And to make things even simpler, now you can open your Security Pacific Simplified Checking account by phone, 24 hours a day. Simplified Checking from Security Pacific Bank. We want to be your bank for life.
Next month, only one Valley newscast can save you money and help save your family. Watch News Center 10 Nightcast, and you can protect your aging parents from schemes that can destroy them. Thinking of plastic surgery? Nightcast shows you how much you'll pay. Don't play the Valley's new gambling clubs until we tell you what you could lose. And if you're mad as hell at the cost of your auto insurance, Nightcast can save your cash. For now, don't worry. Sit back and enjoy the Super Bowl. But don't miss Nightcast in February, because after dark, it's a different story. Something new for your phone. The Channel 10 City Line.
With the passage of time can true greatness be measured. But a yardstick for legends might be in order for the San Francisco 49ers. With surgical efficiency, they have reduced the playoffs to their own private clinic. And with an intensity reserved for champions, the 49ers have one final conquest within reach. A conquest that will forever secure their deserved place in history as a team of monumental achievement. The burden of untold promise and suffering the pain of past misfortune are the Denver Broncos, proud champions of the AFC, whose grit and perseverance have once again earned them a role in football's premier showcase. And with this bold challenge before them, the Broncos will need the prodigious talents of John Elway to wipe their slate clean. come away with that long-awaited Super Bowl championship. Entire careers are spent pursuing a dream, and today that dream is a reality in football's ultimate confrontation. The wonderful city of New Orleans in the background, and a magnificent arena, the Louisiana Superdome, the site of Super Bowl number 24. Weather conditions not a factor, not ever here. San Francisco and Denver. San Francisco trying to repeat, and the Broncos, who've lost 3, trying to win their first one. We're live at the Louisiana Superdome. That's the 49er locker room. The officials just about ready to notify the 49ers that they have 2 minutes before they have to come out and get into action. And good afternoon. I hope it's a good one for you as it is for us. I'm Pat Summerall here with my colleague John Madden as usual. And John, you've been in that locker room situation in a game like this. What's going on and what's it like?
Well, you just want to get out. You just want to get out of that locker room and get on this field. Now, both teams have already been out here and had their pregame warm-up. Now they go back in there for 15 minutes. When the official knocks on the door, you have 2 minutes. So that's the time to call your team up and have final thoughts. George Seifert said he calls the team up and he talks about focus. We have to be focused in this one. And then he said, usually some emotional player will take over and give an emotional speech, usually someone like Ronnie Lott. Joe Montana says he's thinking of the first 15 plays. That's scripted. He's going over those plays. Then he starts to think of the first 5. In those first 5 plays of this game today, Joe Montana wants to get the ball to Jerry Rice. Now, on the other side, on the Broncos side, Dan Reeves is in there. He said in the last 2 minutes, he takes over. And he just reminds them their goals, what they have to do offensively, what they have to do defensively, what they have to do on special teams. John Elway says he's trying to calm himself down because he said he is so emotional and he gets so high that he's afraid he'll just throw the ball out of the stadium. The thing that I've learned, I don't know that anyone even listens to anything anyone says anyway.
But I'll guarantee you they're emotional. In fact, both coaches said neither one of us is a Newt Rockney. We don't make emotional speeches, but they're up, believe me. Back with the player introductions in a moment.
The Russian disappeared. Invisible.
This thing could park a couple of 100 warheads off Washington and New York.
Stolen. She's defected.
The Russians know this, which is why they've been trying to sneak it for the past 2 days.
The hunt is on.
Now you want us to help you hunt them down and kill them.
Battle stations.
Give the man a chance.
From the director of Die Hard.
Torpedo is an acquisition.
From the best-selling novel by Tom Clancy.
We sail into history.
The Hunt for Red October. March 2nd. Rubbermaid waste cans are built to withstand an accidental, an occasional, and still bounce back for more. Don't you wish everything was made like Rubbermaid? The Volvo 240 has built a reputation for surviving accidents, and we at Subaru have always been impressed by that. So we gave the new Subaru Legacy wagon unibody construction, like the Volvo 240. But unlike the 240, the Subaru Legacy is available with full-time four-wheel drive and anti-lock brakes, because the best way to survive an accident is not to get into one.
The Superdome in New Orleans, the site of Super Bowl number 24. And we're just about set. This is the ultimate. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the champions of the National Football Conference, the San Francisco 49ers. the starting offense for the San Francisco 49ers. At 6 feet 1, 185, he caught the winning touchdown in last year's Super Bowl. At wide receiver from Delaware State, number 82, John Taylor. At 6'6" and 299, starting his second Super Bowl at left tackle from Michigan, number 77, Bubba Parris. At 6'3", 265, starting his second Super Bowl at left guard from Georgia, number 62, Guy McIntyre. At 6'4", 260, starting his second Super Bowl at center from Hawaii, number 61, Jesse Tupolu. And 275, making his first Super Bowl start at right guard from Texas Arlington, number 69, Bruce Colley. At 6'4", 280, making his second Super Bowl start at right tackle from North Carolina, number 79, Harris Barton. Making his first Super Bowl start at tight end from Santa Clara, number 84, Brent Jones. At 6'2" and 200, the most valuable player in last year's Super Bowl, wide receiver from Mississippi Valley State, number 80, Jerry Rice. At 6'2", 195, a two-time Super Bowl most valuable player, the quarterback for Notre Dame, number 16, Joe Montana. At 6 feet, 214 pounds, he holds the single-game Super Bowl record for touchdowns with 3 in Super Bowl 19 at running back from Nebraska, number 33, Roger Craig. At 6'1", 232, he led all NFC running backs in receptions this year with 73. At running back from Nebraska, number 44, Tom Rathman. And the head coach with the most wins of any head coach at his first season, George Seifert. Welcome the champions of the American Football Conference, the Denver Broncos. And now let's meet the starting defense for the Denver Broncos. At 6'6" and 272, playing in his first Super Bowl at left end from Florida State, number 92, Alfonso Carricker. At 6'3" and 265, he'll be making his first Pro Bowl appearance at nose tackle from Utah State, number 71, Greg Reagan. At 6'4" and 265, he had a career high in quarterback sacks this year with 9. At right end from Washington, number 90, Ron Holmes. At 6'1", 235, making his first Super Bowl start at left outside linebacker from LSU, number 56, Michael Brooks.
fucking man. Rain smoke, baby.
At the other linebacker for the Denver Broncos, Rick Dennison, number 55. At 6'3", 240 in the Pro Bowl this season for the 4th time in 5 years. And right inside linebacker for Minnesota, number 77, Carl Mecklenburg. At 6'5", 240, he led the Broncos in quarterback sacks this season with 12. At right outside linebacker from Houston, number 73, Simon Fletcher. .5'11", 185. He led the Broncos in interceptions this season with 6. Left cornerback from North Dakota State, number 34, Tyrone Braxton. At 5'10", 186, starting his first Super Bowl at right cornerback from Nevada, Las Vegas, number 24, Wyman Henderson. 6'3", 200 pounds, will be making his 3rd Pro Bowl appearance. The Broncos' defensive MVP this season and strong safety from the University of Southern California, number 49, Dennis Smith. At 6'3", 217 pounds, as a rookie, he led the Broncos in solo tackles this season. At free safety from Arkansas, number 27, Steve Atwater. And the head coach, making an NFL record 8th appearance in a Super Bowl as a player and a coach, Dan Reeves. Super Bowl number 24 from the Louisiana Superdome coming up, as will the national anthem. We'll be back.
Rock and roll is okay, but I prefer rap.
Awesome. Wait a second. Shady Acres was supposed to get the Coke, and the frat house was supposed to get the Pepsi.
Coke, Pepsi, what's the difference?
I-24.
This is radical. In civilized society, any grouping lapse can result in a mortifying loss of station. But with Right Guard Sports Sticks, one gets maximum protection. Well, off to the foxes. Right Guard Sports Sticks. Anything less would be uncivilized.
pressure, and I don't know what his vital signs are. I don't know what he took.
The numbers are heartbreaking. Almost 2 million American teenagers use illicit drugs. More than 250,000 of them use cocaine or crack at least once a week. To appreciate the magnitude of these numbers, all you have to do is look at one. New medical evidence has shown that cocaine or crack can cause fatal heart seizures, even in first-time users. Remember, it's not a game, it's your life. Don't let it end in sudden death.
Where there's help, there's hope.
To honor America, here to perform our national anthem is New Orleans' own Grammy nominee, Aaron Neville.
What's so proudly at the twilight last gleaming who brought bright and bright stars through the perilous sky o'er the ramparts swinging wild was so gallantly streaming and but I like was still there. Oh, things that cause back go oh, the land of the free and the home of the great.
So the build-up is over. The hoopla will continue, and the game is coming up, led by the coin toss.
After a year of waiting, after months of hype, it's time to rock and roll. Blood Bowl 2. Later today on CBS.
Contact first made news in 1961. In 1976, the news was two Sudafed. Today, there's new Co-Advil. Co-Advil has what no other cold product has. The pain reliever in Advil plus a proven decongestant. A combination never available before in just one tablet. Co-Advil is so effective it can relieve nasal congestion, sinus pressure, and the aches and pains of your cold, all without drowsiness. Read label before using. New Co-Advil. Advanced formula for cold and sinus relief.
Normally, folks in way out Homer, Alaska couldn't care less who wins the Super Bowl. Until this year. Because if the 49ers win, McDonald's will serve up their McDLT for just $1.09.
We're pulling for the Niners.
We have family in Tampa.
But if the Broncos win, it'll be a quarter pounder with cheese for only 99 cents.
I want a victory so bad I can taste it.
Would a sip of my Diet Coke help?
$1.09 McDLT or a 99-cent quarter pounder. May the hungriest team win.
We're football fans from way back.
Since yesterday.
This, I think, John, is one of the most difficult times in participating in a Super Bowl, the long wait after you leave the locker room to get to the field, to get on with the contest.
Well, you know, when you really think of it, Pat, it's been about 40 minutes since the warm-up. They would come out, warm up, and then go in, and then come back and have to stand out here.
At midfield to toss the commemorative coin are the 1989 Hall of Fame inductees, Terry Bradshaw, Art Shell, Mel Blount, and Willie Wood. Joining them are the San Francisco and Denver team captains. The referee for today's game, Dick Jorgensen, will now conduct the coin toss ceremony.
San Francisco, you are the visiting team and will be calling the toss. This is the commemorative coin. This side is heads. This side is tails. This side is heads. This side is tails. Denver, who will be your spokesman? 54 will be the spokesman. Mr. Montana, would you please call the toss in the air? Willie Wood, will you represent your fellow inductees into the Hall of Fame and toss the coin? Go ahead and toss it, call it in the air. Tails is called. Heads it is. You will receive. Which goal will you defend that goal? Denver has won the toss, will receive. Good luck, gentlemen.
So we'll see John Elway and the Denver offense first. And that has to encourage them already.
You know, anytime in a big game, I always like to lose the coin toss and let my defense go out there and play first.
Let's get a quick comment from the sideline and Will McDonough.
Yeah, Pat, I think the big thing down here so far is San Francisco out here is trying to pull a psych job. They've been quiet, understated, as if to say to Denver, listen, we're the champions, and this is no big deal. Now let's go to Irv Cross on the Denver bench.
Well, Earl Leggett, the defensive line coach of the Broncos, gave me a little insight to their game plan. He said, today we're going to be aggressive. We're going to attack. The only way to beat Montana is to get him out of his 1-2-3 rhythm. We've had great practices this week, and we're ready to put the heat on him. Pat, John?
All right, Irv. We thank you both. You like to be on defense, huh, John?
I think so. I always think in a big game, you don't have to get your guys pumped up. They're usually too pumped up. So if you're playing with a pumped-up group, you'd rather have your kickoff team playing and your defense first. Because I'll tell you, John Elway is so pumped up, and he is so strong that he could throw a 20-yard pass. He could throw it 50 yards the first time he throws it.
Well, Carrington and Bell will be back deep for the Broncos. And Mike Cofer will kick it off for the 49ers. Very strong leg. And Super Bowl 24. About to get underway. I said earlier, John Madden and I have been here 10 days, and we're about as psyched up as anybody.
Dan Reeves was saying, I just can't wait to get this thing started. I think everyone feels that way.
Line drive, kickoff handled at the goal line by Bell. To about the 23, tripped up by Steve Hendrickson. 49ers will take over. I beg your pardon, the Broncos will start it. John Elway, the quarterback of whom John Madden was just speaking, 2-0 gets the 49ers. It'll be 1st and 10 from the 23. Orson Mobley will be starting at tight end instead of Clarence Kay. Steve Sewell split wide to the left. That's a new wrinkle. Bobby Humphrey is the lone setback. No way to throw it. And underthrew it, intended for Mark Jackson. Let's look at the 49er defense. They start with a three-man front that changes from time to time. Hope, Michael Carter starting, and Kevin Fagan up front. Haley, Millen, Walter, and Turner, the linebackers. And in the secondary, Pollard, Griffin, Ronnie Lott, and Chet Brooks, the two safeties, and Eric Wright and Tim McKyer when they go with the extra defensive back. Melvin Bratton in the backfield now, this time with Humphrey. 2nd and 10 from the 23. Fake to Humphrey. Elway misses again. And I think you said something quite correct in the beginning, John. He's so pumped up that those first two passes have been overthrown and just not close.
That's right. And eventually he'll get in some kind of rhythm in this game, but you hate to have to come out first and do it in a big game like this, and then your first 2 plays are passes, and that is a very tough thing to do.
Brings up 3rd and 10. Sewell in the shotgun formation with Elway. Haley forced Elway out of the pocket, and he was taken down by Pierce Hope. And the Broncos fail on their first possession, and they'll have to punt.
I think those were the things the 49ers wanted to do. Good defense the first time they get in the shotgun. Not only put pressure on Elway, but keep him contained.
Horan, left-footed punter, high to John Taylor. Fair catch. About the 34-yard line, the 49ers will take over from there as a scuffle broke out on the other side of the field. 40-yard kick. Here comes Joe Montana. And has he been spectacular of late? Almost perfection. In front of him, an offensive line of Bubba Paris, McIntyre, Capolo, Bruce Colley, Harris Barton. The tight end is Brent Jones. The formidable backfield of Roger Craig and Tom Rathman, and the 2 magnificent wide receivers, Rice and Taylor. Rice on the move. Fake to Craig. Montana overthrows Brent Jones. Deep Atwater made the contact. Here's the defense for Denver. Carricker, Cragen, and Holmes up front. The linebackers Brooks, Dennison, Mecklenburg, and Fletcher. And a tough secondary, particularly the safeties of Atwater and Smith, with Braxton and Henderson, the cornerbacks. And when they need 6, it's Robbins and Corrington. Rathman is out, and Terrence Flagler is in. That's Flagler in motion. To Craig. Roger Craig to midfield. Knocked out of bounds by Wyman Henderson. Rice with a good block.
The other guy that got a good block was the right tackle, Harris Barton. Again, that's just counter play. Watch number 79 pull out here. Right there. See 79? He's going to come and make the block right there on Mecklenburg, the first block. Then he gets another linebacker. Harris Barton formed that lane for Roger Craig.
That's artwork for an offensive lineman. Montana back to throw it. Incomplete. Intended for Roger Craig.
You know, the 49ers with Mike Holmgren, now they script only their first 15 plays. And then Mike Holmgren told us, and Joe Montana said, that in the first 5 specifically, they would like to get the ball to Jerry Rice. This is what, the 4th play coming up?
Right. 2nd and 10 from the Denver 49. Roger Craig. Got maybe a couple stopped by Ron Holmes. Roger Craig had the flu, missed an entire day of practice earlier in the week, lost 9 pounds.
Hey, he went from 214 to 205. He was wearing a sweatsuit yesterday and was showing how baggy it was. It just hung on him like a sack. And he said that maybe he'll be quicker. He feels strong, but I think the big test for Craig will be in the second half.
This will be a good test right here for the Denver secondary. 4 wide receivers for the 49ers. Screen pass, Craig. Stopped by Atwater, but it should be close to a first down. A pickup of 9 it is. First down, San Francisco.
You know, one of the things that had the Broncos so concerned was Roger Craig, but the first guy missing him. He said that they have looked at film, and Roger Craig makes the first tackler miss him more than any back they've seen. And then that's why they get so many big plays, because not only does Roger Craig do it, that's the same thing their ends do. Atwater is the linebacker in the Broncos nickel. He had Craig all the way, man-to-man.
And Craig just got away from it. First down, 49ers. Montana go to work again. Right. Close to another 49er first down. Tyrone Braxton was the first man to hit him. 9-yard gain, call it.
See how many Broncos were on that tackle, though? That's one of the things that the Broncos want to do defensively. They know that Rice is going to catch some pass, and Craig are going to get his plays, and John Taylor. But the minute they catch a pass, they want to be there to knock it away or make the tackle. Don't let them take that little one and make a big one out of it.
2nd and 1. In motion. The ball carrier hit behind the line of scrimmage and knocked backwards by Brooks and Carragher.
Mike Brooks is that strong side linebacker. Watch him. He is up here at the end there. Now he is going to come. He's coming on a blitz, so he starts. He gets penetration. Rathman misses a block. You don't see a lot of Rathman misses. But when he missed him, Michael Brooks was right there for the tackle and the loss.
That makes it 3rd and 4. Extra defensive backs in the game for Denver. Rice started in motion. Montana has to come out of it. And slides for another 49er first down at about the 22-yard line. A pickup of 10.
You know, anytime you give a quarterback a lane to run in for a first down, he has to take it. Watch this lane. We stop it right there. You see the big hole there. You look at this hole, the lane here. Now Montana knows if he can get to here, he has the first down. That's what happens when your pass rushers get out of their pass rush lane.
1st and 10 at the 22. No score yet. Off play to Craig to the 20. Simon Fletcher brought it down.
When the team gets to the 20-yard line, the 20-yard line in, that's called the red zone. Now the 49ers feel that the Broncos, one of the best things they do is play defense in this area. A lot of times they'll rush 3 and they'll drop 8 guys. So they figure that rather than passing in this zone, they think they can have more success running.
2nd and 8. Typical 49er drive. Montana looks to Rathman, hits Rice. Rice scores for San Francisco. Didn't take long.
Another one of those Joe Montana drives. Jerry Rice, the big play. And the thing, Denver did the thing they said they couldn't do. When they catch the ball, you got to tackle them. They didn't.
And one of their best tacklers is the one who hit Rice and bounced off. Atwater. Hofer for the extra point. Helvin holding. And the 49ers take the early lead after a 10-play drive. San Francisco 7, Denver nothing.
You are looking live at Bud Bowl 2 as unbeaten Budweiser battles undefeated Bud Light in what's become known as the War.
Let's go down to the locker room.
You guys are the kings. Now let's go turn out their lights.
We've waited all year for this. Let's go knock them on their bud.
A lot of emotion bottled up in there.
What about today's matchup?
Well, you got the big arm of Bud Light's Budway Joe versus Budweiser's explosive Beechwood backs, Billy Bud and Bobby Bud.
But the big question is how Bud Light will stop Bud's appliance of defiance, the freezer.
The cans are going wild. And here comes the king of beers. And the one light that outshines them all.
We'll be back with Bud Bowl 2
right after this.
Hi, I'm Joe Montana, and I'm going to do something a little crazy. I'm going to challenge all those linebackers singing for Diet Coke, the tennis players, the game show hosts, the singers, any celebrity who's ever done a Diet Coke commercial to come on TV with me right here and take a blind taste test to prove once and for all which tastes better, Diet Coke or new Diet Pepsi. So come on, Miss Wimbledon, I'm serving. Come on, guys, take your best shot. But remember, this is the taste that beats Diet Coke.
Interesting letter. Guy writes, Dear Jay, don't you think it's a crime that football players get paid so much for doing what they enjoy? You know what I get for doing these commercials? I don't even have to get my head kicked in.
He seduced his children into becoming enemy agents.
I can help you make some real money.
Family of Spies begins next Sunday.
66 yards. Touchdown pass from Montana to Rice from 20 yards out, and they kept the ball 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Typical Joe Montana 49er drive, as John Madden said.
Earl Liggett was there talking to the defense of the Broncos, and he's telling them that we have to get our hands up and take care of those pass rush lanes, because they didn't when Montana ran and picked up a first down. Then on the touchdown pass, no pass rush whatsoever.
Bell and Carrington back deep, and that's Carrington with the ball. Hit, knocked out of bounds at the 25-yard line by Romanowski.
Let's watch the touchdown again, Pat, and we'll see Jerry Rice is here, and he's going to come right in here to the middle and uncover. Montana gets back. He tries to throw to the right, can't find anyone, and comes later to right. Watch him. He's even going to come on a little roll to the right. And then he looks and looks and looks, but look at the pass protection he has. Look at the time he can look over them. Then Rice uncovers. Now 1, 2 missed tackles.
And that you cannot do. Elway with a shovel pass up front to Humphrey. Bobby Humphrey almost broke it. Ronnie Lott finally tripped him up. A pickup of 28, playing with 2-track ribs, but they didn't bother him then.
Bobby Humphrey has added so much to this Bronco offense. They've always been a passing team and a John Elway, but when they got Humphrey, they got a runner. They got a 1,000-yard runner. I'll tell you, the two guys that love him, one is Elway, because it takes the pressure off him, and the other one's the entire offensive line.
1st and 10. Same play, and they botch it. And the 49ers get it back. Now they say no. It's a forward pass. And it's just an incomplete pass.
You know, this stuff really isn't trickery. For most teams, you would call these trick plays. For the Broncos, this is part of their basic offense. It's just called a shovel pass. Here he shovels, Humphrey isn't looking, and the shovel hits him right in the back.
Shovel too quick.
Yeah, or Humphrey looked too late.
2nd and 10 from the San Francisco 47. Clarence Kay in the game now. Here's Humphrey again. Close to a Denver first down. Stopped by Chet Brooks and Tina Turner.
You know, I like what Humphrey is doing there. He's breaking through the hole. Now watch the pass protection here. They start to pass protect, make them rush, then that gives holes for a delay for the running game. See, when the defense is going to take off after Elway, then they can give that delay play or draw play to Bobby Humphrey. That's what he's been so effective on all year.
And he got another Bronco first down. Mosley moves out. Clarence Kay is the tight end. Humphrey again. Out of bounds. A gain of 6. Stopped by Michael Walter and Chet Brooks again.
I think this is why the Broncos were so concerned about Kay being able to play. Watch him, number 88 here. You see how he can block Tina Turner. He just gets him knocked out. Kay was the guy who created that hole for Bobby Humphrey.
Elway was saying yesterday that this guy is the better blocker, Mobley perhaps the better receiver. 2nd and
Now, I think if Humphrey's playing, you would rather have Kay in there.
Mobley in motion. Draw play, Humphrey again. Picked up 3, so that leaves about a yard short of another Bronco first down.
You know, the Broncos run about 75% of their plays are draw plays. I was talking to Bobby Humphrey, remember, in the locker room the other day, and he said that just about all of his plays in this Bronco offense are delay, draw, that type of thing. And with his quickness, that's a great play.
Tim Burt now in the middle of the 49er defensive line. Elway going for the first and got it.
They did a good job there. That Keith Karch and Doug Waddell really take off. Watch the center here. The block, boom, boom. They get this going back, and then they can get the first down. Watch 72, Keith Karch, Doug Waddell. They get that pile going back. John Elway just gets in behind it.
Of course, Elway is a big, strong guy. Humphrey now is the lone setback again. Pass again. Elway just bats it down. Third time they've run that play. Once it was great, twice it was near disaster.
I know it, and that time he looked like he was going to shovel the ball to Haley. Watch him here. Watch 94. Haley comes in a rush. Watch the shovel here. He's trying to get it to Humphrey. Haley, like a basketball player, just knocks it out of there. Now, Elway says he wants that to be an incomplete pass. He just knocks it down.
So it's 2nd and 10 from the 49er 25. Is the old T formation. Look at there. Now Mobley comes out of there. Elway had a throw early in the direction of Mobley, but he was under severe pressure.
The thing about John Elway, you can give him severe pressure and he can still get the ball away. Because he's so quick to get the ball away and he's so big and strong that sometimes pass rushes just bounce right off him.
He's just 1 out of 6.
I don't think that he's gotten calmed down yet to play this game.
It surely doesn't look like it.
He has to let a little air out of himself.
In the direction of Mark Jackson, but the 49ers were all over. Don Griffin was the prime defender. With an assist from Tim McKyer.
You say that was not all Elway there. That was great defense by the 49ers.
Treadwell will attempt to kick the field goal for the Broncos. With Gary Kubiak holding, this will be 42 yards away. Good enough. And the Broncos dent the scoreboard. So 6:47 left to play in the first quarter. The 49ers 7, the Denver Broncos 3.
Every day, 22 million people come into McDonald's. They count on the same hot, fresh food at every McDonald's all over the world. But imagine if there were only one McDonald's you could count on. And 22 million people came in at the same time. The whole restaurant would fill up. The city would fill up. And all those people in one place would cause the Earth to tilt off its axis and go spinning into space. And that would make a real mess of everything.
That's why we make every McDonald's from Poughkeepsie to Pomona just as good as every other McDonald's, thereby saving the universe. Master locks are tough under fire.
He's a bounty hunter with a special flair, a special car, and a very special partner. Rodriguez and Snyder Grand Slam premieres after the Super Bowl.
The Crescent City of New Orleans is seen from the MetLife blimp for today's game. The pilots are Mike Fitzpatrick from Newport, Rhode Island, and Captain Corky Belanger from Mesquite, Texas. Too bad they can't see the game. Terrence Flagler back deep for the 49ers with Spencer Tillman. But it's going to be Flagler at the 4. Brought down by Tyrone Braxton. The story of the Broncos scoring drive, which was finished off with a 42-yard field goal by Treadwell. They kept it 10 plays, went 49 yards, and kept it 3 minutes and 19 seconds.
I think they were able to do that with John Elway just completing 1 out of 7, and that was a shovel pass. Again, Jim Burt, the story continues there. They just keep sewing that jersey tighter and tighter. Remember that short yardage play? He got double teamed. I'm sure he feels he was held.
He doesn't want to give him anything to grab.
He answered everything. Tighten the jersey.
Here's Montana flushed out of the pocket and chased out of bounds by Alfonso Carricker. No gain.
I think that's great Denver defense there. That's what they want to do, is they clamped on the short guy. There was no one for Montana to throw to. So then they scrambled out to the right. Now they have him. Let's just watch it here. And we'll see here, once he starts to throw, you see that back foot hits. Now he wants to throw. And look at this Denver defense. They're all on a line here. He has nothing open. So now he had to hold the ball and go again.
2nd and 10 at the 18. Montana to trade. Atwater up to fill the hole with Mark Munford as they knock him down.
There's a big key to this 49er defense. Ronnie Lott, kind of the soul of the defense, a real leader of everything. And as Ronnie Lott goes, that 49er, the defense goes. And he's usually the guy that sets the tempo. He hasn't set the tempo yet because Bobby Humphrey has made some pretty good runs.
And Bobby Humphrey, of course, was one of the big question marks heading into this. Rice and Taylor both come wide to the left. Flagler is the man in the backfield. 4 wide receiver setup. And Montana again chased out of the pocket, gets rid of it, incomplete.
Again, great Bronco defense, Pat, because they didn't let Montana throw to the first guy he wanted to. Watch what happens. He's going to go back here. Now watch, he wants to throw to his right. There's no one open, so he has to bring the ball down and then scramble out to his left and force that ball in there. Good pressure by Simon Fletcher.
Right. Back deep, Vance Johnson is number 82. And Barry Helton, who was a teammate of John Elway at the University of Colorado. A little bit off the side of his foot. Johnson gets up to about midfield, maybe the 48, stopped by Johnny Jackson and keeps the long. And so the Broncos will take it over in good shape. But the 49ers lead 7-3 with 5:25 left.
I'm having this dream. I'm in a Turbo Z. And these guys are after me. But they can't catch me. So they get a car. But they can't catch me. So they get a plane. Just as they're about to catch me, the twin turbos kick in.
The Nissan I-1 is the, was in those commercials. They drove it to South America, the Pathfinder. We'd load up the Pathfinder and, whoops, forgetting a four-door, and go skiing every weekend. Or the Paris-Dakar Rally. We could be the first family to race from Paris to Africa. Quit our jobs, pull the kids out of school. Maybe not.
It's Valerie Harper letting it all hang out on Monday night.
I wasn't going to do it, but for you, Chuck, I will have sex with someone.
City premieres Monday after Major Dad.
A little homework being done on the Denver sideline. The man holding the pen is Charlie Waters, who was, of course, an outstanding defensive back years ago with the, not too many years ago, as a matter of fact, with the Dallas Cowboys. First down, Denver, their own 48. Pat Summerall with John Madden, Super Bowl number 24. Two tight ends set up for Denver. Ratton comes in motion, and the handoff is to Humphrey. Ball's loose. 49ers have it. Recovered by Chet Brooks.
That's a big play for the 49ers here because the Broncos just scored on their last possession with the field goal. Had good field position here. That was one of the things I think they were worried with Bobby Humphrey. If he plays, will that extra protection on his rib, will that cause him to fumble? Because when you put the ball up against that extra protection, you can't feel it against your body. I don't know that that's what caused it, but that is a concern coming into the game.
It certainly looked like the ball just slid out of there. This is Rathman to about the Bronco 40-yard line. Stopped by Mecklenburg. A gain of 14, a flag on the play.
Yeah, that's a big play by the officials there. That was a big play by the 49er defense. That one by the officials. Tom Rathman told me yesterday he loves to play in the Silverdome.
Holding, number 61, offense, 10 yards, still first down.
That's the first penalty of the game. It's against the center for the 49ers. Jesse Sapolu. Matt Millen. You know that's not a payphone.
Oh, Matt's telling him what they did on that play and what he did and where Humphrey ran.
Montana to Rice. And they get most of it back. Knocked down by Dennis Smith.
Jerry Rice is almost a perfect athlete. I mean, just the way he runs and moves and catches and then runs after he catches. His toughness going inside, outside. Watch, the minute he catches that ball, he is continuing running. This guy is a threat on any play, any time. I think not only is he the best wide receiver in football today, but maybe one of the best, if not the best, that's ever played this game.
No, not much question about it. First down, 49ers.
You know, watching him practice, though, you know why he's so good. He practices at full speed all the time. I mean, the guy is just amazing. And watching he and Montana remember we watched him in Thursday the other day in practice. Montana only threw one incomplete pass all day.
In the entire practice.
As close to a perfect a practice as I've ever seen.
Well, he was almost perfect against the Rams as well. That's Rathman over the right side. Stopped by Mecklenburg. Rick Dennison with the assist. Two-yard pickup by Rathman.
That's the offensive line there. You know, the offensive linemen always sit together, and they usually sit together in the same order that they line up next to each other. Keith Karts is number 72, the center there. He's had a great year and a great career.
Second down. And 8 at the Denver 42. Craig in motion left. Out to Roger Craig. Steve Atwater and Dennis Smith on the stop.
The Bronco defense is really doing what Wade Phillips wanted. Other than the touchdown to Jerry Rice where there was a couple of missed tackles, what the Broncos want to do is anytime a Roger Craig gets the ball or Jerry Rice or Tom Rathman, get a whole bunch of orange jerseys there on them. You know, not rely on one or two guys, but have 4, 5, and 6 guys tackle.
3rd and 2. To Craig. The old counter play. Close to a first down. We might have to measure. Greg Cragen led the Bronco defense.
The first time Craig ran that ball, that Barton got out there and made a wall for him, and he had a big gainer. That time the Bronco defense played it pretty well. I think that's going to bring up the 4th down.
It is.
This is a big decision here for George Seifert. You're in the Super Bowl. Your first year as a head coach. And as a head coach, you hate those things left, 4th downs and short. You got to make them. He's made his.
They're going after it. Fumble. And Denver has it. Atwater came up with it. Rathman got 4 yards.
You wonder if they're going to say he's down.
First down.
Oh. I'll tell you, they have fouled that up more than anything this year, that fumble thing. It used to be simple. If a guy fumbled, it was a fumble. Now they got it when it's down and when the whistle blew. Looked like he was down, but you don't know when the whistle blew. So what they're saying is that whistle blew before that ball came out anyway.
So it's a 49er first down. Ball's at the Denver 31. Fake to Craig by Montana. Looking at Taylor, incomplete. Jerry Rice also was in the area.
Yeah, that was good coverage. There's their teammate, Tony Dorsett, one of the all-time great running backs. Of course, he had that knee injury in training camp and had the surgery and has probably ended his career, but he had a great career for many years, of course, with the Dallas Cowboys and ending up with the Denver Broncos.
A minute and a half left in the first quarter with the 49ers leading 7-3. Second and 10. Montana out of the pocket. On the run. Incomplete. Intended for Taylor and batted away by Tyrone Braxton.
There is a fired-up cornerback, Tyrone Braxton. I think he was sick and tired of hearing all week about how bad the Bronco corners were and what Jerry Rice is going to do. Here, they have good pass protection to let Montana get out to this position. Braxton running all the way, staying with his receiver, right at the end, reaching his right hand around and making that play on John Taylor. You know, these guys are pro athletes, and they have a lot of pride, too. And sometimes they just have to kind of take it for a while.
Third down. Montana will throw it again. Quickly to Rice. And Rice almost broke clean. Gets inside the 10. Stopped by Corrington. A pickup of 21 yards.
Looks like the 49ers game plan, Pat, is to work Jerry Rice early to the inside. Every pass he's caught has been in around the hash marks or in the middle of the field. Bobbles out a little bit. Again, is always thinking what to do after he catches the pass.
First and goal from the 9 for the 49ers. Craig steps out of a couple of tacklers. Got it down to about the 7. Ron Holmes finally brought him down.
Well, was there a collision in there? Tom Rathman making a lead block. What a collision. In fact, it could have been with Carl Mecklenburg, who was down.
There are a couple of Broncos down, as a matter of fact. That's Mecklenburg right there. 23 seconds remain.
We're back at Bud Bowl 2. It's been a crisp, cold first quarter.
And they're even calling for ice and snow.
Budweiser's ball on the Bud Light 48.
23!
Hits the Billy Butt.
Whoa, it's a Beachwood rollout! Whoa!
Flags everywhere.
We have illegal use of hands.
Hands? What hands? You give me a break!
At the end of a controversial first quarter, it's Bud Light 13, Budweiser 3.
We'll be back.
Your putt, Snoopy. Good grief. Next weekend on CBS Sports.
Here's Carl Mecklenburg here. Bruce Colley is going to fire out here and miss and leg whip Mecklenburg right here. Watch your right guard. He fires out. Now watch him right there. He misses his block, and right there he turns and kicks, and he gets Mecklenburg right in the left leg. Here's another look at it from Mecklenburg's side. See him coming over to make the play, and right there he gets a leg whip.
Like it hit him right on the left knee.
All defensive players complain about the 49er offensive tactics of leg whipping.
Second and goal from the 7. Scott Curtis has taken Mecklenburg's place. Montana, quickly. Brent Jones. 49er touchdown. Second touchdown pass of the day by Montana. First one to Rice, this one to Brent Jones.
Brent Jones was going to take that ball home with him. Hey, a big part of that success was Joe Montana's ability to run. That was a bootleg pass.
Ofer's extra point is not good. to 3. Dan Reeves just saying to the referee, I want to see you.
But Montana is going to bootleg. You see, you fake the run to the left, and then you come out to the right. And I still think that no one runs to his right and throws the ball better than Joe Montana. Of course, and then Brent Jones, he's one of the things that has made this 49er offense a better offense this year because they use him more as a tight end. They throw more to John Taylor. They throw more to Tom Rathman. It's not just Jerry Rice anymore and Roger Craig. You have to worry about guys like Brent Jones.
He's the guy who's really come on, and that's the guy who came on a long time ago.
I think some of the things that he's done this year and over his career are just so amazing because he's doing the same things that 27 other quarterbacks in the league try to do, but he does it so much easier than the rest of them.
And I think a little bit quicker, too.
I think that's the whole. If there's one success or one key to the success of this 49er team, if there's one word, to me it would be quick.
Even in practice, when we watched them during the week, everything seems to happen so fast. Gopher's kickoff goes to Bell at about the 6. To the 25. Knocked down by Spencer Tillman. That's the end of the first quarter with the score. San Francisco 13. The Broncos 3.
I'm on my way. Boise?
When your travel plans suddenly change,
You gotta help me. I checked my case to Boston, now they want me in Boise.
it's good to know Delta's got a team like Compass
Walt, I need a recheck fast.
to Price
Blood sample case?
to Morris
Number 4479.
to Elders.
Got it.
Great job, Walt. No problem, Mr. DePrima.
Thanks.
Mr. DePrima, Mr. Michael DePrima, please call your office.
Walt? About that bag.
Special Super Bowl thank you to everyone who has made the National Football League United Way Public Service Series possible. Thanks for all those precious moments. Ready, Johnny? Let's go right.
United Way. It brings out the best in all of us.
CBS Sports coverage of Super Bowl 24 is sponsored by Budweiser and Bud Light, who also bring you today's exciting Bud Bowl 2 matchup. McDonald's everywhere, even in Homer, Alaska. And by Nissan, built for the human race.
The Superdome in New Orleans. CBS Sports bringing you Super Bowl number 24. The 49ers scoring. Montana, 20-yard pass to Rice for a touchdown. Then the Broncos got a 42-yard field goal from Treadwell. And then the 49ers came right back with another Montana touchdown pass, 7 yards to the tight end, Brent Jones. Montana 7 out of 12, 2 touchdowns. Elway 1 out of 7.
There's a guy out there with a jacket and some equipment. I think they must be changing some equipment on the umpire or referee. They just had the guy come right out there in his jacket to start testing stuff.
Jerry Rice having some work done on his back in the background back there.
Well, you know, Jerry Rice, even when we watched him practice, he just continues to do stuff like this, to stay loose. I think that he lost 15 pounds over a year ago, and he is so tightly wound and sprung So you always have to keep all that stuff stretched out.
Here's Elway, chased by Haley. Pass incomplete, almost intercepted. Intended to for Mark Jackson. Michael Walter.
Yeah, they talk about that Elway cross, Pat, that John Elway throws that ball so hard that it'll put a cross on the receivers. It may put a cross on a defensive guy after a rebound. Michael Walter could have got that thing after it comes off the Bronco onto him. Half an Elway cross.
Second and 10. 13-3 San Francisco. Elway back again. Pressure again. Incomplete again. Clarence Kay was the intended receiver.
Hey, Elway has only completed one pass today, and that was that shovel pass. And part of it maybe is Elway, but a big part of it is this defense, too. Look at Ronnie Lott. You worried about him, how his leg was going to be? All he told me yesterday was, there's a football game. That means that he's going to be there and he's going to play the way Ronnie Lott always plays.
Here's Elway out of the shotgun again. Winder is in the game with Elway. Green pass to Winder. And nothing there. Well, gain of 7, but not a first down.
I think the Broncos are a little frustrated here. You know, they know all about the frustration of not winning the Super Bowl and all that talk. Then they come in the game and they get down 13-3. I think that they have to keep their composure because you have to keep playing. You can't lose your composure.
John Taylor back deep, signals fair catch again, and makes it about the 32. The 49ers up by 10 have dominated the clock as well. 13-3.
Gillette announces a razor so revolutionary it can sense the individual needs of your face. Introducing the extraordinary Gillette Sensor Shaving System. Sensor twin blades are individually mounted on remarkably responsive springs. They continuously sense and automatically adjust to the individual curves and contours of your face.
And we know how to make the most of who you are.
The extraordinary Gillette Sensor. Closer, smoother, safer than ever before to give you the best shave a man can get.
Where the race is from, you're the champion. Gillette, the best a man can get.
New Gillette Sensor.
The best a man can get.
How to know where on earth your package is. Charlie Smith has a nose for tracking. He can spot a Federal Express package from Bangkok to the North Sea. He can tell you when your package clears customs in Tokyo or takes off for Sydney. You see, Federal Express tracks your package through computerized checkpoints. So Charlie Smith always knows where everything is.
Anyone see my glasses?
Federal Express.
Very funny.
The best way to ship it over here is now the best way to ship it over there.
You never know where history will unfold, but you always know where to turn. The CBS Evening News with Dan Rather. You always know when it's CBS News.
13-3 San Francisco in the second quarter with 14:22 left before the half. Pat Summerall here with John Madden. 49er ball at their own 31. Carl Mecklenburg back in on defense for the Broncos. They put a brace on his leg, but he's back. Up the middle of Rathman. Near midfield. A gain of 18. Rathman stopped by Simon Fletcher.
Yeah, Tom Rathman came from Nebraska, where he was really a blocking type guy, never catches a pass, comes with the 49ers. Now they make a pass receiver out of him. This year during the season, he caught 73 passes. Most of them like this, those little check-through things where you find a hole in there, check through, and Montana just dumps it over the line to you.
Craig to the Denver 45. A gain of 6, stopped by Munford.
Yeah, you look at Roger Craig helmet, and you see it says Husker on it. He and Rathman have the same thing. In fact, there's 3 of the 49ers that went to Nebraska, Jamie Williams, and of course Craig and Rathman, and at the front of their helmet there it says Huskers.
2nd and 4. Here's the Husker. Craig again. First down, San Francisco. Steve Atwater brought Craig down. A gain of 9.
Isn't it funny how it always takes a bunch of guys to get Craig down, though? And they don't keep stats on that, but you wonder how many guys the first guy ever tackle him one-on-one. You know, it always looks like he'll make the first and second and third, and then you really don't get Craig down until you get about 5 or 6 guys there. See how he steps out of that tackle? He makes cuts, he's swiveling, he makes guys, and you don't get him until a whole bunch of orange jerseys are there.
Out of his socks again. Here's Montana out of the pocket. Incomplete. One of the rare times you'll see Montana go left and throw it.
Yeah, and you see what happened. He went left and threw it over Jerry Rice's head. There's Steve Wallace. Now, he comes in and plays left tackle for Bubba Paris. Terry Tausch plays right guard for Bruce Colley. They play halves. You see, Bubba will play the first quarter and third quarter. Steve Wallace, number 74 now, plays the second and fourth quarter. They call it tag team tackle.
The same is true with Tausch and Bruce Colley. 1 and 3 and 2 and 4. And Montana's back to throw. To Rathman. Another first down. Steve Atwater tripped him up. But a pickup of 12.
I tell you, if they don't get any better pass rush than this, then it's going to be a long day. They're going to set Super Bowl records throwing. Watch Joe Montana here. Now he's ready to throw when he pumps right here. Look at the protection he has. Here's the line. Here's Montana. And look how long he has to pump. He's back there looking. And they better get closer to him and start getting someone knocking him down, or this is going to be a long, long day for the Broncos.
First and 10 for the 24. Craig again. Down to about the 16, stopped by Atwater. 8-yard gain.
Yeah, I think Roger Craig, he lost the 9 pounds this week, and he may run right out of his uniform. We know he got those socks off already. He doesn't have enough leg to hold up the sock. Looked like he could just run right out of the jersey and the pants could fall down. This guy is a player. I mean, he only knows one way to play. He practices that same way.
He really does. This is Flagler in motion this time. A handoff to Rathman. Hit behind the line, but struggled up close to first down yardage. Michael Brooks made the initial hit.
There's Vance Johnson. Of course, he was a big receiver for the Broncos this year. He was saying the other day that he thinks he's as good as Jerry Rice, but so far he's not getting the chance to prove it. There's nothing more frustrating than to be an offensive player and have to sit on that bench for 15 and 20 minutes at a time.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened to the Bronco offense. 49ers have been on the field most of the time. Third down. Craig breaks the tackle and gets the 49ers first down. Hit by Munford and Mecklenburg. Got 3 yards.
Roger Craig plays football the way it's supposed to be played. I mean, he not only plays it hard and he plays it quick and he plays it fast, but he plays it with a smile on his face. I mean, he is a guy who enjoys playing football.
There were some people early in the year who said he's taken too many hits as a running back, that he's lost a step. And he was incensed by those remarks, saying, I've never felt better.
I would be incensed by those remarks.
Brought down Craig, this time by Cragen. No gain.
The 49ers just mix up things so well. I mean, they hit you to the right, they hit you to the left. Then they pass to Rice, then they pass to Taylor, then they pass to Rathman, then to Craig. There's just no way to stop any one guy on this team because they have so many offensive weapons.
And they seem like such a happy group, which is a tribute to their owner, Eddie DeBartolo. And to him, George Seifert, 2nd and 10. Craig again. Not much again. Henderson out of bounds.
This is the area when they get inside the 20 that the 49ers worry about passing in this area because the Broncos drop so many guys off. Used to be for years that once you'd get inside the 20, you never played a zone defense. And now more teams are playing zone, and it's tougher and tougher to find holes in those zones because you don't have the depth down here.
John Taylor, wide left. Rice is to the right. Up the middle of Rathman. And that final lunge got him to about the 2-yard line.
Tom Rathman was telling me yesterday, he said he loves to play in this place. He said he has his best games and his most physical games in this dome. Now, I have no idea how you can have your most physical games in anything that has a roof on it, but that's the way this guy feels, and that's the way he thinks.
Sticks are out, and he was that much short of getting the first down.
You know, it used to be that all the time that he would always look for Craig. Now he's looking more and more for Rathman, and if Rathman keeps making one-handed catches from behind like that, Montana's going to keep looking for him.
If he's wise, and he is.
This is another big call for George Seifert here.
4th and short, and they're going to go for it.
This is the second time they've gone. Last time they gave it to Rathman. What they do again?
Montana indicated that they got it, and he had no question in his mind. 1st and goal, San Francisco. They lead it by 10 already. 8:14 left to play in the first half.
Watch the left side of that line take off, and they don't let the Broncos get any penetration. Then you have a big 235-pound fullback, and if the orange jerseys don't get penetration over the white, then Rathman's going to get a first down.
1st and goal, they need 2. That's great. Don't think so. Carricker made the stop.
Watch when that ball is snapped, how quickly everyone moves. Everyone moves at the same time. Good block there by Rathman. Cragen gets the penetration, 71, and he's the guy that didn't allow him to get in the end zone.
2nd and goal. Rathman, touchdown. Well, they haven't signaled yet. The officials haven't. Touchdown, yes. From a yard out by Rathman.
Hey, having a big game like this, Rathman and Craig, They're going to name a city after him in the state of Nebraska. That was all Montana this and Montana that, but this drive has been Rathman this and Craig that. The two Cornhuskers.
Kofer for the extra point. He missed the last one. That was perfect. So 7:15 left to play in the first half at the Superdome. 49ers 20-3 over Denver.
The greatest show of ball turned into heat.
Not for the way it goes down easy. Not for the way it went to the fixer. Not for the way it goes so on you. Just for the reason. Just for the reason. Not for the way it makes the cool night stay open. Not for the way it's gonna smooth you down. Just for the reason. Just one reason. Just for the taste of it. The real taste of it. Just for the taste of it. Diet Coke.
Since McDonald's said they'd offer a $1.09 McDLT if the 49ers win, or a 99-cent quarter pounder with cheese if the Broncos win, the rivalry's become so fierce here in Homer that I've been forced to call out the local militia. Unfortunately, he's ice fishing.
Okay. To keep peace in Homer, McDonald's will offer both a $1.09 McDLT and a 99-cent quarter pounder after the game, no matter who wins.
Thank you, McDonald's. Diet Coke for all you boys. Except you, Emmett.
A drive dominated by Rathman and Craig, the two running backs for the 49ers. In fact, they handled the ball in that drive 13 out of the 14 plays.
That's what you call a Nebraska drive. Rathman ran 3 times and had 3 receptions. Craig ran 7 times. So as you say, 13 of those 14 plays, the two old Cornhuskers.
Kofer's kick to Carrington at the 1 to the 20. Romanowski again down on the special teams, leads the charge, and the Broncos take over. They'll have it 1st and 10 at their own 21. 49ers have had the ball 17 minutes and 43 seconds to 5:02 for Denver.
I'm using this other long-distance company. Try to call Phoenix, I misdialed Fiji. I call the operator. She says she can't give me instant credit. I say AT&T always did. She says, you're not dealing with AT&T.
If you miss dealing with AT&T, it's easier than ever to come back. Just call 1-800-235-6000 right now, and we'll switch you back for free.
They kept saying how much money I'd saved. Then I get the first bill. I'm not kidding. I thought it was a typo. I mean, where were the big savings?
People who thought they could do better than AT&T are coming back for the real value. You can too. It's simple. Just call now and come back for free.
Takes longer getting through, but I'm saving a ton, right? Wrong.
You gotta read the fine print. I couldn't believe it.
You're not dealing with AT&T.
Oh, I am now.
1-800-235-6000 for dependable, crystal clear AT&T long-distance service. Call now and we'll switch you for free. You couldn't pick a better time to come back. Gillette announces a razor that can sense the individual needs of your face. Introducing the extraordinary Gillette Sensor Shaving System. Sensor blades are mounted on responsive springs to continuously sense and adjust to your face for the best shave a man can get. Closer, smoother, safer. New Gillette Sensor.
great news. Going to be a father.
Let's wait and see what the doctor says.
It's going to be a boy.
And if it's a girl?
Let's wait and see what the doctor says.
It's an all-new Major Dad Monday.
Pro football's getting to be a game of coordinators. Here's the offensive coordinator, Mike Holmgren of the 49ers. He makes a good call. They score a touchdown. Look, they get fives up in the press box now for the coaches.
A lot of rumors about him perhaps being a head coach very shortly.
And there's talk about the New York Jets and the Phoenix Cardinals. I think he would make a very good head coach.
Matt Millen to knock Bobby Humphrey back for a 3-yard loss.
Matt Millen was fired up yesterday. He says that he knows how to attack. He said a guard pulls, boom, I hit that hole and attack it. I don't know that anyone attacks it like Matt Millen or celebrates. He was showing me his shoes. He said he played here in Super Bowl 15 in this stadium against the Philadelphia Eagles, and he said he wore the same shoes. He brought out those shoes. He said they worked good in Super Bowl 15. He said, I think they're going to work good in Super Bowl 24.
Well, so far, they really are.
Working good.
Second and 13. Elway's all the way to Humphrey. Not much. It'll bring up 3rd and 11. Kevin Fagan made the stop with an assist from Millen.
Yeah, we were out here in the practice field yesterday. I was talking to Matt Millen. They had all these tractors and floats out here, and he said, he looked at those tractors and he said, geez, look at all those great-looking tractors. He said it's too bad they have to ruin them by pulling floats behind them. I've never seen a linebacker that ever liked to float anyway behind a tractor.
Plus,
either like the tractor or the float.
He looks like he could operate the tractor. Elway through the hands of Mark Jackson, incomplete. That one was there, but he throws the ball so hard.
Yeah, but he had everything here. He has good pass protection. He has a good pocket. See the pocket there where he can step up, find his receiver, and then still step up and throw. That's excellent pass protection. As you say, you got to catch those. You have to catch those. Ronnie Lott came up and gave him a forearm in the head to remind him he was going to be there.
Again, it's John Taylor chasing the punt. Goes out of bounds close to midfield, and the 49ers will operate one more time with good field position. 30-yard punt. 49ers leading Denver 20-3 with 5:27 left in the first half.
We'll give you 80,000 people and 8 million miles a week. We'll give you hearts that beat deep purple and a whole new way to speak. We'll give you hands across the borders, big cities, little towns, where the human race is running. We'll be found. We're the best way to ship it over there. From the dawn to the night, we're in the air. Express we carry confidence from the continent. We're the best way to ship it over there. We carry dreams and plans to a continent. We're the best way to ship it over there.
We're back, and the war is heating up.
But boy, Joe has that defense confused.
This but's for you! Hut, hut!
He's got a beer open. Oh, what a grab! Oh, what a move! He faked him out of his label. Touchdown!
They're whipping our fight! Stop on the bus till you see the light. Bud Light.
At the end of the half, it's Bud Light 20, Budweiser 13. We'll be back.
It's getting colder.
500 miles of the hottest wheels on earth. Fasten your seatbelts when CBS Sports puts you behind the wheel in the Daytona 500.
5:27 left to play in the first half from the Superdome. 49ers leading Denver 20-3. Pat Summerall to John Madden. Here the scoring drive. 10 plays, 10 plays, 14 plays. The last one featuring Rathman and Craig, the first two mostly Montana. He's 10 out of 16 for 131 yards. To Craig. Maybe a yard. Tyrone Braxton and Dennis Smith up to stop.
You know, one thing the Broncos didn't do early, they didn't pressure Montana, so he was able to get those first couple touchdowns. Now they can go to their running game already. Look, they've only sacked him once, but that was one time when Montana ran out of bounds. They've only made him hurry twice, you know, throw when he didn't want to. But more important than that, they have yet to knock him down. And I think that if you are going to have any success against Joe Montana, you got to knock him down yet. The Broncos haven't knocked him down yet today.
They're going to show him a 5-man rush right here, although one of the up linemen backs out of there. Craig is really hit by Dennis Smith. He has a reputation of being one of the toughest of the safety men. In fact, both of the Broncos safety men do that.
There's something. Watch Dennis Smith, 49. He's getting back in his zone, reading. Then he sees the ball thrown, and he's going to come out. The first guy holds him up a little here. Watch the first guy Braxton kind of has him held up. Craig was in the middle of a spin, and Dennis Smith just unloaded on him.
3rd and 9, midfield. Craig, not enough for a first down. Complete pass hit by Braxton and Atwater.
I think Braxton, these guys are getting fired up a little too late. I mean, I know that they have to do it, but the 49ers just did surgery on this Bronco defense in this first half.
Vance Johnson back deep. Barry Helton will be the punter.
I don't think the Broncos have enough guys out there in punt return. Great.
Good job of coverage by Bill Romanowski one more time. 3rd time he's made the tackle on special teams.
That was a good move by the 49ers. They didn't huddle. They just rushed their punt team out and both punted the ball, and Denver really wasn't out there and organized when they got that punt off.
And again, they'll start deep in their own territory at the 16. Summarizing the scoring again, Montana to Rice. Then a field goal by Treadwell made it 7-3. Montana to Jones, 13-3. And then Rathman on a 1-yard run made it what it is now, 20-3. Elway dumps it out to Humphrey. After the 20, chased and stopped by Michael Carter.
Hey, let's watch Michael Carter here. Here's a guy who's so strong. Watch him here. He's going to start in the pass. He's always going to get double teamed. Boom, he stays the center, comes off the guard, starts pushing Waddell right back into the quarterback. Now he sees the ball thrown. Boom, turns, runs right down the line where the guy's going to be and gets a hit on Bobby Humphrey. Michael Carter hasn't been healthy all year, but when he is, he's the best nose tackle in the game.
2nd and 6. No way to throw it. To Kay. Gain of 6. Matt Millen made the stop.
I don't know that Kay caught that pass. It may be the first one, but watch what happens when you're as good as Michael Carter. Your arms are that big. When you go to jump, they're going to cut you. Watch, you go to try and get your hands up. They don't go up with you. You go up, they go down. Wow, they go and they just block you right on your toes.
First down, Denver. I think they had to put an extension in Michael Carter's jersey. He is big and strong.
I mean, those big arms and pads, and he gets those hands on you and gets those legs moving. You're going to go backwards, even if you're as big as a guy like Keith Carter.
No way to throw it again. Gets it to Johnson. Johnson worked his way out to about the 34-yard line. Beat Kugler. And Don Griffin made the stop. 2 minutes left in the first half, with the 49ers dominating the Broncos by the score of 20-3.
You know, it happened right here 20 years ago.
Right here, Mom?
Mm-hmm. You just can't imagine what it felt like.
I'd like to buy the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honey bees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to kiss the world with me, the feeling you get from a Coca-Cola classic. Can't think of feeling the world the same. Very good, I know you're gonna blast me. I'd like to buy the world to come. Can't be the real thing. Can't stop it now, you can't stop it. Like a song, the whole world singing. Can't be the feeling. It's the real thing. Can't be the real thing.
Back at Super Bowl number 24, with the 49ers leading the Broncos by 17 points. MetLife blimp hovering overhead, giving us those wonderful shots of the Crescent City.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, if they really wanted to do something, they ought to come in the dome. I mean, they can stay outside and give you pictures like this. But if this thing were really something, they'd just fly the blimp in the dome and then give you the shots of the football.
I'm not really sure there's an entrance that would accommodate them.
Hey, just blast in. Look at this, Montana, 12 out of 18, 138 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now, Elway, 5 out of 14 for 52 yards, but one of those was a sprain, one was a shovel pass, and he's just starting to get going now. In fact, that one to Vance Johnson was the first reception to a wide receiver.
Second quarter has not been good to the Broncos. So far, the entire game has not been good to the Broncos. Second down, 2. Elway hit it for Vance Johnson, and he just missed him.
I think the other thing is the ball really wasn't in a good position. It kind of had to come under and kind of bounced out there. Yeah, I just feel that Elway hasn't gotten started yet. Now, part of that is they haven't gotten enough first downs to get anything going. And then on the other side of it, the 49ers have had the ball so much of the time that they haven't, you know, he's been cold all the time.
3rd and 2. There's the pass knocked away. Intended for Jackson. The defender was Don Griffin. Good play. McKyer knocked it down. I beg your pardon.
You don't want to make too many great plays if you're a defensive back for the 49ers. Tim McKyer makes this one, and after he makes the play, about 5 guys hit him in the head. And the last one was Jim Bird. He was over there, and he gave him a shot and almost knocked his neck back.
Taylor back. Field the punt. Ooh, he got a good block. And goes down at about out of bounds at about the 46-yard line. Harry Sidney was the guy who got the first block.
And they just activated Harry Sidney. He's number 24, coming off a broken arm. Boy, that is one that loosens up the sinuses. Yeah. And that is also the one that breaks John Taylor loose.
That will trouble your eyesight, a hit like that.
Harry Sidney, of course, has always been a leader on this 49er special team.
Montana has got some kind of a bandage on his right elbow. It wasn't there earlier. Gets it out to Rathman. Stopped by Simon Fletcher.
You know, over the years, Montana has had problems with his elbow. And I think that's just a protective pad there that you get just when you hit the ground. I know he did wear that against the Rams a little, too.
Montana comes out on the scramble. And gets down near first down yardage. Stopped by Henderson. And timeout San Francisco.
This is the area, this 2-minute drill where Montana's as good as anyone.
So the 49ers have 2 remaining timeouts, that is.
Teddy Donaldson was one of my best friends.
I don't believe I can stand it another 40 years. Well, I've insured 2 generations. Doug has insured the next generation.
It's the kind of family you want to do business with.
He married, I think, probably better than his wife did.
After 40 years as friends and neighbors, a second generation of Donaldsons is insuring a third generation of McCormick's through New York Life.
I guess you'd say we help pull each other's wagon when we can.
New York Life, the company you keep.
The 49ers lead it 20-3, and they've been successful in situations like this. In fact, extremely so.
Yeah, it's one of the things that we went to practice. We watched the 49ers on Thursday, then we watched them yesterday. They practiced this both days, and it looks like the part of football that Joe Montana enjoys the most. I mean, I think that he is always a competitor. I think he becomes a bigger competitor in these situations. Of course, I don't know when it scores 20-3.
Right. Well, you'd like to get more, of course.
So if they get one here, we're en route to a blowout.
1:05 left in the first half. Third and short. Third and about a yard. Rice, wide right. Four-yard pickup gives the 49ers a first down. A tackle by Holmes. No huddle. Ready to go. Montana. To Wesley Wall. One of their 3 tight ends. Mumford made the stop. 49ers call a timeout with 40 seconds remaining. So they're down to 1 now.
There's no better example of people helping people, what I call a point of light, than NFL Charities and the man who started it all, former Commissioner Pete Rozelle. Pete, to you, for your 29 years of service, and to NFL Charities for your fight against drugs, and for the millions you've raised for groups like the United Way, please accept this special commendation.
Thank you, Mr. President. For me and for NFL, I'm deeply honored.
Coming up at halftime, Brent Musburger will be with Terry Bradshaw and the Chicago Bears head coach Mike Ditka. And we'll have the Super Bowl 24 halftime spectacular featuring the Peanuts. That's all coming up at the halftime. 2nd and 1.
Can't beat a good peanut show.
They have to watch that. Montana going up top to Rice. Touchdown. From 38 yards away. Rice's 2nd touchdown of the day. Montana's 3rd touchdown pass. Topher for the extra point.
That was a play that the 49ers set up because they took the time out. They went over to the sideline, and they talked about getting Jerry Rice up the middle. There's one coverage that the Broncos use. It's just too deep where they have the safety come over and the corner come up. And they thought that they could get Jerry Rice or John Taylor or Brent Jones down the middle on him. That's the play that Mike Holmgren was talking about. In that area, when they give us that type of coverage, we can get a post in there. Now you see the coverage I'm going about. The corner comes up, the safety comes over, the corner comes up, the safety comes over, and look at this middle here. That's the area that they're going to try and hit. You see how deep those safeties are and how far over to the side? And once Jerry Rice, right there, see the big middle they have? They can't get anyone in there.
And, of course, it helps, too, John, that the pass was perfect.
You know, and Mike Holmgren was saying, I don't know that we're going to get that coverage. I don't expect that we will, especially with Jerry Rice there. But if they do, that's the one we're going for.
Well, you have to give him credit for spotting it, as well as Montana.
And then Jerry Rice for running it. In fact, they're not even up there. That's an empty press box. When you are up there calling offenses and defenses and you're ahead 27-3, you can start eating hot dogs earlier in the rest.
Elvin Bratton fielded the short kickoff. With 28 seconds to play in the first half, the Broncos will have a couple of shots. What do you say if you're Dan Reeves when you go in for the half?
Well, you know, they're down 27-3, but they haven't even gotten started yet. I would think it's the type of thing that you just, on offense, say we have to get something started. But we haven't, John Elway hasn't gotten out of the pregame warm-up yet. The receivers aren't getting open. I think they have to go to a formation like this and just air it out the whole second half.
Almost every play. Elway to Jackson. Incomplete. Broken up by Eric Wright.
They get some of that and hope that they don't get coverage like this. They get guys open. You know, had he thrown that a little deeper, Jackson may have had a step on Eric Wright. This is not a half of football that John Elway is going to want to remember.
He's 5 out of 17 for 52 yards. 49ers lead it 27-3. On the other side, Montana's 15 out of 21. 3 touchdowns. Elway. Steve Sewell. First down for Denver. Stopped by Romanowski. 12 seconds to go as the Broncos take a timeout.
I'm bored. The rumors are true. I can't keep pouring it on year after year. It's enough already. I'm leaving, all right? I won't play this game anymore. You know why? I've discovered it's time to change my serve.
Discover the 1-calorie real cola taste worth leaving Pepsi for.
Goodbye, Pepsi. You think you're in, I say you're out.
12 seconds remain in the first half. At the Superdome in New Orleans, number 24. And so far, it's been just about what was predicted. Elway back to throw it again. Sideline over Michael Young and out of bounds. 6 seconds left.
Hey, the San Francisco 49ers have played this first half on a different level than the Denver Broncos have.
Been a clinic.
It has. I mean, offensively, they've done everything they wanted to do. Defensively, they haven't given John Elway or his receivers a sniff.
Elway out of the shotgun this time. I imagine he'll spend a lot of time in the shotgun in the second half. Chased by Romanowski, but he has time. Out of bounds. And that's enough of a scramble to have them headed for the locker room. That's the end of the first half with the score. The 49ers 27, the Broncos 3.
CBS Sports coverage of Super Bowl 24 is sponsored by Diet Coke. You're going to drink it just for the taste of it. Diet Coke. Federal Express.
the best way to ship it over there. And by AT&T, the right choice.
You know, today car prices are like a yo-yo. Up one day, down the next. And maybe it's our fault. Chrysler invented the rebate, and the car business hasn't been the same since. Even I'm a little confused. That's why we introduced the guaranteed rebate. If our rebate goes up during this model year, we'll pay you the difference. And you must like it. Chrysler's having the biggest January in its history. So, we're extending the guaranteed rebate until February 28th on every car, pickup, and Jeep we build. And on top of that, we'll pay you $50 to test drive our products against anybody else's. Whether you buy ours or theirs, you win either way. But you know, rebates, guarantees, test drives aside, maybe the best thing I've ever done for you is put a driver's side airbag in every car we build in the U.S. Now, that's a difference you can live with, and so can I.
Welcome to First Interstate Bank territory, the biggest bank territory there is. Because only First Interstate can help you with your banking needs in more cities and states than any other bank system. So whether you're in your hometown or traveling out of town, First Interstate Bank is always ready to help you. So come to First Interstate Bank. We go the extra mile for you.
I want to sell top secrets.
First, he sold out his country.
It's a straight business deal. You want it or not.
Then, he sold out his family.
You're a spy for the Russians.
One member at a time.
There won't be anybody saying anything about spying to anyone, will there?
He bullied his wife.
You need to drink touch today.
And seduced his children.
Like a mafia family, like in The Godfather.
Into betraying their country.
Did your father recruit you in his espionage operation?
Yes, he did.
Do you have reason to believe your son, Michael Walker, is involved in espionage?
The incredible true story of the man behind the most damaging spy ring in our nation's history.
Michael working for you and I.
A major television event spanning 2 unforgettable nights.
The minute you quit, you're more valuable to him dead.
I'd like the number of the FBI.
So you make sure you get him alive.
Powers Booth. Leslie Ann Warren. Family of Spies, beginning next Sunday.
I think the music wound down some time ago on the Denver Broncos, 27-3, and what a spectacular role by the San Francisco 49ers in the playoffs. This was their margin at halftime against Minnesota. Against Los Angeles, it was 21-3, and now they are closing in on back-to-back Super Bowl championships. And joining me at halftime, the head coach of the Chicago Bears, Mike Ditka, and Terry Bradshaw, one of our analysts.
Well, I just say it. Just say what you were saying.
I guess what you're trying to say is so much for my job as a prognosticator, but I'm telling you this.
Say it.
It's not over till it's over. How about that cliche?
That's terrible. That's the worst.
Let's take a look, though, at how the 49ers fashioned this margin, and I tell you, they make it look so easy, don't they? Mike, what about this TD pass?
Well, the first TD pass, what he's trying to do, he's trying to go one way. They took it away from him. Rice kept working over the middle. Atwater did a terrible job of trying to tackle, and that's what happened.
Yeah, you know, Terry, and the coach, John Madden, he was making a point over there that you shut down a Rice or you stop a running back, and up comes a Brent Jones, a tight end, and he got another touchdown pass from mine.
Well, the one thing you have to understand, the 5 receivers for the 49ers all caught over 50 passes, and one thing, Jones, the little play action, misdirection with the option with Montana outside to run or throw, but who do you double, who do you triple, how do you do it? And with 5 people that with that kind of power, it makes it very difficult for a defensive coordinator, Wade Phillips.
Hey, Terry, I know what a lot of football fans are thinking, even Mike. How would your great Pittsburgh Steelers team have made out against these 49ers?
Well, that's not fair.
What do you mean it's not fair?
Okay, all right, I want the truth. Our best Steeler team we'd beat this team. Our defense was awesome, and we would play them, and we would play them as like they've never seen before. And we ran the ball 60 and threw it 40, but when we threw it, we attacked safeties. The Broncos in the first half tried to go deep. They've given up. Now they've come back short, but their real weapons are deep, and the 49ers are taking them away. But we would be a team that would really, with our balance, we could beat this 49er team. What are you smiling about?
Well, I tell you what, I was a part of that era. I saw the great Pittsburgh team. I have a tendency to think that Pittsburgh's defense was as good a football team as I've ever seen. Now, their offense was also good, but I mean, they're complementing each other so well. It would have been a great game.
Mike, we want to show a drop pass by the Broncos in the first half. Now, is it because Elway's throwing the ball too hard, or the receiver's not concentrating? What's going on?
Well, that's a cop-out. No quarterback throws the ball too hard. If you're a receiver, catch the ball. If he throws it soft, you catch it. Throws it hard, you catch it. They haven't had this problem all year or for the rest of his career. I think what's happening there, there's a little footsteps being heard. I think Mr. Lott has left his calling card on the doorstep, and a few people remember if they catch it, they're going to take the thump.
Sir, you had a couple of great wide receivers, really, and Lynn Swan and John Stallworth. Jerry Rice, which one does he remind you of? How does he compare with the two?
Well, Rice doesn't have the leaping ability of a Swan. And then the other guy, Stallworth, has the competitive speed that a Jerry Rice has. People don't realize how fast Stallworth was. Both Swan and Stallworth very fast. The two of them complement. They mix a little bit of Rice in all of them. But the thing that neither one of them, I think, had, and I certainly know they're watching, but Rice is strong. And he's able to hit, bounce off, and go 70 yards. And my guys were beautiful route runners. Beautiful route runners, very smart, and use their hands well. But here's a little pump, a little action, and you're trying to stop Rice. You work on it. You talk about it all week long. We're going to stop him, double team him. And what has he caught in the first half? I think it's 2 touchdown passes.
But still, that's a double zone right there. That safety's got to be in better position than that. And I'm not picking on the safety. I'm just telling you, if you're playing double zone, he's played a bad double zone right there.
Pumped left, though. Rice came to the left side, so the off safety wasn't paying any attention.
Well, he could pump to the other guy all day long. You better be looking at Rice.
Now, we're going to come back and hear from our two experts on what the Broncos might be able to do in the second half, but we've also got a big halftime spectacular coming your way right after these messages from your local stations.
In their new CBS series, Grand Slam, these guys do everything together.
Oh, we don't do everything together, but we're partners.
We are not.
Can you describe him?
Black.
Blonde.
We're a couple of tough guys.
I'm just trying to get this thing fixed. Big-time bounty hunter.
Now, even though we do carry guns,
we're not the Heat.
but we do like it hot.
Grand Slam premieres tonight, so stick around.
And now, the dream is a reality. Where the pros are stars and the stars play like pros. The AT&T Pebble Beach National Pro-Am. The greatest show aboard. The NBA All-Star Game. 500 miles of NASCAR's hottest wheels. The Daytona 500. All this year, experience CBS Sports 90. The dream season.
This is CBS.
Africa. I told my mom I'm going there. There's a book in the school library about Africa. And I'm going to go to San Diego, too.
When we were first married, we had two kinds of money, grocery money and mad money. Now when I look at our savings, it all looks like grocery money to me.
Uncle Sam paid for college. My folks paid for my car. The kids who gets to pick up the checks from now on.
Marabank has been part of this part of the world through rain or shine, good times and bad. We've been there, we'll be there. U.S. West Communications has a question for every small business. When you have a customer on the line, who's to say you aren't missing a bigger one? Call us about adding another business phone line. U.S. West, making the most of your time.
City Line. Watch for details on Channel 10.
Well, it's hard to believe, but it's true. Charlie Brown is 40 years old. Creator Charles Schultz first put pen to paper way back in 1950, coming up with the Peanuts gang. Charlie, Lucy, Linus, Schroeder, and the world's most beloved beagle, Snoopy. Super Bowl 24 dedicates its halftime spectacular in a real New Orleans-style celebration to the comic strip characters we love.
birthday at the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl. We're off to New Orleans.
Despy and Miziger Productions, in association with the National Football League, salutes 40 years of happiness.
Wow, what a great birthday party. Okay, everybody, let the good times roll.
When he finally went and seen us all, now he's got himself a papa-in-law. He moved out where the bayou flowed, and now he's got a little diggy-diggy-low. Hey, diggy-diggy-la-la, diggy-diggy-low, and everyone knew he was her beau. Nobody else could ever show so much love for diggy-diggy-low. a beautiful, beautiful river. Gather with the saints at the river that flows by the throne of God.
The Soul Queen of New Orleans, Irma Thomas.
So the river slowly raging, and the water is wide, and the wind is swiftly blowing. I'm gonna get to the other side. Throw the clouds around me, there is darkness in the night. See the thunder and the lightning flashing in the sky. Fear is all around me, and there's no way I can hide. Till we gather on the other side. Shall we gather? Oh, shall we gather? Oh, shall we gather? Gather on the other side. Oh, shall we gather? Oh, shall we gather? Gather on the other side.
A National Historical Landmark celebrating 100 years of Mississippi River cruising, the steamboat Delta Queen. Mr. New Orleans, Pete Fountain.
A spectacular show from the Louisiana Superdome, and we will continue right after these messages from your local stations.
The world isn't getting smaller. It's getting closer. Now more than ever, turn to the CBS Evening News with Dan Rather. You always know when it's CBS News.
This is CBS.
Winning Arizona over. We're gonna move you, make you smile. When you are the best, Ford dealers. Winning Arizona over. We're winning the whole world over. Winning Arizona over. If you get a Ford, baby, Ford dealers.
Thinking about flying to San Diego? If these 15 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines to San Diego, maybe this one will. Southwest Airlines. It's like having your own company plane.
Next month, only one Valley newscast can save you money and help save your family. Watch News Center 10 Nightcast, and you can protect your aging parents from schemes that can destroy them. Thinking of plastic surgery? Nightcast shows you how much you'll pay. Don't play the Valley's new gambling clubs until we tell you what you could lose. And if you're mad as hell at the cost of your auto insurance, Nightcast can save your cash. For now, don't worry. Sit back and enjoy the Super Bowl. But don't miss Nightcast in February, because after dark, it's a different story. Something new for your phone. The Channel 10 City Line.
Well, the Super Bowl is fast becoming Joe Montana's personal showcase. 3 touchdown passes he threw here in the first half. And as a result, the 49ers lead it easily, 27-3. He has hit Jerry Rice for 2 of those touchdowns in this game, and tight end Brent Jones with the 3rd. This capped off the Niners' first drive. Steve Atwater, the rookie safety, hitting Rice up high. He ricocheted off on into the end zone, and this confirmed the worst fears of the Bronco coaching staff. Then John Elway's shovel pass batted back. He took an interception. It was his 3rd shovel pass of that series. And finally, Montana, who was 15 of 21 for 189 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's having a spectacular playoff now in 3 games, 9 touchdown passes and not a single interception. Okay, Mike and Terry, let's look ahead to the second half. You're looking at me like you look at me.
Well, I am. I'm looking at you because I wonder what you're talking about.
What exactly do you think the Broncos...
They won't quit, but, you know, like Terry said, it's going to be awfully tough. I just would hope that they would stay with some of the things that they had planned earlier in the week when they went into the game, try to stay with them, make them work, maybe get John outside of the pocket a little bit. The running game is out the window, but the defense has to stop them somewhere along the way. And like Terry said, if they put Steve Young in, maybe they'll stop them.
Terry, you had some ideas.
2 things got to happen. I believe, number 1, the Broncos have to take the ball and they have to establish the deep passing lanes early and score quickly with the deep pass. Then, number 2, they have to come out and get a turnover and then capitalize them. Now, all of a sudden, momentum has built back up, and then they believe, hey, now this is what we thought we could do. They have no confidence right now. Try this. 0. No confidence. They say, we don't have a prayer. Now they're only working on hope, and hope doesn't win games.
Now, what would Mike Ditka do inside? You know, we know your ferocious temper. We have seen it on the sideline. In a Super Bowl game, you're really getting whipped. Would you have turned it loose on him? What would you do?
Well, you mean inside?
Yeah, if you were the Bronco.
No, I don't think Dan will do that. I don't think I'd do that. I don't think that doesn't have any merit to do that. I did that during the season. It didn't work. But, you know, you're dealing with a different athlete today, too. And, you know, sometimes they don't respond as favorably as you should. Plus, you got to give the other team credit. You know, it's terrible to set up and say, well, the Broncos aren't doing this and they aren't doing that. They aren't doing this and they aren't doing that because of a reason. And that reason is the 49ers offense, defense, and special teams.
Terry, what about some of the play calling? I said the third shovel pass, and they ran a couple of draw plays in that one series. You say establish the deep passing lanes. What about that?
You do what you do best. You play to your strengths. Shovel pass is a one-time thing. You don't just shovel pass. You do what you do best. And like when Mike said that, you know, they're giving credit to the 49ers, and they're almost saying, hey, we don't have a way in the world to beat these guys, but don't get away from shovel pass, maybe some screens, but you got to establish what Elway does best. And what he does best more than anything, Brent, is throw the deep ball, deep post ends, deep post corners, options. Get him out. We haven't seen him delay and then run outside. Change it up. The first half, always an offensive coordinator runs his best stuff. Now, we've seen so far their best stuff, and it has been horrible. Second half, let's go to some other stuff.
All right, well, speaking of the stuff, let's find out what's been going on down with the players. And let's check in first with Irv Cross, who's been tracking the Broncos. Irv?
Ben, as you can imagine, the Broncos are really concerned as they filed into the locker room because they're very quiet and very sober, and a couple of players have said they're shocked or surprised things have gone the way they've gone. As a matter of fact, Keith Bishop, an offensive lineman, said, hey, it's not the defense's fault, it's the offensive fault. We haven't done anything. We have to score and keep the ball away and keep the ball away from Joe Montana. Here's what he's talking about. Elway, 6 for 20 in the first half, 63 yards passing, and only 87 yards of total offense. So right now, they're in there thinking sort of like Terry Bradshaw said, let's get the offense going. Let's go to Will McDonough at the 49er locker room.
Well, Brent, I think it's going to, Irv Rather, going to be very tough for them to try to come back against the San Francisco defense. You know, in the last 5.5 playoff games, including 1989, this defense has given up just 2 touchdowns. Both of them came when their offense was 18 points ahead. Now, I imagine Denver trying to come back today and score against this defense is going to be very tough. Let's go back to Pat and John upstairs.
Well, John, we've seen the 49ers do this kind of surgery on, well, for 3 times in a row now. Minnesota first, then the Rams, and now the Broncos. That's no surprise. Was there a turning point, in your opinion?
Well, I think so. I mean, I think starting off with the coin flip was a turning point. When the Broncos won it, then they got the ball, because I think Elway is the type of guy that has to come out and he has to get something going. And he came out and he was too pumped up. He threw 2 passes. They were both incomplete, and then he really couldn't get anything going. Then I think the other turning point was when the Broncos were down 7-3, and they were around midfield, and Bobby Humphrey fumbled. And then on this play, we'll see it here. You see they're at midfield. They're down 7-3. They take the fullback out. They're going to run Humphrey right into the line here. Now, whether he had his hands on the ball or maybe he couldn't feel it because of those ribs, the ball pops out. Now the 49ers get the ball. And from that point on, the 49ers went uphill and the Broncos went downhill.
Then, in your opinion, secondarily, what do you think, is there a realistic chance to get Denver back into the game?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they haven't proven that they can stop the 49ers yet, and I think that they had to knock Joe Montana down. In the whole first half, they didn't knock Joe Montana down. On defense, they had a tackle, and on defense, they missed 11 tackles in the first half. So there's always a chance, but when it's 27-3, I don't know what it is.
Well, let's throw it deep and hope, I guess. That's about as much as you can hope for. Second half coming up. The 49ers leading Denver 27-3.
The Super Bowl. The Packers won 2 straight. The Raiders won 3 times. And the Steelers won it 4 times. But one team has been there 5 years in a row. The GTE team. Once again selected by the NFL to custom design the telecommunications system for the Super Bowl.
Bob Lilly, Dallas Cowboys. 2 Super Bowl wins. Who'd ever forget? You did.
From the Far East to Europe. Across the Caribbean and throughout North America. Only one airline covers so much of the world with so much warmth.
So you're into statistics. Well, here's a couple you may have missed. Over the past 5 years, cocaine-related deaths have more than tripled, while deaths involving heroin have nearly doubled. Every year, tens of thousands who gamble with drugs pay the ultimate price. If you don't believe these numbers, come and see for yourself, because here is where they keep all of the final statistics on file.
Where there's help, there's hope.
CBS Sports coverage of Super Bowl 24 is sponsored by Diet Pepsi. Take a time out for the super taste of Diet Pepsi, the right one. Your Toyota dealer and a winning lineup of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. And by Gillette and the revolutionary Gillette Sensor Shaving System. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Darkness has settled over New Orleans. If you look down at the Superdome, and darkness settled over the Denver Broncos in the first half. 49ers lead it 27-3. Part of the halftime show was a riverboat featuring our friend Pete Fountain. They couldn't get the riverboat level, but they got the goalpost level finally. Now it is. Okay.
It is level, and the thing is, the two things you can't play without are goalposts and the footballs. They got a lot of footballs out there, and they had one goalpost. They finally got that one up, and now you got to get that carpet back together. Now, who would have thought? I mean, if the football gods are up there and they're looking down, they'd say, look at this. They're playing under a roof, on a carpet. They're putting the goalpost up and fixing the carpet after a halftime show.
George Toma, the guru of stadium maintenance and field conditions, has done such a magnificent job.
Right on the button. We're excited.
All right, George.
Everything's ready.
Safe.
I'll tell you, when it's 27-3, though, I wonder who cares if you have a straight goalpost. And this is how it happened.
16-5 in first downs, but down at the bottom, well, it all shows you why the score is 27-3. But look at that time of possession.
That's the thing, I think. You know, everyone's going to say, why didn't the Broncos do this? Why didn't Elway do that? In the first half, they really didn't have the ball. We talked. I think that key play for the Broncos was that Bobby Humphrey fumble at midfield when they were just down 7-3.
Treadwell set to start the second half of Super Bowl 24. Aaron Flagler at the 10. Taken down at the 23 by Kip Corrington. And the Broncos have got to air it out.
You know, you always talk about what the team that's down has to do. Even the team that's ahead has a problem, because I remember being in these situations and being ahead, and guys like Bubba Barrett wants to know if he can play fullback. And the center, Jesse Sapula, wants to go back and play guard again. And, of course, Steve Young wants to play. And guys want to do different things, and they forget that you have to play the second half the way you played the first half.
This is a familiar 49ers script. Get ahead, and go back to your running game. Montana's going to throw. To John Taylor. That's his first catch of the day. 8-yard pickup. Wyman Henderson brought him down.
Hey, I think the Broncos are trying to get fired up, and then they come back, and they're still a little frustrated. Look what Joe Montana did in the first half by this. He was 11 for 13, under 10, 3 for 6, 10 to 20. Then he hit one deep one out of two, that deep post to Jerry Rice. But he has really thrown the ball mostly under 10 yards.
That's pretty much his pattern. Second down and 2. Rathman. Knocked backwards. Hit by Scott Curtis. didn't get a first down. I don't think.
I would think that they'll probably come right back again to that side. When Bubba Paris is in there, they like to run behind him, and they don't pull him much. Because Bubba is, you know, they list him at 299. Bubba is closer to 399 than 299. He's not 399. Now, he'll get mad when I say that, but he's closer to 399 than 299.
He told me the other day when you introduced me, be sure you say that 299 so my mother can hear it. Ratman. Stopped by Greg Cregan. I don't know if he got the first down or not.
This is going to be one of those spot deals. This is what Bubba does. You know, he's so big, he says he wants to get his mass on you, and when he gets that mass on you, I'll tell you, that does tire you out. I mean, he just goes and goes and goes, and then at the end, he falls on you. How'd you like to be Holmes there? You're thinking, this is a tough job. At least the Broncos stopped it. So their first goal was to get something going defensively. They've done that.
On 4th and short, the 49ers will punt. Barry Helton, the punter, and that's Vance Johnson.
Like I said, sometimes it's tougher to fire up the team that has the big lead than it is the team that has the big deficit.
Good kick. Johnson signals fair catch. Makes it. The Broncos get their first start of the second half from the 24-yard line. 42-yard punt. So the Denver defense did its work.
Now John Elway, I think, has to kind of relax and just let things flow. He threw those first two passes incomplete, and I don't think in the first half he ever got loosened up.
He missed those first two badly. Then they got something going, and then the fumble by Humphrey, and since then it was all 49ers. Mobley in motion. Elway throws the interception to Michael Walter. And the 49ers get it back at the Denver 27.
Well, whatever they talked about at halftime, I'm sure that wasn't it. Come out, let's open this thing up and throw one to a linebacker. Again, now the 49ers know they have to pass. Good pass rush. They get in his lane. You see, Haley was right there. Michael Walter was in the lane. I don't think Elway ever saw Michael Walter because of Haley. You see Haley coming from his left right there? I don't think he saw him.
Sure didn't look like it. First and 10, 49ers at the Denver 28. Rice, touchdown.
It's the same pattern. It's against the same coverage. That was the thing that they thought they could do. That's the third touchdown to Rice on a post pattern. Right in the middle, splitting that defense.
Montana has been magnificent. Extra point is good. Rice has 6 carries for 136 yards and 3 touchdowns. And the 49ers move ahead 34-3. It's a power display.
Hi, I'm Joe Montana, and I'm going to do something a little crazy. I'm going to challenge all those linebackers singing for Diet Coke, the tennis players, the game show hosts, the singers, any celebrity who's ever done a Diet Coke commercial to come on TV with me right here and take a blind taste test to prove once and for all which tastes better, Diet Coke or new Diet Pepsi. So come on, Miss Wimbledon, I'm serving. Come on, guys, take your best shot. But remember, this is the taste that beats Diet Coke.
Did you know
The cost for these 2 business calls from Los Angeles to Las Vegas at 10 a.m. may be different than you think.
Check to the mail? Great.
One long-distance company would like you to believe they always save you lots of money. But if you compare their price to AT&T Pro Watts for these business calls lasting over 4 minutes, you may be in for a surprise.
Wait a minute. It wasn't supposed to happen like this.
Value, another AT&T advantage.
Gillette announces a razor that can sense the individual needs of your face. Introducing the extraordinary Gillette Sensor Shaving System. Sensor blades are mounted on responsive springs to continuously sense and adjust to your face for the best shave a man can get. Closer, smoother, safer. New Gillette Sensor.
In 2 weeks, don't miss the greatest show above Earth. The NBA All-Star Jam. Gravity doesn't stand a chance.
34-3. The 49ers in control. Jerry Rice. 6 receptions, 136 yards, 3 touchdowns, a Super Bowl record. Montana is setting records by the bushel.
And if the Broncos don't start playing a better defense in that middle, he's going to get 3 more.
Aaron Carrington for the Broncos. To about the 30-yard line. Dan Reeves has taken his coat off and rolled his sleeves up, but it's not working so far.
Watch what happens, Brad. Here's Jerry Rice. Now, they want to come up and bump him. They missed the bump. Now, the safety should be back here. He looks at John Taylor coming here. Jerry Rice comes here. Boom. Look at this wide open middle. You see, the bump is going to come up on him here. He misses him. He runs right by him. The safety looks at Taylor, and look at Jerry Rice wide open in the middle of the field.
Denver first down at their own 30. Elway swings it outside to Humphrey. Out of bounds at about the 37. Michael Walter knocked him out after a pickup of 7.
I think it doesn't look like Bobby Humphrey has been bothered by those 2 cracked ribs. One thing I noticed, on that play he got out of bounds, but on the other one, he's getting bent over and getting his shoulder pad in front, so all they have to hit is shoulder pads. He's not going to expose that rib side. This is what he's wearing. See, they just put an extension on his regular shoulder pads to cover the ribs.
2nd and 3. Humphrey again. First down, Denver. Again, he covered the ball and ducked under the tacklers.
And he's laughing there because Chet Brooks was coming up. Chet Brooks was coming up, and Chet Brooks was bringing a big load. And Bobby Humphrey, and just before Brooks got there, Bobby Humphrey got down under Brooks's load. There is a tough guy, number 31. I think that he has been a big part of the success of this 49er defense. The defense that people don't talk a lot about. He took over for Jeff Fuller as he played well.
It's a very good defense. No way to throw it. Chase by Kevin Fagan. Ball loose. Walter comes up with a loose ball, but Elway was down.
Here's a group that's done a heck of a job. We see Joe Montana walking by him, but that's the offensive line of the 49ers. There's Harris Barton, big right tackle. He was a guy who pulled early in the game and broke Roger Craig on a run. We remember that drive. Jesse Sapullo, thinking of those runs they've been getting up the middle to Rathman and Craig. And of course, this guy here, he leads the whole thing, doesn't it?
He's the artist. 2nd and 16. Elway chased by Haley. Batted up to Steve Sewell just at the last second. Stopped by Pierce Hope. Pickup of 10.
This is the thing that the Broncos, the thing they have to think about is, again, is you don't think of scoring 40 points now, you just think you're getting one touchdown. They haven't done that yet. Maybe you just think about trying to get past midfield.
Pass intercepted by Chet Brooks. Brooks out of bounds at the Denver 35.
I can't believe that there's not something wrong with John Elway. I mean, I know that he's had a cold because he was really coughing yesterday. I mean, he's just not throwing the ball. That's not John Elway. That's not the great passer that we've seen over the years. I mean, this ball comes out of there like a wounded duck. Watch, I mean, this isn't even a spiral. It's not that big a pass rush. He can't find anything open, but that thing's flipping and flopping around in the air, and it isn't even close to a receiver. Maybe it's frustration. Maybe it's physical, but this isn't the John Elway I've seen.
Here's Craig Barton again, who again gets an excellent block. Dennis Smith made the stop. Joe Montana's day today. The records he has set today: passing attempts, completions, yards, touchdown passes in a career, 4 in a game. That's a record. He's just been the same guy we saw in practice and against the Rams.
Yeah, they had that big scandal thing the other day, or the story about the drugs, and we went to practice that day, and everyone was thinking, geez, maybe it'll bother Montana. Like I said, every 2.5 hours had one incomplete pass.
Going deep for Taylor, another touchdown.
And that's the same place, Pat. If that post is the middle of the field, you talk about being vulnerable. That's worse than being vulnerable. They're getting killed.
35 yards from Montana to Taylor.
And we saw Jerry Rice catch 3 posts for touchdowns. Now it's John Taylor's turn to run a post. A post, the guy just runs up, then he runs into the goal post. The quarterback throws it in the middle field, right at the goal post.
Hofer for the extra point. And the 49ers lead it by the score of 41-3 down. 9 minutes and 44 seconds left to play in the third quarter, and the 49ers running away.
Schön, komm. Ich sehe nichts. Spurzung. Da ist er.
Toyota Celica. Das sieht nicht gut aus, Hans. Wir bewegen uns ins nächste Modelljahr 1990, während Toyota Celica ins nächste Jahrzehnt geht.
Watch out, Hogan's. People magazine says it's the most promising sitcom of the season. Valerie Harper is the talk of the town in City, premiering tomorrow night after Major Dad.
Watch this. Jerry Rice has caught 3 touchdown passes. He's here. He comes over here. Atwater jumps up on him, so they bring John Taylor. Boom, right there. That's how he gets to the post. Watch Atwater take the bite when Rice comes across, and that's what lets John Taylor get into the post. You see, right there, now he's up there. Now Taylor can get in behind him, and he's wide open for the touchdown. Right at the goal post.
And again, the pass was right in the basket.
Joe Montana's career has been putting passes in a basket.
Yeah. Hofer set to kick off. Kickoff team's gotten a lot of work today. That's Carrington at the goal line. Good return out to about the 38. Stopped by Flagler. And Reeves has been in, this is his 8th Super Bowl appearance. Some with the Cowboys as a player, some as an assistant. And then with Denver, they have had a tough time in Super Bowl competition. This is their...
Well, you know, he's done a heck of a job.
Yeah.
Their whole staff has really of getting here this many times. And, you know, maybe they aren't the best team in the NFL, but they have proven to be the best team in the AFC a number of times.
Elway will throw it. Van Johnson. Cross midfield. Stopped by Johnny Jackson. First down.
Well, the Broncos are now going with no huddle. When you're down 41-3, you got to try something to change up, and then they decided to go with a huddle. They started a no huddle, and then they went back and huddled.
Not a lot to talk about when you're behind 41-3. Let's put it up, boys. Humphrey on the draw play. To about the 14. Don Griffin finally tripped him up. 34-yard run by Bobby Humphrey.
Yeah, that was one of the things that the 49ers were worried about is Bobby Humphrey's quickness. Watch, his line gets a block there. Right there, they get a cut block on Matt Millen. That's the block that sprung Humphrey through the hole. And when he gets in the open on artificial turf, what does this guy have quick moves? You know, he decided not to take his senior year at Alabama to go into the pros. Of course, Alabama played here in a bowl game, and he's playing in the big bowl game.
Away. Flag on the play. Clarence Kay was the intended receiver. Romanowski back there with him.
You know, talking about flags on the play, there's been very few flags in this game. The officials have really stayed out of the football game.
That's only the second penalty.
Interference, number 53, defense, first down on the 1-yard line.
And that was Romanowski. He was the guy who came up with the interception. I don't know. I think that's an interception. I think, you know, the score is 41-3, but I think that's a bad call. I know what they're going to say, that he didn't look back and that he face guarded. But I think if you intercept it, then it all ought to be off.
It's a heck of a play.
Yeah, he gets his hand up there, brings it down, and holds on to it with his left hand.
In any case, they ruled it's interference. First and goal, Broncos at the 1. Humphrey collided with Elway. Didn't make it. Stopped by Pierce Hope.
See, this has to be the worst 3 quarters of football John Elway can remember in his life. Not only is he having trouble throwing the ball, but then he goes to run it, and his running back runs right into him. Doug Waddell was on the ground. He was in the way, and that was a play that didn't have a chance from the get-go.
Second and goal from the 1. To the line of scrimmage. Haley was the first to hit him. A loss of 2 yards.
I think that the 49ers have thrown these guys off so much that now they have a tough time getting a play off. Watch Matt Millen. Matt Millen loves to play short yardage and goal line. Just gets the feel the guy, gets around his guys, gets around their guys, and finds a ball carrier.
So now it's third and goal from the 3. Goes to the shotgun. Runs a quarterback draw and runs into the end zone. Touchdown Denver.
Elway doesn't even look like he wants to celebrate that one, and I think he's right. This is an organized play. They have 4 wide receivers plus Sewell in there, and it's just a quarterback draw. They just put him the ball in the shotgun, snap the ball to him. He's supposed to find a hole up in the middle. There was no hole in the middle, so he just bounced it to the outside.
Kubiak will hold for Treadwell. 41-10. 6:53 left to play in the third quarter. 49ers still with a commanding advantage. 41-10.
Dear Jenny. Dear Jenny. I don't know. You're so neat. No. Dear Jenny. I don't usually... I don't usually pour my heart out like this. I am mesmerized. Mesmerized. Your effervescence. My passion for you will never be quenched. I will thirst for the exhilaration of your companionship. And I will place you on a pedestal above all others. For eternity. Well, but Fred. Oh, Jenny, you must feel so special. I feel like a Pepsi.
I get letters from all over the country, pre-game, post-game. Jay, when should my Super Bowl party begin? When should it end? Jay, what's the proper etiquette? Hey, look, take it easy, okay? Start any time. But when you're out of Doritos tortilla chips, the party is pretty much over. That's right. Mm-hmm. This guy writes, because of this Berlin Wall thing, will there be enough Doritos tortilla chips to go around for my Super Bowl party? Didn't you understand that whole crunch all you want campaign? Hey, the day comes that we can't make more than you can eat. That's when we hang it up, pal. You understand that? Now eat Doritos and enjoy the game.
His job was espionage.
You're a spy!
And he made it a family business.
You're in this and you know it.
Family of Spies, beginning next Sunday.
Super Bowl number 24. Pat Summerall, John Madden at the Superdome in New Orleans. 41-10. Broncos just scored. Treadwell about to kick off.
You see who's in the wedge here all by himself? That's a one-man wedge. They're playing Tom Rathman. I think if I had Tom Rathman, I'd play a one-man wedge, too.
This is going to be Flagler from about the 3. Down at the 24 by Bruce Klosterman. 23-yard return. The Denver scoring drive, 5 plays. They went 61 yards, a big 34-yard run by Humphrey. Elway got the touchdown from 3 yards out. Rice and Taylor split wide left. Flagler was in motion. Craig gets the carry. Again, steps out of a couple of tackles, gets the first down. Simon Fletcher wrapped him up.
I don't think the Broncos have any idea of where to go to start to stop this team anymore. Yeah, I mean, they got Craig is still running. They can still run Rathman. They have thrown 4 touchdowns in the post in that area. And it seems like anything they want to do, they can do. The Broncos have not knocked Montana down all day. So I know it's artificial turf, but that's about as clean a jersey as a quarterback can have in a third quarter.
First and 10 49ers at the 36. Here's counter Craig. To Craig. Up by Andre Townsend this time. And Tim Lucas.
Yeah, if you look at where they pass, you can see that he was 5 for 5 in the middle deep. That's where he's killed him. Look, 142 yards deep in the middle, and 4 of those were touchdowns. Then he's 4 for 6 to the left, 6 for 8 in the middle short, 3 for 3.
Bruce Collie who plays the third quarter. Then Terry Tausch comes in. There, right guard. That's Craig in motion. Montana back to throw it. And it's to Taylor. Complete. Stopped by Lucas. In the 4 Super Bowls, look at the numbers for Montana. 68% completion. 1,105 yards, 11 touchdowns, no interception. Remarkable.
He's a remarkable quarterback. We talked about that before, that we used to say that he was the best in football. I don't think anyone even argues that anymore. Now we're on a level, is he the best that ever played? And I'm one that votes yes.
He's seen so much. Ball out to Williams for a first down. And a gain of 7 yards. Steve Atwater made the stop on Jamie Williams.
Jamie Williams is another one of those guys from Nebraska, you know, along with Roger Craig and Tom Rathman. And he was a Plan B player. He got picked up from Houston, and he is really a happy guy. He was out most of the season, then he got to play at the end and play here in the Super Bowl. I saw him the other night. He was in front of a restaurant standing in line. I said, "Hey, Jamie, you're in the Super Bowl. You don't have to stand in line." He said, "Yeah, send me Montana and I won't have to stand in line." He was with Bono, the third-string quarterback.
Handoff is to Rathman. Got blockers in front. To the Denver 30. Atwater made the stop, but Rathman gets 18 yards.
You know who's done a heck of a job, Pat, is Harris Barden, the right tackle pulling. We'll just watch him here when we see him. He's done it all day, but watch 79 right there. You see him? Now he has to find the hole, and then when you find the hole, you have to find the guy that is going to make the tackle. See him lead right here? He finds a hole, then he gets his hands, he gets his block on him, and he's the guy that clears the way for Tom Rathman.
Flagler goes in motion. It's Craig this time, and he's brought down behind the line of scrimmage by Scott Curtis. Joe Montana has completed 12 consecutive passes. That is another Super Bowl record.
Hey, he's going to have so many of them that they won't even remember the other guy. That just broke Phil Simms' record for consecutive passes.
2nd and 11 at the 31. 41-10, San Francisco. Consecutive to Rice inside the 20. Stopped by Tyrone Braxton.
You see Jerry Rice, those pants, between his pants and his stockings, he wears a pair of long pants like dancers, or tights is what those are. So he wears tights, then he puts his socks over the tights and then the pants over the tights. And then in practice he just wears tights. And that kind of keeps all that stuff together, all those muscles and stuff, and keeps him warm, because this guy can just go all day.
Keeps that speed in there.
Yeah, I'd like to borrow some of that. That's if I could use that and wear some of that speed around.
First down, just inside the 20. Montana. Well, that broke the streak to Mike Wilson, but the pass was there.
Not only broke the streak, but it broke that same area. Of course, they're in a little closer now. As I said, they've thrown 4 touchdown passes to the post in that middle area, and then that was an incomplete in that same area. But the closer you get to the goal line, the tougher that pass is.
It's time to meditate. 1:21 left to play third quarter. 2nd down and 10. To Craig. Moves to the 6. Stopped by Curtis. and Simon Fletcher, but a 12-yard pass completion from Montana to Craig.
You know, I think at some point you have to give this offensive line credit, too, because Craig has done a lot. Rathman, Joe Montana, hasn't been knocked down. He has a complete clean jersey. He doesn't even look like he's sweating. And this offensive line has really come on in the last month of the season. They haven't allowed a sack, and in fact, they don't even allow anyone anymore to get close to Montana.
First and goal from the 7. 30 seconds left before the end of the third quarter. Montana didn't like what he saw. Timeout San Francisco with 28 seconds to go. The 49ers leading 41-10.
500 miles of the hottest wheels on earth. Daytona 500.
We're back with the Budweiser scoring machine in high gear. Fourth and goal for the Bud Light 3.
They're bringing in, you know who?
But wait, Bud Light counters with the washer.
The dryer.
Folks are throwing everything at him, but...
No!
They give it to the freezer.
No, it's Bobby Budd.
Touchdown! At the end of the third quarter, it's Bud Light 34, Budweiser 30. It's really starting to snow.
I love what you do for me, Toyota. I love how you set me free, Toyota.
Whether it's car of the year, truck of the year, most trouble-free, or #1 in customer satisfaction, Toyotas are always being singled out. No wonder there are more Toyotas on the road today than any other import.
I love what you do for me, Toyota.
Join us next weekend when CBS Sports tees off its coverage of the PGA Tour with the AT&T Pebble Beach National Pro-Am. Coverage starts Saturday at 4 o'clock Eastern Time in one of the most beautiful spots anywhere in this country.
You know, I'd like to have that shot there and just swing as hard as I could and hit the ball in the ocean.
It's happened.
I know it, and I've seen it happen. In fact, I'm gonna come and watch that next week. I think that's one of the great golf tournaments, and it's sure one of the great spectacles in this country, that Pebble Beach area.
It's a special event at a special location. First and goal at the 7. Rathman to about the 3, stopped by Andre Townsend. 4-yard pickup.
There's nothing that guy can do now. I know the feeling there. You just kind of hope it gets over.
Clock ticking down to the end of the third quarter. And that is the end of the third quarter with the score of the 49ers 41, the Broncos 10. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Sexy, sophisticated, and successful.
Driving like you stole it.
Well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Schneider and Rodriguez, Grand Slam 3 minutes after the Super Bowl.
This is CBS.
It was just one of those things. Just one.
Now, when you write a Valley Bank check for practically anything, your purchases are covered against damage, loss, or theft, and the warranty is automatically extended. Introducing checking accounts with Shopper's Assurance, only from Valley National Bank. The perfect solution for an imperfect world.
I'm used everywhere, man, I'm used everywhere. Across the deserts bare, man, up in the mountain air. People all declare, man, I'm used everywhere. I'm used in Brighton, Clarkson, Stapleton, Tulsa, Pendleton, Madison, Denison, Alamosa, Hot Springs, Rock Springs, Soda Springs, Pocatello, Fargo, Pueblo, Provo, Walla Walla, Sioux City, Rapid City, Junction City, Moose Lake, Crater Lake, Devil's Lake, Salt Lake, for Pete's sake, I'm used everywhere.
It's the one that gets used. U.S. West Direct.
one takes care of business better than the people who own it.
Channel 10, sharing the vision of fun.
That's Joe Montana's wife, Jennifer, the blonde.
She still has her ticket. She's so proud of that ticket in this game. She's going to carry that around forever. That's going to be a souvenir. Jennifer will take it home and tell Joe, look how I got in.
Second and goal at the 4. Around. Touchdown. And the route continues. From 3 yards away. Rathman adds to the total.
He's still trying to get warm over there. Hey, what a machine this 49er offense is. What a machine this 49er team is. Hey, the holes are getting so big now, it's starting to be embarrassing. These two running backs, Rathman and Craig, have done a job. The offensive line has been outstanding. Outstanding.
The receivers have been outstanding. The only thing I can remember that went wrong was the missed extra point. Not so this time. 48-10. San Francisco. 72,919 in attendance today at the Louisiana Superdome in New Orleans. San Francisco 48, Denver 10. We just begin the final quarter. Good look at the Superdome from the MetLife blimp. Over 97 miles of wire are needed to connect the 8,500 lights that make up that night sign on the MetLife blimp.
You wonder how it feels to go through a period that Joe Montana's going through, where, you know, I mean, everyone struggles in what they do, and even some people that are the best, you know, it's still hard, but to make it look this easy and to do the things that he's done, I wonder what it feels like inside.
I've never experienced it. I couldn't tell you.
No, I haven't either, and I you know, just watch him, and he's so cool about it. I know yesterday when we talked to him, I felt more excited about the game tomorrow than he did. And, heck, they're not shooting any bullets at us.
No.
There's no pass rushes or blitzes or guys hitting your...
He certainly didn't seem cocky, but he did seem very confident.
Well, and he talked about fear, just the fear of losing and the fear of playing poorly.
Harrington. Brought down just outside the 20 by Romanowski again.
I think everyone's wondering at what point do the Broncos say that's enough and put in Gary Kubiak for John Elway.
I was just starting to think that myself.
Well, it's a type of thing that Elway has never really gotten started today. I mean, he did run that one in for a touchdown, but this was just not his day, and I don't know that the answer, of course, is to change quarterbacks either.
It is still Elway. Mark Jackson, the man on the move. Elway sacked by Daniel Stubbs. Steve Young getting ready.
Yeah, I would think that with a 48-10 lead in the fourth quarter that Steve Young is probably going to come in the next series. That's a nice way to go in, too. I mean, it's not fun. It's not good being a backup quarterback, but, you know, you have to mop up. So you usually go in when you're way ahead or way behind. But when it's the Super Bowl and you're following a guy like Joe Montana, what the heck? Smile about it.
Flag on the play as Elway goes back to throw, gets the screen pass up the middle to Sammy Winder. Kevin Fagan on the stop, a gain of 9.
49ers just look like they're quicker and faster. You know, they have a term in boxing to get off first. You know, the first guy to get the punch up. The 49ers get off first.
In every case. In every play.
Offside, number 98, defense, 5-yard penalty from the line of scrimmage, still second down.
Antonio Goss, the man who jumped.
Yeah, I don't think Antonio Goss, I think it was 96 they were talking about. I think they changed that. Yeah, I think it was Stubbs.
He's the one who made the sack the play before. 2nd and 11. Elway almost taken down again. It is. Fumble. And the 49ers pick it up. Stubbs recovered the fumble. Returned it 16 yards.
Hey, the 49ers aren't showing any mercy on him, Pat.
Wow.
They were bringing the defensive backs on that one. They were blitzing their safeties. They were bringing the corners. And Stubbs picked up the fumble after Elway was hit and fumbled the ball. But watch this. They get the 4-man rush. Now watch the corners coming from the outside. See Griffin, 29. There you see the other corner, Pollard, coming from the other side. And they're the guys that flush him out. Griffin's the guy that hits him. The corner who blitzed him finally hits him and knocked the ball out.
Millen and Elway in conversation. I don't know what about.
I don't know. Matt Millen, of course, played against the Broncos and John Elway for so many years when Matt Millen was with the Raiders.
1st and goal at the 1. Montana still in. Craig. 49er touchdown. From a yard out. Cofer in to try for the extra point. We have 13 minutes and 47 seconds left to play.
Hey, this is complete domination. The 49er offense has beaten the Denver Bronco defense every way a defense can be beaten.
55-10. With 13:47 left to play. This is just unfortunate. Are we on yet?
Are we on yet?
We on yet?
Oh, hi, folks. Hello, everybody. Do we have a big one for you today? Jordan gets the ball. He drives down the left side of the fairway.
Bo Jackson catches it at the wall and fires a bullet to McEnroe.
Gretzky, Jackson.
Ooh,
wow. Delectable.
And now a word from our sponsor. Nice shoes.
Over to you, Dick.
Over to you, Kurt.
Over to you, Tommy.
Over to you, Dick.
No, the other Dick.
Over to you, Harry.
Me out to the...
Lovely. And now a word from our sponsor.
Nice shoes.
Gretzky takes the puck up the ice and fires it back in.
Out of the bunker. For a home run.
Game, set, and
touchdown.
Nice shoes.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
In all my years, decades as a sportscaster,
I've never, ever seen anything like it.
And now, a word from our sponsor.
Holy cow! You got the feeling. Get on your Pontiac and ride. Pontiac ride. Ride. Pontiac ride. Ride. Pontiac ride.
CBS Sports coverage of Super Bowl 24 is sponsored by Nike, who reminds you to just do it. Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We build excitement. And by Budweiser and Bud Light, who also bring you today's exciting Bud Bowl 2 matchup.
55-10. Super Bowl record for number of points scored. They broke the record, the 49ers did, of the Bears when they beat the Patriots. Same field. Gopher to kick off. Carrington. Dragged down at the 26. The return of 26.
Yeah, we just saw Pete Kugler going in there, Pat, on defense, number 67. He's playing his last football game today. He's after this game for the 49ers, he's going to retire at 9 years. He's really had a good career. He's played for the 49ers. He went to the USFL, then came back to the 49ers, had some injuries, had a bad shoulder, been a tackle and end, but a real good player for this 49er team.
Listed as a nose tackle, but he's playing defensive end now. Here's Humphrey. Michael Walter made the stop.
And the ironic thing, he's playing his last football game against the Denver Broncos, and he's going to go live in Denver. He was thinking of a good place to raise a family, and that's where he's going to take his family. He bought a house in Denver, and he's going to live in Denver. So he's playing his last game against the Broncos, and then he's going to move in with them.
2nd and 4. A lot of smiles on the 49er sideline. Elway chased out of the pocket by Stubbs, gets it to Melvin Bratton. And he gets the first down, goes out of bounds. Matt Millen.
Matt Millen, after he makes any tackle, always talks to the guy. He always has something to say, and he kind of baits those guys. Now watch him. After he tackles them, he talks to him, then he makes them push him or punch him. Now when they do that, the official's supposed to call a penalty, and that's what Millen's trying to get. There's a guy on defense who enjoys playing football. Matt Millen was made to be a linebacker. He just loves playing.
And he's been reborn here, too.
You know, the Broncos are reduced to a point that they can't even get the snap from the center anymore. I mean, there were people that anticipated a blowout, and sometimes in these Super Bowls, you know, you say, oh, it's going to be a great game, and then it's not. And I think a lot of people thought this would be a blowout, and then it is. They can say, well, I told you it was going to be a blowout.
Well, you can always hope. Second and 11. Elway again chased out of the pocket. And down. Stubbs and Roberts. Backup defensive end.
Yeah, the 49ers have so many good ones. You know, you got Pierce Holt, you got Kugler, and you got Fagan, and then you bring in a Roberts and a Stubbs, and they're all good pass rushers. They're all strong guys. You know, some of them quick, some of them are bull rushers, but they can just keep throwing those defensive guys at you. And then when you have that offense to go with it, that's a pretty good sandwich.
3rd down for Denver and 23. Winder taken from behind the line of scrimmage by Kevin Fagan. Loss of 6.
Yeah, I know sometimes you think, is there any way that you could just call off a game? I was having people say, well, one thing about them, they didn't quit. Well, of course they didn't quit. They don't let you quit. You got to play 60 minutes unless you tie.
Off the side of the foot of Mike Horan. We have 11:13 left now. And the 49ers leading Denver by the score of 55-10.
Look out tomorrow. Here comes
road to excitement now leads to this, a special touring edition of the Grand Prix Sports Sedan. Its V6 power, fuel injected quick. Its optional anti-lock braking, sure and precise. Its feel, undeniably Pontiac. Grand Prix STE.
So you're back for more, huh? Well, forget about it. You can only knock down so many. Know what I'm saying? I don't mean to be taking any jabs, but you're too heavy for me. That's why I'm leaving. Besides, I have a new title now. Just call me sugar-free.
Discover the 1-calorie real Coke taste worth leaving Pepsi for.
Goodbye, Pepsi. I say you out cold. For the taste of it, Diet Coke.
There is no sound so unique as the human voice. Soon, it will bring you voice-activated calling on the all-fiber optic network of U.S. Sprint.
Chris Stanford.
A system that recognizes your voice
Call home.
and dials numbers
Hello, darling.
just by asking. Such is the power of the human voice. The new voice-activated calling card, only from U.S. Sprint.
In 2 weeks, don't miss the greatest show above Earth, the NBA All-Star Jam. Gravity doesn't stand a chance.
11:13 left to play. Jerry Rice has got on the baseball cap.
Hey, they just couldn't handle Jerry Rice or anyone that went into the post today, and they had 4 touchdowns into the post. Look at those defensive backs over there, and they really put a blanket on those Bronco receivers. Elway didn't have much of a day, but he really didn't have too many guys open to throw to either.
Joe Montana still the quarterback for the 49ers. This is Flagler. Tackled by Rick Dennison.
Yeah, there's an amazing guy, Pat, right there. Pierce Holt, number 78, playing as well as he does in his second year. They're taking Montana out now. They finally took him out, and they're putting in Steve Young.
Montana was 22 out of 29. 297 yards, 5 touchdowns. Flagler again. Out by Brooks. And he goes to the 49er baseball cap. 5 touchdowns, a new Super Bowl single game record. And 22 out of 29. Super Bowl record set today. And almost every one conceivable. Third down for the 49ers. 8-14. Flagler and Sidney were the running backs for Young, who has all kinds of time. Pass is called incomplete. Intended to Wesley Walls. Vance Johnson will go back deep for Denver. Barry Helton will do the punting. (55-10). 9:43 left to play. Not much left to analyze, is there?
Well, I think we're going to be able to analyze the backup quarterbacks now.
Okay. Johnson lets it roll. Kubiak warming up now for Denver. 46-yard punt. Broncos will take over just inside their own 20.
vehicle of the 90s. Introducing the Pontiac of minivans, the new Pontiac Transport.
Power of the MetLife blimp, which will travel over 10,000 miles in 1990 as it covers network sporting events around the country. That's how it looks inside. They're having fun. Gary Kubiak is now the Denver quarterback. Long day for John Elway. Humphrey hit behind the line of scrimmage by Kevin Fagan.
Here's what they do with Joe Montana. He's always had that elbow problem, so it's a lot like a baseball pitcher. Once they finish the day, then they just kind of wrap it up and put it away. You got an arm like that, you just pack it around in some kind of case, then you wrap it up at the end and you put it away till next year.
Kubiak under pressure. And down by Pete Kugler.
I tell you, Kugler is thinking that this is his last game. Let's make this last one a good one. And here you are at the end of your career. You're playing your last game, and you might as well just fight that thing out to the end. Yeah, it always has to be a double-edged sword. And on one hand, you're kind of happy that it's over. You are retiring. You're making your decision. But on the other hand, in fact, I talked to him in the streets about it the other night. You wonder if you're going to worry 5 years from now that maybe you left a year too early.
That's 49ers' 5th sack. Kubiak with plenty of time this time. And the pass complete to Ricky Teal. Out to about the 43. Johnny Jackson made the stop.
Ricky Teal is a guy that has to have surgery in the offseason. He cracked a kneecap during the season, and they held him out, and they just rested him. He only caught 10 passes all year. As he said, it's just been kind of a lost and wasted year for him, and he hopes to have the surgery in the offseason, get the knee better, and come back and be a complete player again.
Kubiak again. Ball batted down. Hit by Haley. Deflected.
Here's a guy. When we were talking to John Elway yesterday, he says the key to the 49er defense is Charles Haley. That when they break the line, he wants to go up and find out where he is, because he's their most active guy, their best pass rusher, and where he lines up determines what they're going to do. And he's just one of those guys who is all over the place. He'll go inside and outside, bat balls down. A very active and very good player.
Winder is the lone setback. 2nd and 10. Kubiak throws behind the Teal this time.
If you look at what the 49ers have done to the Denver quarterback, look, they've sacked him 5 times, hurried him 10 times, made him fumble once, batted 2 balls down and intercepted 2. So that is a statistic that shows what a good job the 49er defense has done today.
Elway finished 10 out of 26. Had 2 picked off. Only threw for 108 yards, and that was the key to their success going into the game. Kubiak from behind. By Daniel Stubbs, a loss of 1.
John Elway is going to take the heat, and this is his 3rd Super Bowl, his 3rd loss in a Super Bowl. But as he said, he would rather be there and take a swing at it. He also said before he's ever going to be considered a great quarterback, he knows that he has to win one of these things.
Taylor back. Fields the punt. 31, stopped by Tim Lucas. Getting ready in the 49er locker room, Huey Lewis and Eddie DeBartolo.
Yeah,
Jr.
This is Eddie DeBartolo, and there's Huey Lewis right there. They're getting the celebration done before the game's still 6 minutes, 5 and 58 seconds. Huey Lewis and Eddie DeBartolo down there, they're waiting for the team to come in.
And we'll be in there as well after the game is over for the presentation of the championship trophy, the Lombardi Trophy. Each player, of course, will get the honor of being a member of the repeating Super Bowl champions and also $36,000. Flagler, a flag on the play.
Yeah, who said you can't repeat? In fact, at the ring ceremony last year, when the 49ers got their rings, Joe Montana was the first guy to bring it up, and he said, let's repeat. Roger Craig already has the hat. They're still in the fourth quarter.
Number 66, offense, 10
Roger
yards,
Craig
still
is
first
talking
down.
about three-peats. You hear that? It's a new word. You win a Super Bowl. Hey, good, you know. Then can you repeat? Then you repeat. Now you talk about three-peats.
Well, they certainly have got enough people to accomplish that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at that. They got the team of the decade there in the locker room already. They got hats. And I'm sure someone will make up a thing now for three-peats.
I like that. It's a good word.
Well, you got your Pete, your two Petes, and go for three-peats.
This will be their fourth Super Bowl championship. Flagler again, about the 33, or the 23, make that. Stopped by Warren Powers.
There's the guys, that offensive line that really did the job today. They're protecting Joe Montana. This guy McIntyre going to a Pro Bowl, starting left guard.
Yeah, back to back. Now let's go for...
The coordinating producer of Super Bowl number 24 is Charles H. Milton III. Boy, he did a heck of a job this week. Or on this event, I should say. It's to Harry Sidney. 7-yard pickup. Super Bowl 24 produced by Robert D. Stinner. Directed by Sandy Grossman. Super Bowl Today produced by Eric Mann. The Super Bowl Today directed by Duke Struck. Senior producer David Winter. And the executive producer of CBS Sports is Ted Shaker. Hats off to all of them.
How about Jim Burt bringing his son out there, giving him 5 kisses in a row, and then handing him his helmet and telling him to sit on the bench? That's Super Bowl celebration.
Pass complete to Mike Sherrard. Jim Burt, another guy who found new life with the 49ers.
He's getting more kisses from his son. That's a Super Bowl record. I remember when he played for the Giants, he brought his son down there, and it was headbutts in those days. Now, a few years later, it's kisses. They're shaking hands, is introducing all the guys. You talk about a thrill. That's a thrill for the son, but I'll tell you, the dads have to be awfully happy, too.
Flagler, the ball carrier. Stopped by Andre Townsend. The clock running with 4:20 left to play, and the 49ers leading 55-10.
Yeah, but Jim Burt's the only guy that could do that, Pat. You see Tom Rathman, he's talking to Norv Hecker. Yeah, but Jim Burt's the only guy that could bring his son down there and have a Super Bowl record of father kissing son with pen and introduce him to all the linemen and the Super Bowl on the bench. He's still going, that's 11. Matt Millen says, where are my kids?
Where are my kisses?
Bring me some kids.
Flagler. Stopped by Rick Dennison. Gain of 10 and another first down. Tough day for Dan Reeves.
There's no bigger gap in football than the difference between winning a Super Bowl, as this sideline is, and losing the Super Bowl, as this sideline.
That's the biggest gap in sport. It's just been announced to the crowd and to us that Montana is the unanimous Super Bowl MVP for the 3rd time, and that's another record. Flagler trying to skip to the outside. Knocked out of bounds by Darren Carrington. Eddie DeBartolo has left the locker room.
He better watch out. I mean, hey, if you get a big old fullback and a tough guy like Tom Rathman squeezing you, boy, you could just pop some vertebrae right out of your back if you're Eddie DeBartolo. But you know, one of the things about Eddie DeBartolo is these players really love this guy. I mean, they really do. And they said, the guy has so much money, he has everything. Joe Montana was saying, the only thing we can give him in return for what he does for us is the Super Bowl. That's the only thing he can't buy himself.
Sydney straight ahead, stopped by Warren Powers. We'll get the 2-minute warning before another play. That's it. So 2 minutes to go. 55-10 49ers.
We're back, and we got us a blizzard here at Bud Bowl. For Budweiser, it's down to 1 last play. 3 seconds left. They're down by 4.
Come on, guys. Don't fizzle out on me now.
They need a touchdown. They need a miracle.
Blue, 33.
With a miraculous last-second comeback, it's Budweiser 36, Bud Light 34.
Freezer, back-to-back titles. How did you do it? Let me tell you, man, nothing beats a Bud.
Nothing beats it. Nothing beats it. The one and only. Nothing beats it. The clean, the crisp, the cold. The king of beers.
Nothing beats the Bud. Nothing beats the king of beers. Nothing beats the Budweiser. Nothing beats the Bud.
Quick post-game wrap-up. First quarter, 87,000 bags of Doritos tortilla chips were eaten. 48,000 of them are nacho cheese flavor. That's an end-of-game total of 351,240 bags. I guess that's why we called it the Super Bowl. Whew, I am physically and mentally exhausted.
I love football as much as you guys, but the season's over. We can get depressed or we can help each other through it. Murphy Brown, Monday nights on CBS.
You want to see it? For Jeff Fuller, baby. We did it for you, Fuller. Number 1. We did it for you, baby. The whole team, it was for you. The best in the world.
That, of course, was Chet Brooks talking about Jeff Fuller, who was injured earlier in the season. He and Chet were great buddies, and still are. 3rd down for San Francisco. 2 minutes to go. Young gets away from a sack, gets away from another sack, gets a block. First down, out of bounds. Stops the clock after a scramble of 11 yards. Keena Turner celebrating. That was Wallace that got the block that sprung him.
Yeah, it was Steve Wallace on Warren Powers, number 91. Watch it, it's going to happen. Wallace is number 74. He got his leg broken in last year's Super Bowl, but watch him. He's going to block 91 the second time around, right there. And I think Steve Wallace is one of the best tackles in football. He and Bubba Parrish share that left tackle position now for the 49ers, but I think that guy right there, 74, is one of the best in the game.
First and 10. Young is just going to run it out as he kneels and does nothing else. Another happy man, Matt Millen.
Well, he was happy. He was waived. He was waived by the Raiders this year. Picked up by the 49ers as a free agent, and now he ends up in the Super Bowl.
Tonight on CBS, John Schneider and Paul Rodriguez star as rival bail bondsmen out to catch a killer in the world premiere of the new CBS series Grand Slam. That, of course, after our postgame show when we'll be in both locker rooms. Young again, Jeff Neal. This telecast presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the National Football League is prohibited. A happy 49er day.
I tell you, if you're a football player, a football coach, football family, there's no higher honor than winning the Super Bowl. There's no better feeling than this feeling right now. Because this year, you're the best. George Seifert in his first year, and they can never take it away.
What a year they had. What a way to finish it.
Coming to you.
Dejected John Elway. And a group of teammates that feel the same way he does. Filing into the locker room, it'll be a pleasant off-season for them. Well done. Down the stretch, they were just about perfect.
I think they were perfect in all areas and led by a guy who probably played as good a football as the game of football has ever seen.
These last three games, Minnesota, the Rams, and this one, the performance by Joe Montana was just almost unbelievable.
He doesn't want to talk about being the best because he said you save that until your career's over. And he said, I don't think that I'm over. I don't even think I'm close to being over.
He hopes to play, he said, until he's 40.
How would you like to be a kid getting a piggyback ride from your father off the field of a Super Bowl victory? Isn't that something? The MVP of the Super Bowl, he has to go in and fix his own chair in the locker room?
3 times. The MVP. The final score again, the 49ers 55, the Denver Broncos 10. You've been watching CBS Sports coverage of Super Bowl 24.
In 13 cities and 10 countries across the Pacific, they're playing our song. United Airlines, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve, halfway around the world. Come fly the friendly skies.
Your putt, Snoopy. Good grief.
Next weekend on CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
I had my purse snatched on a business trip. I was stranded. No cash, no plane ticket, no credit card, no ID. I called Citibank immediately.
I told her not to worry. With Citibank's Lost Wallet service, I could get her emergency cash, help replace her plane ticket, and get a new Citibank MasterCard to her in 24 hours.
Citibank helped me get home. And after a trip like mine, that's where I wanted to be.
Not just MasterCard, Citibank MasterCard.
Sun Valley Waterbeds went to great lengths to fill its stores with the best selection of waterbeds, inner springs, bedroom furniture, and accessories. Now, it's going even further to empty them. Presenting the huge annual clearance sale at Sun Valley Waterbeds and more. You'll save 15 to 50% off everything, including beautiful black lacquer, wall units, solid oak, day beds, Sealy, and spring air. Plus, put no money down, make no payments, and pay no interest until spring. They filled the stores, but they're emptying fast during the annual clearance sale at Sun Valley, Waterbeds and more.
Showcase Honda presents number 24 of 50 ways to hurt your car dealer.
Hey, Maury, I'm at Showcase Honda. You are going to love this. I just beat the dealer at his own game. I mean, really hurt him. I just bought a Honda Accord during this great sale for under $12,000. And I'm calling you from the mobile phone in my new Honda, which I got at no extra cost. And this is what they gave me for my trade-in. You know the car you referred to
If you want to hurt your car dealer and have fun, take advantage of Showcase Honda.
Thinking about flying to Los Angeles? If these 18 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines to Los Angeles International Airport, maybe this one will. Southwest Airlines. It's like having your own company plane.
Channel 10, sharing the vision of friendship. Super Bowl 24, the post-game show, is sponsored by Today's Chevrolet, who invite you to see why nobody's winning like the heartbeat of America. And by Budweiser, Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you.
The San Francisco 49ers keep their date with the history books. In one of the greatest football games ever played by one team, they become the first team in the history of the National Football League to win back-to-back Super Bowls since the Pittsburgh Steelers. What an unbelievable job. And owner Eddie DeBartolo gets the winner's treatment. And now, really in keeping with this new dynasty, what a pleasure it is to bring in the new commissioner of the National Football League, Paul Tagliabue, to award the Vince Lombardi Trophy. Paul?
Brent, nice to be here on a special day. Eddie, I know you're wet, but let me just say this. Today, the 49ers finished their trip to becoming one of the elite teams in the history of the National Football League. You've won your second straight Super Bowl game. The team did it in dominating fashion, as you've done in the playoffs, as you did it throughout the season. You've won your fourth Super Bowl in a decade, even less than a decade, tying the Steelers as the only team in the history of the league to win 4 Super Bowls. And you are clearly, at this time, the 49ers are the team of the decade, and they're starting the 90s looking like the team of the 90s. I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate all the players, Coach Seifert, and your entire staff. Congratulations.
All right. I know you guys think that I'm all wet, and I am. First of all, I want to congratulate Pat Bowlen and Dan Reeves in a fine job that they did this year with the Broncos. They really had a great season. But to you men, I want to say one thing. Back in July, when we traveled to Tokyo, we had a mission, we had a quest, and we have one hell of a football team, and I love you, God bless you, and thank you for being world champions. And thank you to a man that came in a very, very situation that wasn't exactly easy, and he is your coach, Coach Seifert.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. George, while you were coming up here to the stand, I want you to know that the first thing the players said, the first thing when they came in, they said, three-peat. They've got the heat on you already.
Well, we're so happy and proud of this football team. There's no question about it. I'm happy for them that they were able to achieve this goal. And if they want to go for another one, that's fine with me.
George,
I'm so happy for Eddie, and I'm so happy for all the 49er fans, too, and all the people in San Francisco.
George, did you ever think it would be this easy when you were looking at the films and the plans? 55 points this afternoon. You had it against Minnesota. It was 27-3. The Rams, 21-3. These games were over at the half.
Well, I think as a football coach and as a football team, you give plenty of respect to your opponent, and none of these games are easy. We've played 3 great teams in these playoffs. They would have had to have been great teams to get to this point. So we're just proud of the effort of the team, this entire organization, and I'm proud of the teams that we played against, and I'm proud of this team, obviously.
George, congratulations. Eddie, congratulations. And we're going to continue live from the San Francisco 49ers locker room in just a moment.
Getting to know.
In the 80s, Honda became known for its reliable, feature-filled cars.
You ready, Dad?
Love this car.
But today, the 90s begin with the new Geo Prism. The quality sedan with 16-valve performance, Prism is designed for years of carefree driving, with more of the features and little extras that make life easier. So you know you'll be friends for a long time. Get to know the new Geo Prism at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know you.
Whiskas. It's no ordinary cat food. It's the cat food cats find irresistible. Whether it's meaty or crunchy, it's got the fresh meat taste cats just adore. As you see, cats know what's good. That's why more and more cat owners tell us their cats prefer Whiskas.
From the Far East to Europe. Across the Caribbean and throughout North America, only one airline covers so much of the world with so much warmth.
Well, 49ers won.
Yay.
Darn. So McDonald's everywhere, even in Homer, Alaska. Will honor the winners with a $1.09 DLT.
Break out the Diet Coke.
But should Bronco fans lose just because their team did? Of course not. So they'll still get their 99-cent quarter pounder with cheese, even though they didn't win.
But we played our little hearts out.
A $1.09 McDLT and a 99-cent quarter pounder for a limited time.
We're going to watch the Super Bowl every week.
Well, a very tough afternoon for Dan Reeves. He's standing by with Irv Cross live. Let's go to Irv.
Tough afternoon indeed, Brent, but Dan graciously stood here and waited for us to come into the locker room. But Dan, of all your Super Bowl losses, I know you were very optimistic coming into this one. Is this perhaps maybe the most disappointing?
Well, no, they're all disappointing. You know, when you lose and you don't play up to your abilities, I think that hurts. But, I mean, the San Francisco 49ers are playing on a level right now it's hard for anybody in the National Football League to keep up with. They're playing awful well. We knew that they would have to have an off day, and we would have to play as well as we possibly could play and not make any mistakes to have a chance. And they didn't cooperate. They didn't make any mistakes all day, and my hat's off to them. George has done a great job all year of keeping them focused in. They got an awful lot of weapons on offense, and they get an awful lot of credit. But their defense is outstanding. I mean, they have got some great players on defense. They're just an outstanding team, and, you know, they certainly deserve to be the champions. They were the best team this year, and certainly we've got a long ways to go to measure up to the level that wins championships. We came a long ways this year, and I'm proud of this football team, but we just got a long ways to go.
Dan, when you got your team assembled in there after the game, what did you say to them?
Well, Irv, there's not a lot you can say, and I'm just told them basically that I was disappointed that it didn't work out for them because they wanted it very badly, and, you know, they played hard. You can't question that. We just made some mistakes in the game, and you can't do that against a great football team like the 49ers. So there's not a lot you can tell them. They hurt very badly. We disappointed an awful lot of people. We made some brilliant forecasters out of a lot of experts. They did a great job and said we didn't belong on the field with them, and you'd like to, you know, have something to say about that, and just didn't turn out that way.
Dan, thanks for being with us.
Okay, thanks, sir.
Brent?
All right, Irv, thank you very much. And I'm with Joe Montana and Jerry Rice. Joe, congratulations. Third time you've been the MVP. Your buddy Jerry got it a year ago. But this was some performance. You really looked pumped up when you were introduced to the crowd. I said, wait a minute, Joe's ready here.
Well, I think we all were ready. You know, there was a lot of talk about, you know, them, and there had been some things that happened out in the streets. They weren't talking to us, and I think that helped to motivate our team. And I'll tell you what, our offense was executing, and I'll tell you what, our defense just shut down another great offensive team, and that was two of the biggest keys.
Jerry, tell us about your two touchdowns. The first one, I know Steve Atwater tried to decapitate you down by the goal line.
Yeah, he really wanted to knock me down, but
the thing I tried to do, just focus in on the football, and I was able to really keep my balance and get into the end zone.
Yeah, and then the third touchdown, as we roll that up, describe that for us.
Well, Joe is the best, and he drilled the ball in there. And the thing about that, I knew that Atwater was getting ready to hit me, so I just held on to the football.
You know, Joe, it is absolutely remarkable. The ball is so catchable when you throw it. I mean, these guys take it on a run, and they'll take a 5 or a 10-yard ball. They'll turn it into a 50-yard gain. We talked about this.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about our guys, not only our wide receivers, but our running backs. We're not afraid to give them the ball short because they've got some great ability to run with it after the catch. And, you know, they've been showing that all year long.
Tell me about your offensive line and what they did for you.
Well, I mean, I think I might have got touched once, and, you know, I don't think I got sacked down the stretch, and they just had one heck of a ball game, and heck, I could play to 140 if they play like that.
Hey, Jerry, can you become the first team to make it 3 Super Bowl championships in a row?
I feel we can. We got a great team, a great organization, and I'm just looking forward to next year.
You agree with that, Joe?
I sure do. I tell you, you know, Coach Holman called a great game, him and George, and there was a lot of pressure going into the ball game, but, you know, they put it on.
Hold that picture up there now. Is this the 2 Montana girls here?
Yeah, Jennifer did this for me about 3 months or so before, and I've been keeping it in my locker, in the back of my locker, and there was only one little mistake here. It says, this ring is mine. Well, I think this one's hers. I'll take the next one.
All right, Jerry and Joe, congratulations. Another fabulous performance by the San Francisco 49ers, and we're going to continue live from New Orleans after these messages from your local stations.
All throughout the game, we've been telling you about our new CBS series, Grand Slam.
Hey, what's the hair? So you know we're not the heat.
But they do like it hot.
Oh, baby. My car is hot.
Wait a minute, your car is not hot. My fight scenes, those are hot.
Oh, he fights like a girl.
How do you know?
Hey, I was married. Now, my love scenes, they're hot.
What about the chili pepper scene?
Now, that's hot.
Don't go away. Grand Slam premieres tonight.
This is CBS.
At America West, our employees are owners, and no one takes care of business better than the people who own it.
America West, what we
It was just one of those things, just one.
Now, when you write a Valley Bank check for practically anything, your purchases are covered against damage, loss, or theft, and the warranty is automatically extended. Introducing checking accounts with Shopper's Assurance, only from Valley National Bank. The perfect solution for an imperfect world.
Well, we've already had one Grand Slam today on CBS, and following this post-game show, we're going to bring you a special broadcast of a new show, Grand Slam, and right after that, we're going to hear from the coach. John Madden is coming back with his final thoughts on the 49ers. You don't want to miss that. Right now, let's go to Will McDonough, standing by with the dean of the San Francisco defense, Ronnie Lott. Will?
Thanks very much, Brent. Ronnie, it looked like he had a great game plan defensively right from the start. In fact, I think John Elway appeared to be confused right off the bat.
I think what happened was we were able to just make sure that we contained him in the pocket. We wanted to try to not give up the long pass, and I think that first pass that he threw early in the game was a little short, and I'm not sure why, but it was just one of those things. I don't think he was really on today.
Yeah, everybody said before the game you would like to keep him in the pocket, and if you made him run, try to make him run up the middle.
That's true. We wanted to keep him in the pocket. We wanted them to run up the middle, and also we didn't want to give up the long pass. We felt coming into this game, after looking at some of the previous games, the reason that they were winning was because of the long pass.
Let's talk about Joe Montana and the adversity of the week. You told me that it really had something to do with the way your team played today.
That's true. All the players just rallied around him. One of the things that happens is when a player of his caliber is being ridiculed or being trash and paper, we try to rally around him as a family, and we know what Joe's about. We understand what he's about. It's crazy for people to think that he's had a drug problem, or that he even used drugs. Joe's a great family man, and he's really dedicated to our team. And the guys just said, look, let's go out and rally around him, and let's win it for him.
You also said there was some antagonism towards some of the Denver players.
That's true. Early in the week, I guess Larry Roberts and Don Griffin, a couple of other guys went out, and some of the Denver players didn't even want to socialize with us. And that was really tough because, I mean, you're here to win the football game, but when those things happen, it means war, and we just want to take it out on each other.
Ronnie, thanks very much. Let's go to Brent.
All right, well, here's one of the unsung guys, Tom Rathman. Tom, another great job.
Well, I'll tell you what, our whole team really went out and executed the game plan today. You've got to give a lot of the credit to the coaching staff.
Great. Part of the Husker Connection. Congratulations, and we're going to continue live from New Orleans in just a moment.
He's got a real job at Dow. He's a plastics recycling engineer, which sounds fancy, but it's real simple. See, Dow figures out ways to recycle plastics like this and turn it into neat stuff like those picnic tables. And what does that involve? My dad may be a lousy ball player, but he's a great guy. I'm real proud of you, Dad.
Proud of me?
Dow lets you do great things.
You know, when you got it right, you got it right. Whether you're talking about this, or whether you're talking about the one and only Diet Cola that does it for Ray, Diet Pepsi. You know, nothing tastes as good to me